Morley gave me a short nod and pushed through the doors to the street. I walked into the building and found Ellen Bull, a tall, very large Negro woman who must have weighed over 200 pounds. She wore a bandana tied over her hair and carried an empty pail and a mop.
The janitor's cubbyhole, she said, was directly under the Nassau Street stairs to the basement. I thanked her, and she smiled, her teeth very white in the gloom. She was about 45, and as I walked on, it occurred to me that she had probably been a slave. I passed heavy paneled wood doors, a few of them numbered, most of them not. Some were ajar, most were closed. Some were labeled with carefully painted names: August W. Almquist, patent agent; J. W. Dennison; W. H. Osborne, lawyer. Others bore only a square of paper or cardboard, handwritten with a name and tacked to the door panel. In the middle of the building, the hall was lighted dimly by gas jets behind globes, the gas turned low. Nearer the entrances, whatever light there was came from the street. In the Nassau Street vestibule, under the stairs leading up into the building, a second, narrower flight led to the basement, and I walked over and looked down it. It was completely dark. From somewhere overhead, I heard the steady rasp of a handsaw and the nerve-jarring squeal, endlessly repeated, of deeply driven nails pried loose. "Anyone there?" I called down into the basement. Only silence. I'd have been surprised at an answer. I walked halfway down the stairs, but no farther. I wasn't going to blunder around down there in the blackness and break a leg. Overhead, the squeal of the nails and the sound of the saw continued, and I cupped both hands at my mouth and called again. More silence. Then I yelled, "Anyone down there?" and got a distant squeak of a reply from somewhere below and far back. I walked up to the vestibule again, stood waiting, and presently heard feet shuffling along a floor for a dozen steps before they sounded on the wood of the stairs. I looked down and saw a skinny old man emerging from the basement darkness, his hand on the railing as he slowly climbed up. At first, I saw only a bald head, freckled on top. Then blue eyes lifted to squint up at me, needing glasses, I supposed. Then wide green suspenders curving over the shoulders of a white shirt appeared. And finally, the rest of him moved into view out of the darkness, knees slowly lifting as he climbed, pants much too big at the waist, hardly touching the old man, in fact. I gave him Dr. Prime's message as he climbed the last few stairs up into the light, and he began nodding sadly. I know. Everyone's complaining. It is too warm." He stepped up into the vestibule, sighing, and nodded toward the plaster wall beside me. "Feel." I put my hand on the wall and nodded. It was pretty warm. "Flue goes up through there, and we're burning wood these days." He rolled his eyes up toward the squealing and sawing. "Cutting an elevator shaft through, and the owner's burning the old flooring," he said contemptuously. "Savin' coal. Makes a hot fire and a lot more work for me." I listened, making sympathetic grimaces, then said I was looking for a tenant, Jacob Pickering. He sighed and said, "Well, Mr. Pickering, what's your complaint? If it's too hot, I can't." "No, I'm not Pickering. I'm looking for him. Which is his office?" But that was too much. He was shaking his head again, turning back toward the basement. "I don't know. How should I know? I know the old tenants. I knew every tenant when the paper was still here. Now the paper's gone. Building's gone downhill. Potter Building it is now," he said contemptuously. "All the old tenants are leaving fast as their lease expires. Full of fly-by-nights now. They come and they go. Some even sublet and don't tell me or Mr. Potter. I can't keep track of them. Have you been upstairs?" I said no, and he shook his head at the impossibility of describing it. Rabbit warren, chopped up into new little offices with matchboard siding. You could spit through the walls. Even new hallways up there now, and be still more of them pretty soon, up on the top floors where the paper was. Who knows who's up there? I was stuck for a moment. Then I thought of something. How do they get their mail if you don't know who's where? He mumbled, his head ducked, starting down the stairs. "Oh, I manage. I always manage somehow." "I'm sure you do, but how do you manage?" I had him now. He had to stop and look back and say it. "I keep a book." I'd guessed that. "And where's the book?" "Downstairs," he said irritably. "Way back somewhere. I'm not sure where. I I had my hand in my pocket. Well, I realize it's a lot of trouble. I found a quarter, remembering that it was more than an hour's pay for this man, and handed it to him. But I'd be very grateful. "You're a gentleman, sir. Glad to oblige. Be back in a minute." It was more than a minute, but he came back upstairs with a pocket notebook, the cardboard cover curling back, the upper quarters of the pages splayed out. It had a hole punched through a corner, a piece of dirty white twine tied through it in a loop. He opened it, scanning the pages as he turned them, wetting a thumb each time. I stood looking over his shoulders. At least half the names had been scratched out, other newer ones overwritten. He mumbled all the time. "Ought to be torn down. Build a new one. Elevator ain't finished. Been like this for weeks and won't help anyway. I can't keep track. Somebody moves in, it's up to him to tell me his name if he wants his mail." He chuckled. In his old voice, it was nearly a cackle. "And he generally does. Or if he moves out and wants his mail sent on. And he generally does. Here he is, Pickering. 3rd floor, number 27. That's right up above, next to the new shaft. Can't miss it. He'll be complaining once the elevator's working, if it ever does. They're noisy devils, you know. I was on one." I climbed upstairs, and on the 2nd floor, the door of the office immediately to my right beside the staircase stood open. The steady sound of the sawing and the regular shrieks of pulled nails came from the doorway, and I walked over and stood looking in. 2 carpenters in white overalls knelt on the floor, their backs to me. One was sawing through the wooden floorboards between the joists, allowing the short sections of sawed-off tongue and groove boarding and wider subflooring to drop straight through to the basement, where the old janitor, no doubt, had to gather them up and burn them. The second carpenter was methodically prying loose the short stubs remaining nailed to the joists, using the claws of a hammer, and letting them drop through to the basement too. The 2 men were gradually working their way backward toward the doorway I stood in. Between them and the opposite wall, the flooring was gone, the big wooden joists fully exposed. Presently, they'd be cut off and burned too, I supposed. On the 3rd floor, the heavy paneled wood door of the room directly above the carpenters was fastened with a newly installed and very big padlock. Painted on the door in red was "Danger, Keep Out, Shaftway." The door of the next office was stenciled 27 and was locked. I tried the knob cautiously after listening at the door crack. There was no one else around. I was standing in a short corridor that branched off the main corridor at a right angle, and now I quickly dropped to one knee to look through the keyhole of room 27. Straight ahead across the office, I saw a tall, dirty window, gray-white with winter daylight. Directly under it stood a roll-top desk and a chair. My view to the left was blocked by something standing directly beside the door, so close it was out of focus. To the right, I could see one edge of what had apparently been an open doorway, connecting this office en suite with the padlocked office beside it. But now the connecting doorway was heavily boarded across, and it occurred to me that the carpenters cutting the elevator shaftway must be working upward, so that each floor, as it was cut away, could be dropped through to the basement. I'd learned all I was going to learn, and probably all I needed to learn, about Jake Pickering's office.
For half a minute or so I stood there in the corridor, till I heard someone's footsteps coming down the stairs. I knew why I hated to turn and walk away. Now my mission was completed, and I wished it weren't. I walked back to the main corridor, then turned away from the staircase to walk on through the width of the building, passing the doors of Andrew J. Todd, lawyer, Prof. Charles A. Seeley, chemist, the American Engine Company, J. H. Hunter, notary. Then I came to the New York Observer offices facing onto Park Row and the staircase to the street. Walking downstairs, I was suddenly aware of how hungry I was. I had lunch at the Astor House, across Broadway, as Carmody had said, cater corner from the post office. But I almost turned around and left when I stepped into the lobby. It was packed with men standing in groups and pairs, talking, nearly every one of them wearing his hat, and the marble floor was covered, and I mean covered, with tobacco juice, as I knew they called it. Even as I stood in the entrance, looking around, 4 or 5 seconds at most, a dozen men must have turned, each with a swollen cheek, to spit more or less expertly and more or less carefully at porcelain cuspidors scattered all over the big lobby floor. Some didn't even bother looking. Trying to think of something else, I walked the length of the lobby past an enormous stick and umbrella stand, a railway ticket office, telegraph office, newspaper and cigar stand, and into an enormous, fantastically noisy counter restaurant with a big oak-framed sign reading, "No swearing, please." But I had 24 Blue Point oysters fresh that morning from New York Bay, and they were absolutely great, and I was glad I'd come. I took the L back to Gramercy Park. I'd noticed the station just east of City Hall Park, got on there, and it curved north through Chatham Square, and turned out to be the old 3rd Avenue L. I was used to people now, already. In my mind, the other passengers were dressed as they ought to be. But at Chatham Square, a family got on that I couldn't look away from. They must have arrived from Ellis Island within the hour, and incredible to a man of the 20th century, I could tell where they were from by the way they were dressed. The father, who wore a huge drooping mustache, and the 10-year-old son both wore blue cloth caps with shiny black peaks, short, double-breasted, porcelain-buttoned blue jackets, short scarves tied at the throat, pants that flared far out from the waist and tapered to the ankles, and although the father wore boots, the boy, I was fascinated and had to force my eyes away, actually wore wooden shoes. The mother was stout, crimson-cheeked, wore 24 skirts, and exactly the kind of bonnet you can see on the label of a can of Old Dutch cleanser. On the floor at the father's feet was a carpet bag, and up on the seat beside him a big cloth-wrapped bundle. They looked happy, amiable, peering out the windows and commenting in what must of course have been Dutch. They were marvelous. They looked like a chocolate ad. And I realized that at this moment, almost the last moment, the world was still a wonderfully variegated place. That soldiers in Greece were probably still wearing pointed shoes, long white stockings, and little ballet skirts. Turks were in fezzes, their women veiled. Plenty of Eskimos hadn't yet seen their first white man or caught his diseases, and Zulus were still happy cannibals in an unbulldozed, unpaved, unpolluted world. I knew we must be getting close to my stop, and looked away from the Dutch family long enough to glance out over this strange, low New York, its church spires the highest things on the island. It was weird to be able to look straight across the city and see the Hudson, and astonishing to see how many trees there were. Most of the cross streets seemed lined with them, and there were a good many on the avenues. Some were fine big ones, taller than the houses around them, and I realized that the greenery of all these trees would give the town a rural look in summer, almost like a large village, and I wished I could see it then. We were approaching my stop, and for an instant, down a cross street to the west, 17th, 18th, I caught a glimpse of a fine and splendid-looking 5-story apartment building with a mansard roof. I was almost certain it was red brick with brown stone facings, that I recognized it as the Stuyvesant. A friend of mine, an artist, who had lived in it till they tore it down, sometime in the 50s, I think, had a watercolor he'd done of it on his living room wall. He still missed the place. It was such a magnificent, high-windowed, enormous apartment. It actually had 20-foot ceilings and 4 wood-burning fireplaces. New York's first apartment building, he said, known as Stuyvesant's Folly while they were building it, because people said no New York gentleman would ever consent to live with a lot of strangers. He liked to talk about it, and I was glad to have had even a glimpse of it. I got off at 23rd Street, walked back to 19 Gramercy Park, and Aunt Ada heard the front door open and came in from the kitchen, her hands and forearms white with flour. I asked if Julia were home, and she said no, but that she ought to be here any time now, and I thanked her and went on up to my room. It had been some day, and I'd walked more than I had in a long time, so I was glad to stretch out on my bed and wait. Now and then, outside my window as I lay there, I heard children in the park cry out, their voices high and thin in the cold outdoor air. I heard the already familiar hollow clop of horses' hoofs and the chink of their harness chains. I didn't want to leave this New York. There was so much more to see in this strange yet familiar city. I fell asleep, of course, and awoke at the sounds of Julia's return, her voice and her aunt's in the hall. I got up quickly, pulling my watch out. It was just past 4:30, and I put on shoes and coat and trotted down. They were still there in the hall, looking up at me. Julia still dressed for the street. She was showing her aunt some things she'd bought. We all went into the parlor, Julia untying and pulling off her hat, and I told them the story I'd composed,
astonished at how guilty I felt to be looking at these two trusting women and lying. I'd gone to the post office, I said, to cancel the box I'd rented until I got permanent quarters. But I'd found an urgent letter in the box. My brother was sick, and while he'll recover, I added quickly, I didn't want condolences. They needed me meanwhile to help out on my father's farm, so I'd have to leave today, right now in fact. I was suddenly afraid they might ask questions about farming, but of course they didn't. Those two nice women were sympathetic, genuinely. And they said they were sorry I was leaving, and it seemed to me that was genuine too. Aunt Ada supposed that I wouldn't leave till after dinner at least, but I said no, I ought to leave right away. It would be a long train trip. She offered to refund part of my week's lodging, which I refused. Then Julia, suddenly remembering, said, "Oh no, my portrait." I'd forgotten it completely and stood looking at her, my mind scrambling for an excuse. Then I realized I didn't want one. I wanted to do this portrait very much. It seemed like a particularly good way to say goodbye. So I nodded and said that if she'd sit for it now, I wanted to avoid Jake, I'd do it right away, then leave. Julia hurried upstairs to get ready. I asked her to keep on the dress she was wearing, and I followed to get my sketchbook from my overcoat pocket. Upstairs, I packed my carpet bag, stood looking around the room. Ridiculously, I knew I'd miss it. Then walked out, carpet bag in one hand, sketchbook in the other, and I flipped the cover back to look over the day's sketches.
As I turned toward the stairs, Julia stepped down off the enclosed third-floor staircase, almost bumping into me. Her hair was freshly coiled on top of her head now. "Oh, may I see?" she said, reaching for my sketchbook. I might have made an excuse, but I was curious and gave her the book. Walking slowly down ahead of me, she looked first at my reference sketches of the farming near the Dakota. They weren't really sketches yet, but more like a set of notes to myself, and she didn't comment on them, but turned the page to my sketch of City Hall Park and the streets around it. I think I might have guessed the kind of response she made. I knew this was an age of absolute and almost universal faith in progress, and very nearly a love of machinery and its potentials. We were downstairs, and now she stopped in the parlor and said, "What are these, Mr. Morley?" Her fingertip lay on the paper at the cars and trucks I'd sketched onto Center Street. "Automobiles." She repeated it as though it were two words, automobiles. Then she nodded, pleased. "Yes, self-propelled. That's an excellent coinage. Is it your own?" I said no, that I'd heard it somewhere, and she nodded again and said, "Perhaps in Jules Verne. In any case, I'm quite certain we will have automobiles. And a good thing, so much cleaner than horses." She was already turning the page, and now she looked at my rough of Trinity and Broadway. Before she could comment, I took it from her and very rapidly sketched in the enormous buildings that would someday surround the little church. I handed it back to her, and after a moment she nodded. "Excellent, wonderfully symbolic. The highest structure on all of Manhattan to be eventually surrounded by others far taller? Yes, but you're a better artist than architect, Mr. Morley. To support buildings this tall, the masonry at the base of the walls would need to be half a mile thick." She smiled and handed my pad back. "Where shall I sit?" I posed her at a window in a three-quarter view, making her let her hair down, and worked with a very sharp, hard pencil to force the best delineation I was capable of. No obscuring faulty draftsmanship with a fine, thick dash of a line. The hard pencil also allowed the finest shading and cross-hatching I was capable of. It was turning out well. I had the shape of the face, and I had the eyes and eyebrows, the hardest part for me, and I was working quite carefully on the hair. I wanted to really catch the way it was. But I was slow. Young Felix Greer came home, and I dragged out my watch and saw that it was just before 5. He stood watching for a few moments, not saying anything. He smiled when I looked up at him and nodded a quick, polite approval, but his eyes were worried, and I knew why. I was worried, too, that Jake Pickering would come in and raise hell once again, and it was no part of my mission here to make trouble. I stepped up my speed, trying to hang on to my control. I wanted this good. It seemed unlikely that he'd be home from a job at City Hall before 5:30 or 6, and I expected to be finished and gone within minutes now. It was my fault, of course, for not thinking of the obvious, that a man like Jake Pickering, hating his job and status as a clerk, would walk back to City Hall and quit his job after seeing Carmody. And now, this time, I didn't see him approaching the house. The front door opened, closed, and there he was standing in the hall doorway again. But now he was swaying ever so slightly, and his tie was undone. His overcoat was unbuttoned, his hands shoved into his pants pockets, and his plug hat, far back on his head, had a streak of dried mud at the crown and along one curled rim. He wasn't out of control. He was drunk, but knew what he was seeing. Julia and I staring at him. His eyes moved from her face to the lines on my pad, back to Julia's face, back to the pad. There have been primitive people throughout the world who would not permit a likeness to be made of themselves. They believed it took something of the living person away. And it may be that this man, not realizing or understanding it, had some of that nearly instinctive feeling. Because my sketching of Julia enraged him, as though in his mind my eyes on her face, my moving pencil taking her likeness, were a kind of deep intimacy. As it is in a way. In any case, it was somehow unbearable to him. More than rage, it was emotion past thought, berserk. His eyes lifted from the pad to my face. They were very small now, the whites reddened, and they were absolutely implacable. He lifted his arm to full length, and his lips parted to bare his teeth like an animal as he pointed at me wordlessly. I don't think there were words for the fury he felt. Then the arm swung in a short arc to point at Julia. His neck looked swollen, and his voice was so thick it was hard to understand. He said, "Wait, stay here, wait, and I'll show you." Then, almost nimbly, the swaying vanished. He swung round on his heel and was gone, the front door opening and slamming an instant later. I finished the portrait. Why not? After the door slammed, I looked at Julia, and my mouth opened to say something, but all I did was shrug. Nothing to say, except, well, 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 or something just as inane, occurred to me. And Julia forced a smile and shrugged too, but her face was white and stayed so. I'm not sure why. Fear, anger, shock, I don't know. But she was defiant too, her chin unconsciously lifted through the rest of the sitting, another 10 minutes or so. She liked the portrait. I could tell that she really did by the way she looked at it again and again, and some color came back to her face. My drawing was fully detailed, very literal. It could have been a Leslie's Illustrated newspaper woodcut. But this one was also a good portrait. Not only did it look like her, I was a good enough artist to manage that, given the time and incentive, but it also caught something of Julia herself, of the kind of person she was, so far as I knew. Maybe it did capture something of Julia's soul. Anyway, it was good. The others had come into the house, Byron Doverman just as I was finishing, and then Maud Torrance, each stopping to admire and praise before going on upstairs. Aunt Ada came in from the kitchen to call upstairs, saying dinner would be on the table in 5 minutes. She admired the drawing too, and then insisted, since I was still here, that I stay for dinner. And, unless I wanted to look as though I was running from Jake, leaving Julia to face him alone, I had to stay, and I said I would. The harm, if any, was already done. I was afraid, I realized. I didn't know what the hell this guy might do, but I was curious too. Still admiring her portrait, Julia looked up at me and asked me to sign it. I took it, fumbling in my pocket for the pencil, trying to figure out what to say. I couldn't just write my name and nothing more. Then I thought, in for a penny, in for a pound, or whatever the saying is, and I wrote, "For Julia, affectionately, admiringly," mentally adding, "and to hell with you, Jake," and signed my name. In the time I'd been here, I'd thought almost not at all of Rue Prienne, Dr. Donziger, Oscar Rossoff, Colonel Esterhazy, or even the project itself. They were motionless in my mind, at the small, far-off end of the telescope, dwindled and remote. But at dinner they turned real again. What were they going to think of what I'd have to tell them? That I'd disturbed and interfered in events with inexcusable clumsiness? Probably, and maybe they'd be right, yet I didn't know how I could have avoided it. The talk at dinner was all of Guiteau, with a little weather, and I wasn't interested. For me now, Guiteau was once again only a name in an old book, tried, executed, and long forgotten, the world I was preparing myself for hardly even knowing his name anymore. I sat eating mechanically, trying to look as though I were interested, responding when spoken to.
But as the project and the people in it returned to life in my mind, I began to recede from this time and place. I was jerked back into it. We were finishing dinner, Maud Torrance already finished, politely waiting for the others before leaving the table. Felix finishing his bread pudding, Byron holding a cigar, ready to light it as soon as he stood up, the rest of us drinking coffee. We didn't hear the front door open, but we felt the draft, the invisible balloon of cold air touching our ankles. I saw Julia, her aunt, and Felix across the table suddenly look up into the parlor, and I turned, with Byron and Maud, to look too. He was standing in the center of the room, directly under the multiple flames of the chandelier, staring in at us, confronting us, like a bear on his hind legs. Still wearing his unbuttoned overcoat, his top hat still far back on his head and shining dully under the overhead light, he stood with his arms dangling straight down, fingers limp, shoulders deeply bowed, head thrust forward. He just stood there, swaying a little again, and we had time to see that he'd been hurt, apparently, that his tie was gone, his shirt collar open and slightly torn, that the first couple of studs below it were gone too, and that across his chest the soiled white of his shirt front was speckled with blood. We even had times, sitting there motionless, staring across the tabletop or turned in our chairs, to see that the speckles of blood were growing, small spots enlarging, bigger ones expanding, then joining. He was still bleeding. It took a moment or so to understand and formulate the thought. Then Julia cried, "Jake!" her voice frightened and concerned, and she stood up so quickly the back of her knees knocked her chair over backward, and I noticed, foolishly, that it made very little sound toppling onto the carpet. She started around the table toward him. Now we were all pushing chairs aside, getting to our feet. But Jake flung both hands up and out, fingers spread like claws, halting us, freezing us where we stood. Julia motionless at a corner of the table, the rest of us half standing or sinking back into our chairs. Through a moment or two he looked at us, his teeth bared, yellow and strong-looking. Then his hands moved to his chest, each hand gripped an edge of his shirt front, then pulled the bloody shirt apart, exposing his chest. It was hairy at the sides, black and matted, but more sparsely at the center, the skin there very white and visible under the separate hairs. He wasn't wounded or hurt, not accidentally that is, and not very much. The blood swelling out of his skin in slow drops, that, no longer blotted up by the cloth of his shirt, enlarged now and rolled down out of sight, came from dozens and dozens and more dozens of needle pricks. Incredibly, his chest was newly tattooed, with 5 blue-black letters at least 2 inches high. I wanted to laugh at the absurdity, or protest, or squeeze my eyes shut and pretend this wasn't happening. I didn't know what I wanted to do, or what I felt. But the tattooed letters on his chest spelled Julia. He said, "All my life now I will bear this," and he tapped his chest. He said, "Nothing can ever remove it, because all of my life you will belong to me, and nothing can ever change that." He looked at us, his eyes moving across all our faces. Then he turned, and with absolute dignity, walked toward the hall and the stairs to his room, and I didn't want to laugh. It was an absolutely absurd gesture, an almost inconceivable action in the century I was used to, but not here. Here and now, there was nothing absurd about it. There couldn't be. This man meant it. Julia was hurrying across the dining room, paler than ever now. Then, running a little, she crossed the parlor, and we heard her running steps up the carpeted stairs. I'd left my packed bag in the hallway, my coat and hat hanging on the big mirrored stand there, and I didn't stay. I wasn't needed. I turned to Aunt Ada, said I had to leave immediately, and she smiled distractedly, shaking my hand across the tabletop and murmuring good wishes. I said goodbye to the others, who replied with their eyes flicking toward the staircase in the hall. And then I was outside, walking toward 23rd Street. At Lexington Avenue I took a hansom cab and sat back with my eyes closed. I had no interest at all just now in anything outside. I paid off the cab at 59th and 5th Avenue, where Kate and I had come out of Central Park. And now I walked back into it, and then along the paths, under the occasional lights, heading north and west through the dark, unchanging park. And presently, ahead, I saw the gabled bulk of the Dakota, its gas-lighted windows, and the flickering candle and kerosene lights of the truck farms beside it. I gave myself a vacation next day. I convinced myself I deserved it, and I knew I needed it. Needed a transition between the two worlds and times. I'd slept in the Dakota apartment, and while I doubted that I had to do this anymore, I induced a light hypnosis just before going to sleep. Lying in the darkness in the big carved wood bedstead in the same nightgown I'd worn at 19 Gramercy Park, I knew that far downtown the old post office stood, its lobby lighted by a few globed gas jets.
that the big thermometer in its narrow wooden sentry box stood before Hudnett's pharmacy in the darkness of Lower Broadway, probably registering close to 0 with no one to look at it now. That a few tiny locomotives were following the beams of their kerosene headlamps along the L tracks over the cobbled wait-at-night streets of New York. But in the morning, I told myself, I would awaken back in my own time. I began to wonder how I'd feel about that this time, but you're entirely relaxed in self-hypnosis, more than halfway to sleep, and before I could really begin thinking, I was asleep all the way. In the morning, lying in bed for a few moments after opening my eyes, I felt certain I knew where and when I was, and several seconds later had proof. I heard a sound I knew but couldn't place for an instant, a far-off, high, and faintly ominous whine. Then I said it aloud, a jet. But I hadn't really needed that sign. I already knew I was back. I could feel it. Walking out of the Dakota onto 72nd Street half an hour later, I turned west on my way to the warehouse and project, I thought. And then, without any previous thought and without knowing why, I swung around, walked back to the street corner, and turned south. I walked for block after block after block then, down through modern Manhattan, looking no different in my round fur cap, long overcoat, and my beard, mustache, and long hair than many another man I passed. I knew I ought to at least phone the project, and Kate. But instead, I did what I wanted to do. I walked downtown, pausing momentarily at curbs to wait for flashing red "Don't Walk" signs to turn green and say walk, and I looked around me at today's streets, buildings, and people. There is an astonishing amount left in New York of other times. You don't think so of New York, but once you're out of Midtown Manhattan, it's true. And presently, below 42nd Street, I began to recognize buildings and whole groups of buildings that had survived from the 80s and earlier. But these weren't the similarities I was hunting for now. I was looking for them in people's faces, and I'm obliged to say I found hardly any. I'm certain it wasn't a matter of clothes, of makeup or its absence, or of hairstyles. Today's faces are different. They are much more alike and much less alive. On the streets of the 80s, I saw human misery, as you see it today, and depravity, hopelessness, and greed. And in the faces of small boys on the streets, I saw the premature hardness you see now in the faces of boys from Harlem. But there was also an excitement in the streets of New York in 1882 that is gone.
It was in the faces of women moving along the Ladies' Mile and into and out of those splendid lost stores. Their faces were animated. They were glad to be just where they were, alive in that moment and place. It showed in the faces of the people I saw in Madison Square. You could look at their eyes as they passed and see the pleasure they felt at being outdoors, in the winter, in a city they liked. And the men of Lower Broadway hurrying along the walks, conscious of time and money, stopping at noon to check the precision of their big watches with Western Union's red time ball, well, their faces were often abstracted. Some were worried, some were greedy or anxious, others complacent and going to live forever. All sorts of expressions, just as today, but they were also interested in their surroundings, pausing to check the temperature at Hudnett's giant thermometer. And above all, they carried with them a sense of purpose. You could see that. They weren't bored, for God's sake. Just looking at them, I'm convinced that those men moved through their lives in unquestioned certainty that there was a reason for being. And that's something worth having, and losing it is to lose something vital. Faces don't have that look now. When alone, they're blank and closed in. I passed people in pairs or larger groups who were talking, sometimes laughing, occasionally more or less animated, but only as part of the group. They were shut off from the street around them, alien and separate from the city they lived in, suspicious of it, and that's not how New York was in the 80s. I tested my impression. At 23rd Street, I turned west and walked to within half a block of Madison Square. Then I stood on the curb out of the way of pedestrians and looked at it up ahead. From here, it looked the same, physically, and people passed through and around it. But no one, and I'm certain you could see this, took any particular pleasure in it. New York was once a different place, and in many, many ways. Except for its uptown side, which was all solid apartments now, Gramercy Park was precisely the same, and so was number 19. Once more now I stood on the walk looking up at it. There were lowered Venetian blinds in the first-floor windows, but no other change I could see. and it seemed impossible that Julia and her aunt weren't somewhere inside it doing their morning's work. For once, I let myself act on impulse before it had a chance to fade. I ran up the steps, and another difference, but I shut my mind to it, pushed the electric bell. After 15 seconds or so, just as I was changing my mind, a woman opened the door and stood looking at me, brows lifted questioningly. She had thick white hair tied back off her forehead by a band. She was in her 40s, I thought, but with a girl's figure, and she wore orange-colored pants, a matching turtleneck sweater, and a vest of some sort of silvery cloth. She looked very nice, and I pulled off my hat and said, "I'm sorry, but I knew the people here once, some years ago, a Miss Julia Charbonneau and her aunt, but I can see they don't live here now." "No," she said pleasantly, "we've lived here 9 years, and the people before us were here for 4, and their name wasn't Charbonneau." I nodded, as though it were to be expected, as it certainly was. I was postponing the moment of leaving so that I could look into the hall, and she very politely stepped aside a little so that I could see better. The walls were papered in a fragile-looking blue pattern on white, and a magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. The hall looked expensive and utterly different, except for the black and white tiled floor. That was the same. She didn't ask me to look at the rest of the place, of course, not in New York. And I smiled and nodded to show I'd seen enough, thanked her, and left. I don't quite know why I went there. I just wanted to see it, that's all. I walked back to 23rd Street and took a cab to the project. In nearly every possible way, the atmosphere at the project was different this time. The man at the door in the tiny street-level office was Harry, or so it said in red stitching over a breast pocket of his white coverall beaky uniform. He sent me up alone in the elevator to Doc Rossoff's office, as instructed, he said, if I should show up here. But there was only Oscar's nurse when I arrived, the big, good-looking woman with the gray in her hair. She smiled and greeted me and asked the usual questions, but I detected a lack of real interest, I thought, probably to be expected. She had me wait in Oscar's office. She'd phone him, she said, and he'd be here very quickly. As he was, walking swiftly, and 4 or 5 minutes later, his hand moving out to shake mine, greeting me just as he had done before, congratulating me, asking questions, his voice eager, except that it wasn't the same either. He was abstracted, I realized, after I'd talked for a minute or so, only half listening to my answers, sometimes nodding absently before I'd finished a reply. I soon had the feeling that he wanted to get rid of me, anxious to hurry back to whatever he'd been doing. Because he hustled me off to the debriefing room without even an offer of coffee, which wasn't like him, and there'd been a Silex half full on his office hot plate. The differences continued. This time, none of the others had come hurrying into Oscar's office to see me. And Oscar left me at the door of the debriefing room, asking me to dictate a brief but complete account of this last visit, gave me a clap on the shoulder, and hurried off. Inside the room, there was only the technician who ran the recorder. He was threading in a new roll of tape, and he just said hi and nodded. A moment or so later, the girl who made the transcript on the electric typewriter came in, smiled at me meaninglessly, and I sat down and talked an account into the little microphone on my chest of what had happened with me during the previous 2 days, making it brief but omitting nothing. That done, I began reciting my random list of names, facts, and anything else that might be verifiable that came into my head. After 20 minutes, I asked where everyone was, and the guy who sat watching the recorder reels, occasionally fiddling with the dials, said they were having a big meeting. It had begun yesterday and continued today. That both explained and did not explain, and I realized I was experiencing a childish feeling of neglect. He kept me at the debriefing twice as long this time. After 45 minutes or so, I said I'd run dry, but he said he'd been instructed to ask me to keep at it, if I could, for a couple of hours, an hour and a half at least. We all 3 got some lousy instant coffee from a machine just outside in the corridor, then stood around for a few minutes, forcing it down, talking over the weather lately, about which I wasn't much help. I had the impression that they'd been told not to question me about this visit because they didn't mention it, and after 5 minutes we resumed the debriefing. I kept it up for over an hour and a half, though with longer and longer pauses. For as long as 2 or 3 minutes, after a while, I'd have to search my mind for something else to add. About every 20 minutes or so, the tall, bald man who'd done this before came in and took away whatever the girl had typed. Finally, Oscar Rossoff came back. I was nearly finished, scraping the bottom of the barrel.
When he opened the door, I was just speaking the name of a boy I'd last known in 7th grade when he'd moved away, and whom I hadn't thought of again till this moment. Oscar sat down. He looked tired, his shirt collar unbuttoned, his tie pulled down, and sat waiting, staring morosely into a corner of the room. I said that Arizona had been admitted to the Union as a state in 1912. Then I stood up, stretching, and said I was finished, absolutely.
The girl typed the last of what I'd just said and pulled the sheet from her machine. The recording technician stopped the tape, snapped, and broke the tape between the two reels and took off my reel. Oscar said, "Tell Freddie to wait till he's completely finished before he reports, okay?" And they nodded and left. He gestured to a chair beside him. I sat down, and he said, "We're in a meeting, Cy, a great big fat one. It looks as though we may wash out the whole project. I don't know yet. We want you in the meeting, but I have to brief you first. No need to interrupt it for that. It's simple enough. We haven't bothered you with this, but other attempts have been going ahead too, both during your own and before. The Vimy Ridge attempt failed. There's a section of battlefield there left untouched since World War I. Franklin Miller came out of a dugout where he'd waited in the mud with an infantry platoon through a 4-day simulated artillery bombardment and fighting body lice, real ones. But what he came out onto was nothing but a great stretch of empty fields. The barbed wire rusted and the trenches caved in, half a century after Armistice Day. He's already back home in California. To everyone's surprise, and even astonishment, the Notre Dame attempt may have succeeded. For something less than even a full minute before he lost his mental grip on the situation and was instantly back in the here and now. But we think, I'll tell you all about this sometime, that during the space of maybe half a dozen deep excited breaths, he was standing on the banks of the Seine at 3 o'clock one morning in the winter of 1451. Jesus! And the Denver attempt succeeded absolutely. Ted Brightle stood in the little corner grocery store, drinking a bottle of pop he'd bought, chatting with the proprietor. Then he walked out into Denver, Colorado, 1901, no question about it, just like you. And he was debriefed like you after half a very careful day there. That's what the meeting is about, Cy. We were at it till 1:30 last night, and back at it by 8:45 this morning. Oscar frowned, squeezed his eyes shut, and dug the heels of his hands into his eye sockets, trying to rub away a headache or a bad night's sleep, or both. He looked at me, blinking, then said, "Because there's something doesn't jibe, Cy. In the debriefing, I mean." He named a friend he went to college with, Knox College in Galesburg, Illinois. Ted's seen him a few times since. He lives in Philadelphia where Ted does, listed in the phone book there. Except that now he isn't. No one ever heard of him at the place he worked. He is unlisted in Social Security records. There is no record of him at Knox. He doesn't exist, you see. Oscar kept his voice matter-of-fact. Except in Ted's memory, and Ted's alone. Because whatever Ted did and saw, and however circumspectly in Denver, Colorado, in midwinter of 1901, it affected an event or events there. Something changed, and therefore so did subsequent events deriving from it. Oscar shrugged a little. So that now that particular guy was never born, that's all. As for what else may have changed, what else may be different about these times now, things Ted Brightle doesn't happen to know about, well, who can say? Maybe a lot, maybe nothing else at all. We sat staring at each other for a moment or so, then Oscar stood up abruptly. "That's what the meeting's all about. Come on." People glanced up at us when we entered the big conference room. It was crowded now, nearly every chair filled. Some nodded at me abstractly, smiling a little, but immediately returning their attention to Dr. Danziger, who was speaking quietly. I watched him too, as Oscar and I pulled out chairs and sat down. He looked at ease, which is more than most of the others did. Most coats were off, most ties pulled down, people weren't bothering to try not looking tired, and there was a lot of smoking, a lot of doodling on scratch pads. But Danziger sat well back in his chair, his brown double-breasted suit coat open, his tan sweater vest buttoned, legs crossed comfortably, one arm resting on his chair back, his big veined hand dangling limp and relaxed. Knowledge we now have susceptible of prolonged study. You don't have to bring up the entire bottom of the ocean and into the laboratory. To fully analyze the core from a single boring and consider the implications of that analysis takes months, even years.
This is how we must treat the knowledge, the borings, if you will, of our 3 successful attempts. They'll be studied and can yield new knowledge for years. But there can be no more of them. His posture didn't change, but his voice deepened into a tone of authority I wouldn't have cared to challenge. Because it is not true. It is simply not true that we ought to continue doing something just because we've discovered we can. It is becoming more and more certain, as science uses an almost brand new ability to pull apart the deepest puzzles of the universe, that we need not and should not necessarily do something only because we've learned how. In company such as this, I don't have to spell out obvious examples and consequences of failing to understand that. The lesson is clear, and the danger of even one more attempt is just as clear. We dare not ever again step into the past. We dare not ever again interfere with it in any least possible way, because we don't know what is the least possible way. We don't yet know the consequences of Mr. Morley's most recent visit, but if we should seem to have escaped any very serious consequences of the few cautious successes we've had, it's only blind good luck. A man of no apparent importance, though I'm sure he was important to himself, no longer exists. Never did exist in a very strange yet true sense. The tall bald man came in, actually tiptoeing. Colonel Esterhazy saw him right away, raised his arm, and the man walked quickly to him, handed him a little sheaf of paper, murmured something into Esterhazy's ear, who nodded, and the man tiptoed out again. Danziger continued, "Otherwise, our world seems essentially unchanged. But next time might be different, unimaginably, catastrophically different. To continue this project would be the grossest kind of utterly selfish and reckless irresponsibility. I think we had to have this meeting. We had to talk this out in absolutely full detail. But there can be no question of our decision. There is no choice to be made." He stopped and looked around the table as though wondering if, although doubting, there might be a question. Half the table's length away, a man started to raise his hand, lowered it, then lifted it again. I'd forgotten his name. It was the young history professor from one of the Eastern universities who looked more like a television comic to me. Danziger nodded at him, frowning, and the man's face pinkened. Sounding like a professor at least, he said, "Of course you are entirely right, Dr. Danziger, and I certainly don't dispute it. I haven't attended all these meetings, haven't been able to, and I don't pretend to understand a great deal of what we've done. I am only wondering, I really hate to give this up, if this is at all possible, if a way couldn't be found to introduce what I'd call the absolute spectator. Unknown, unseen, affecting no event whatsoever. A man hidden, utterly concealed at the first performance of Hamlet, my gosh, concealed far in advance of audience and actors, remaining hidden long afterward. Or an absolute spectator at, well, there's at least one of Disraeli's meetings with his cabinet that I'd give my soul to know all about. No one really knows, and it's important. Could this possibility of the absolute spectator be studied, is all I'm asking, in search of a way." But Danziger had begun shaking his head slowly, and the man's voice trailed off. Danziger said, "I understand what you're saying, and I understand the temptation because I feel it too."
But there could be no concealment that was absolutely certain. I'm sure you see that. And if it isn't absolutely certain, the risk is still there. And the risk can't be taken. We have learned that, and it can't be argued away. He sat waiting, but no one else said anything, and presently Esterhazy spoke in a mild conversational way. He said, "I think I could almost repeat word for word what Dr. Danziger has said. That's how closely I've listened, as I hope all of you have. The wisdom of Dr. Danziger's advice simply isn't debatable." He made an apologetic little gesture with his hand. "We haven't quite talked this out, though," he said, as though hating to contradict Dr. Danziger about even this small point. "Not in full detail yet, because I have some information now we didn't have a few moments ago." Rube was sitting beside Esterhazy, in a white shirt, his tie pulled down. He had the typed pages that had been brought in a few minutes ago, and was reading them, slumped in his chair. And Esterhazy nodded at the typescript, saying, "We've just received the report of Mr. Morley's debriefing, both a full summary of what happened, which is absolutely fascinating, and of the test result. The carbon is being Xeroxed now, and will soon have copies for everyone.
Meanwhile, and this is what's important, we know the full result of his debriefing analysis. Mr. Morley was gone not just for hours this time, but during 2 days, and this time his contacts were far more than casual and momentary. It was a calculated risk. We took it, and now we have the result. Rube glanced up at him, and Esterhazy nodded to him. Rube glanced down at the typescript in his hand, then summarized what it said. "No change whatsoever," he said in a flat, factual monotone. "Absolutely everything checks out okay." Esterhazy nodded almost imperceptibly, and almost a little sadly. It was a gesture suggesting that, facts being facts, neither of his making nor within his control, there was nothing he could do but accept them. "That being so," he said in a voice to match the gesture, "I'm sure it's plain that we simply wouldn't be doing our full duty to Dr. Danziger, to the project itself, nor to anyone, if we didn't also discuss the meaning of that." He glanced around the table as though inviting discussion, and Rube spoke immediately. "Okay," he said, as though accepting an invitation to start things off. "What are the facts?" "No result, no changes, no harm from what we think was a visit, however brief, to the city, the village, I suppose, of Paris in 1451. And if any chain of events had been altered, it's had a long time to grow. No result, no changes, no harm from Cy Morley's first brief visit. None from his second visit, which was quite extensive, involving a trip half the length of the city and on which he had company. And now, no result, no changes, no harm at all from a visit of 2 days during which he lived in a house full of people, and not only interfered with, but actually precipitated events which," he nodded at the typescript on the table, "I'd find hard to believe if I didn't know what feeble powers of invention he has." He grinned down the table at me, and there was a murmur of mild laughter. His grin fading, Rube shrugged the big, muscled hump of one shoulder and said, "To sum up, Brythel caused a change, yes, but a slight one." He looked quickly over at Danziger. "Important to the man it affected, certainly, but—" "And who was not consulted," Danziger said, "about whether he cared to make the sacrifice." "That's true, and I'm sorry, but compared with the potentially enormous benefit to the rest of the world, I repeat, and I think it's realistic, the change was slight. Even more important, the effect of all of our other successful attempts, of far longer duration and involvement, was zero, nil. Suggesting that Brytle's result was simply a long-shot accident. So that in considering whether to continue, and with absolute respect for Dr. Danziger's opinions, I suggest that a case can also be made out for the calculated risk." "Gosh, really?" Danziger's fist slammed down onto the tabletop, and an ashtray jumped, made a half-turn in the air, and fell face down on the table, scattering butts and ashes and spinning like a coin till it clanked to a stop. Over its sound, Danziger was saying, "What calculation? I despise the phrase. Risk, hell yes, plenty of risk." He swung around in his chair to glare at Rube, leaning far over the tabletop toward him. "But show me your calculations." There was a long, silent pause, Danziger glaring at Rube, during which Rube did not turn away or avert his eyes, but he blinked benignly several times to show no hostility and that he wasn't in a contest to stare Danziger down. Then Danziger leaned back and said quietly, "What do we know? We know that in 1 out of 4 or possibly 5 successes, we have affected the past, and therefore the present, and that is all we know. That next attempt could be disastrous. There is no case at all, Rube, for a calculated risk, because there is no calculation, but only risk. Who has given us the right to decide for the entire world that it should be taken?" He stared at Rube for a moment longer, then looked slowly around the table as he spoke. "As the head of this project, and as its originator, I say, I'll order it if I have to. The project must be discontinued, except for study of what we already have. There is no one who could possibly hate this necessity more than I do, but it must, and it is to be done." There had to be a pretty long silence after that, and there was. When Esterhazy finally spoke, it was so tentatively and regretfully that it clearly seemed very painful to him. He said, and stopped, swallowing. "I simply cannot bring myself to dispute anything at all that Dr. Danziger might have to say about this project.
The urge to suggest that we adjourn for a time and think about all this, reflect on it, is strong. But many of you have come a long way, and no one expected to have to spend this additional day. I don't think we can wait. And so, since this has been brought to a head, I'm obliged to, not dispute, but remind you, I have to do this, Dr. Danziger, that any vital decision affecting the project must be made by a majority of 4 senior members of this board, the president himself casting a 5th deciding vote if necessary. Of these 4 members, Dr. Danziger is of course the first, the others being Mr. Prien, Mr. Fessenden, the presidential representative, and myself. I'm certainly not going to make any sort of formal issue of this, but of course it's clear what Dr. Danziger feels, just as clear what Mr. Prien and I think. So, Mr. Fessenden, what about you? Have you reached a decision yet? I didn't know who he was till he spoke, or rather cleared his throat preparatorily. He was about 50 years old, pretty bald, though with a skein of gray-brown hair combed straight over the top of his head from the side, concealing the baldness from himself, at least. His face was pretty full below the cheekbones, and he wore glasses with metal rims so thin they almost looked rimless. If I'd ever seen him before, he'd made no impression on my memory. He said, "I'd want to consider my vote, if it ever came to that, at length, sleep on it. But in fairness, I ought to say that I feel I would join with you." Esterhazy opened his mouth to say something, but Danziger spoke first. "That's it, then? That's the decision?" Esterhazy began, "I don't think there's any formal," but Danziger cut him off, brusquely, rudely. "Quit fooling around. That's the decision." He waited a moment, then barked out the word, "Well?" Esterhazy pressed his lips together and shook his head, a painful moment. "It has to be, Doctor. It simply has. I resign." Danziger stood up, turning to shove his chair back so he could get away from the table. "Wait!" Esterhazy stood up. "We simply can't let this happen this way. I want to talk to you, alone."
In just a few minutes. I had to give the old man credit. I hadn't ever seen him in an undignified moment, and I didn't now. No stalking out, no violent refusal. That kind of drama was distasteful to him. He did hesitate for a moment, then he said, "Of course, but it has already happened. No one will change or go back. I'll wait for you in my office, Colonel." Then, in a complete silence, he walked to the door and was gone. "I don't like it," said a voice down the table, and we all turned to look at him. It was a young but plump and bald man from one of the California universities, I thought I remembered. He looked intelligent, and he looked mad. He said, "I don't have a vote, much of a voice, or even much of a stake in this. I'm a meteorologist, here mainly to report to my own university. But I'm not going to leave without asking how we have the nerve to do anything but accept Dr. Danziger's opinion and decision." "Hear, hear," as the British say, someone else called out, his voice sounding pleased, the kind of guy who really enjoys a fight as long as it's between 2 other guys. I'd thought Colonel Esterhazy would reply, but Rube stood up, slowly, entirely at ease and taking his time, and completely, this popped up in my mind, in command. He said, "How? Because you don't turn back. Not ever. You don't spend billions preparing to send a man to the moon and then decide not to. Or invent the airplane, look it over, and decide to uninvent it because someday someone might use it to drop a bomb. You just don't stop something as enormous as this. The human race never has. Risk? Yes, maybe. Yes, certainly. But who did that ever stop? Anyone whose birthday has become a national holiday? We are going ahead. Who's we? An angry voice called out. I never did know who. All of us, Rube said quietly, leaning forward over the table, supporting his weight on his knuckles, who have put in endless time and enormous effort on this, an important part of our lives. Think, gosh, can you actually imagine this being stopped, dropped, forgotten? It just ain't gonna happen, gents. So why sit around and clatter our teeth about it? That ended it really, though the talking went on for a while. Copies of my report and test result arrived and were passed out. Each one was numbered and had to be read and returned before the board left the room. A fair number of people glanced up from their copies to look at me, smile and shake their heads in amazement, and I managed to grin back at them.
The discussion continued through this, some agreeing that the project should be cautiously continued, some questioning or at least wondering aloud about it. I think more than one man there hadn't previously understood how little his presence on the board had to do with making its policies. The meeting ended with Esterhazy reminding the members, most tactfully, that everything they knew about the project was very strictly classified information. They'd be notified, he said, when the next meeting was to take place. Meanwhile, he thanked them for coming. Rube knew I had a decision to make, and he was right at my elbow when I left the conference room. In the corridor, he invited me to come out to a bar on 6th Avenue we'd been in once or twice and where we could get some lunch. I said I wanted to see Dr. Danziger first, and we walked along together to his office. But Danziger's girl said Colonel Esterhazy was in with him, which I don't think surprised Rube, and that it looked as though he'd be there for quite a while. I was starved, so I went out with Rube and we had lunch, a big bowl of vegetable soup and a pastrami sandwich each, with a couple of steins of beer. We sat in the last booth in the back corner, a brick wall beside and behind us, no one near enough to overhear. I won't detail every word we said. We gave our orders, and then Rube pointed out very factually and low-key that while they hoped I'd continue with the project, new candidates weren't easy to come by, and training them was a long, slow job, I was nevertheless not essential to the project. If I didn't continue, it would distress them, but I could eventually be replaced. I knew that, of course. At least I knew it was a real possibility, if not quite the certainty Rube was trying to make it sound. And it gave me a little chill to hear it said, because there was no way I could deny to myself that the thought of never going back would be hard to accept. But all I did was nod and say, sure, but that continuing with the project wouldn't help my conscience if I decided it was wrong. Our sandwiches came, we began to eat, and Rube was halfway through his and enjoying it before he put it down on the cardboard plate and leaned over the table to answer me. His voice inaudible a yard away, he said, "See, Dr. Danziger is an old man. Recognize that. And what's happened so far on the project is enough for him. For him, it's a culmination. He achieved what he set out to do. And if that should be all there is, he could be content. I love him, I really do, but he's an old man obsessed with risk. Listen to him long enough, and you'll think that if you sneezed too loud back in January 1882, you might somehow set off a chain of events that could blow up the world. But it wouldn't. It would have no more effect than it would right here and now. Try it, Si." He grinned at me and picked up his sandwich again. "Go ahead. There are a couple of dozen people in here. Sneeze, and not a gosh thing will happen. Hell, people don't get married or not married or do anything else of any importance because of the routine, trivial action of some stranger. You didn't even set off this guy Pickering. That's obviously his nature, it's how he acts, and he'd behave accordingly with or without you. And it doesn't matter anyway. Really important events aren't casually brought about. They're the result of so many intertwined important forces that they're inevitable, no one thing causing them. Unless you went back and deliberately did something so vital that it had to alter a large event, you aren't going to affect much of anything. You want some dessert?" I said no, and Rube ordered apple pie and another stein of beer. I didn't say much or argue with him. I sat looking doubtful and probably confused, because that's how I felt. Rube ate quickly, a quarter of his slice of pie at a bite, followed by a fourth of his stein of beer. Suddenly, impulsively, he grinned at me, a wonderfully likable guy, and said, "Si, stay with us for Christ's sake. You haven't done a very bit of harm so far. It's affected nothing at all, and we have the proof of that. And that's how it'll be from now on if you're careful." We talked a little more of what had happened to me at 19 Gramercy Park, while Rube sat comfortably back in a corner of the booth with a cigar, and I told him something of what I felt about New York, then and now. And he listened and asked questions, absolutely fascinated. He said, "I can't do it, you know. I tried long before I met you, and I just can't achieve it. Lord, how I envy you." He glanced at his watch, then sat up reluctantly. He started to slide out of the booth, then suddenly reached across the table and put a hand on my forearm. "I don't really have to argue with you, Si, because you see it as well as I do. The project can't be dropped. It just can't. And since you want to stay with it, there's just no sense in not staying." I didn't nod or murmur any sort of agreement, but I didn't say no either. Rube slid out of the booth, I stood up with him, and on the way back to the warehouse we talked football. Even now I feel ashamed. I have no excuse. I just could not give up the chance to go back. I knew it, and that's all there was to it. When we got back, Danziger had already left, for good, as I might have guessed, and probably had. But his girl gave me his address and phone number. He lived in an apartment building in the Bronx.
I used her phone and called but got no answer. He probably hadn't had time to get there yet and might not have gone straight home. When I hung up, I stood with my hand on the phone for a moment or so longer, but didn't dial Kate. Was I postponing getting in touch with her? A little later, walking across town toward her shop, I thought about it. I'd been too busy, I started to tell myself, with hardly a moment to phone Kate. But while that was true, it wasn't the whole truth. Was the reluctance? It had been there, I had to admit it. Connected with Julia? Well, the electricity had flowed faster whenever I'd been around her. That was true. But I didn't think it was Julia. Maybe it was the news I was going to have to give Kate, that Ira's father had been, simply, a crook, a swindler and grafter. But he was dead long before Kate was born, was no relation anyway, and the news couldn't hurt Ira. I didn't know what it was, and just moseyed along through the streets till I got to her shop. Kate was there. She was just coming into the shop from the little back workroom when I opened the shop door and the bell jangled. She'd been stripping layers of old paint from a chair, wearing blue denims, an old blouse, and an apron, and her hands were full of the gunk she was using. So we just leaned toward each other for a little peck of a kiss, and in the workroom I sat on a little keg she had there while she worked on the chair, telling her all about everything. And that was fun. She was so completely enthralled. After Kate closed the shop, we walked a block to the supermarket where she bought a steak and some butter. I went to the liquor store a few doors away and got a bottle of whiskey, then came back and picked up some soda. And when we were upstairs in Kate's little apartment, having our second drink, potatoes boiling in the kitchen, I couldn't understand why I'd hesitated about getting in touch with her. This was the only place I wanted to be, and the hours of being here that still lay ahead all looked very good to me. Kate had a special interest, of course, in what I had to tell her as we had our drinks and during dinner. She'd seen the time and place I was talking about, had seen, or at least glimpsed, Jake Pickering. And when I told her about Carmody, she hardly moved, just sat with her lips parted, fascinated. When I told her about Danziger, Esterhazy, and Rube, and what I'd decided, she listened, then made a few careful and minimal comments, anxious not to interfere with my decision. I knew she was glad, she couldn't help it, that I was going back. She got up from the table, went to her bedroom, and returned with her red cardboard accordion folder, untying the red string bow as she walked. And once again, we looked at the strange little black and white snapshot of Andrew Carmody's gravestone. There it stood, mysteriously, among the gone-to-seed dandelions and sparse grass. A cartoonist's gravestone, the top a perfect half-circle, the sides straight, the whole stone sunk low in the ground and a little off-kilter. And on the stone, sharp and clear, the strange design, no word, name, or date, only the 9-pointed star inscribed in the circle, made from dozens of dots tapped into the stone. The design we'd seen, incredibly, impressed in the snow at the base of a lamp standard on Broadway, New York, January 23, 1882. We looked again marveling at the blue envelope and the black ink of its address, its fairest content showing rusty through the black. Kate shook the note from the envelope and read aloud the top portion above the fold, in black. If a discussion of Courthouse Carrara should prove of interest to you, please appear in City Hall Park at 12:30 on Thursday next. She lowered the note to look at me. And now we know, she said, her voice awed. We really know what happened in the park. I'm glad Ira didn't. She lifted the note again and read the portion below the fold. That the sending of this should cause the destruction by fire of the entire world. Oh, what's the missing word? Seems well-nigh incredible. Yet it is so, and the fault and the guilt, she paused to indicate the second missing word or words, mine, and can never be denied or escaped. So, with this wretched souvenir of that event before me, I now end the life which should have ended then. Kate slid the note back into its envelope. Do whatever it is they're sending you back for, Si, but find out from me what that note means. That's why you're ignoring Danziger, isn't it? You've got to go back. You can't help it. And I nodded. Esterhazy had the good grace in the morning not to have taken over Dr. Danziger's office. We met in Rube's little cubbyhole, Rube in shirt sleeves behind his desk, tilted far back in his swivel chair, hands clasped behind his head, grinning at me.
Esterhazy half sat, half leaned against a corner of Rube's desk, very neat, almost military, in a gray gabardine suit, white shirt, and dark tie. I sat on the one chair facing both of them. I was to go back and resume, was about all they had to say. They wanted to know what else I could learn about Andrew Carmody and what happened between him and Jake Pickering. The historians especially wanted to know, Rube said. They already had a team of 2 historians with a couple of post-grad student assistants at the Library of Congress digging up whatever they could on his relationship with Cleveland, and a second similar team at the National Archives. Anything I could learn might expand or illuminate whatever they should find out. The end result of this pilot test project, it was hoped, would be a workable method for enlarging our entire knowledge of history. On my way back to the Dakota, Rube drove me. I told myself I was doing the right thing, the only thing, that there was no defect in the arguments I'd listened to and had made myself. But if that was true, I had to wonder, why did I feel I was doing wrong? And why, if I was so sure of what I was doing, hadn't I talked to Dr. Danziger? There'd been time to phone him, there still was, but I knew I wasn't going to. It had become habit, leaving the Dakota, to walk out and back into the winter of 1882. I was used to the process now. There were no longer any doubts that it would happen lingering in my mind. Without questioning it, I simply knew I was back and accepted it. So it seemed natural, stepping up onto the curb into Central Park, it had snowed during the day, to see horse-drawn sleighs, dozens and dozens and endless more dozens of them then, gliding along every park roadway as far as I could see. It was a great sight, and walking along the path, I felt that every sense was stirred, and I was suddenly keenly aware of the winter actuality of it. My face felt the sharp, clean air press onto my cheeks as I walked, and my lungs tasted it, clear and cold. Nearly every passing horse carried harness bells, and the winter air was bright with their sound, the drum of hooves and the hiss of runners electrically exciting. And there was a special quality, a happy nostalgia, in the sound, high and faintly muffled, of voices outdoors in new snow. A maroon enameled sleigh, passing close, had side panels painted with winter scenes. Some of the horses wore whisks of dyed horsehair or feathers, and I swear that the eyes of every man and woman and child who jingled past me were smiling with the pleasure of the moment. I stopped on the path and made a quick sketch of the scene. Much later I finished it, working very carefully in the style of the period, because it seemed appropriate. It's on the next page. You can see the Dakota in the background, and I wish you could hear the silvery sound of the wonderfully elaborate harness bells mounted on the horses' backs.
Off across the park, as I approached, they were skating on the pond, and everywhere the park swarmed with kids, belly flopping onto low wooden sleds, smaller kids bundled to the ears on high, spraddle-runnered sleds pulled by older sisters, brothers, or adults. One such passed me, pulled by a white-bearded man whose clothes, gaiters, very skinny pants, a strange dull silk top hat that flared out at the top, were years out of fashion. He must have been far into his 70s, pulling that sled through the snow, and he was smiling. Like everyone else I could see in the entire park, he was having fun. So was I, and I was suddenly happy to be alive here, in this place at this time and moment. I was happy, I realized, to be back. But I didn't look forward to returning to 19 Gramercy Park. This was Sunday, and Jake Pickering could be home. So I stopped at a saloon on West 57th Street. Its front door was locked, in deference to the Sunday closing law, I learned, after following 2 men in through a side door. There I had some soup and 2 huge sandwiches. I wanted to keep the greetings and questions, and especially my first encounter with Jake, as brief as possible, going up to my room immediately afterward and saying I wasn't hungry at supper time. But when I turned the corner, 2 big sleighs stood before the house. Felix Greer and a girl I didn't know sat in the front seat of the first one, Felix holding the reins, the girl with Felix's new birthday camera cradled in her lap. Byron Doverman was just helping a young woman into the rear seat. Julia was coming down the steps, carefully because of a layer of new snow, and right beside her, Jake, in top hat and dark overcoat with a lamb's wool collar, held her elbow. Maud Torrance was just behind them, and up on the stoop, Aunt Ada stood locking the front door. They saw me before I could turn away, calling and beckoning. Felix, out of his mind with excitement over the girl I imagined, yelled down the street at me, "Welcome home! Just in time for the sleighing party! Mr. Pickering's rented 2 sleighs!" Waving back feebly, trying to smile as I walked on toward them, I was slamming together an excuse in my mind. tired out, long train ride, coming down with La Grippe. Because of course I couldn't ride the fifth wheel with the two bachelors and their dates, and to ride in the other sleigh, Pickering glowering, then doing God only knew what crazy thing, was impossible. They surrounded me then, Felix leaping out of his sleigh to grab my free hand, the questions popping: how was my brother? How was my family? Welcoming me back. Byron grabbing my hand next. Everyone so plainly glad to see me that I felt my eyes smart. And then my hand was grabbed again, and Jake was pumping it, happily grinning at me. I was trying to respond. My brother was unexpectedly much better. All was well at home. Glad to be back. But I was staring at Jake, astounded. His big brown eyes were warm and friendly, and his smile, as he stood shaking my hand, was real, as obviously sincere as the others. Julia was smiling at me, so really pleased, my heart jumped. She shook my hand, so did Maud, and when Aunt Ada took my hand, she leaned forward and kissed me on the cheek. And with that, I suddenly wanted to go with these people, wanted nothing else more. Aunt Ada took my bag to unlock the door and set it inside, and Byron and Felix introduced me to their dates. Felix's very young and pretty, Byron's older, and though her face was pocked, an attractive woman, looking quietly intelligent. They politely asked me to ride with them, but before I could reply, Jake was saying no. I had to ride with them, taking me by the elbow, urging me to climb in. And when Julia suggested I ride up front with them, Jake agreed enthusiastically, asking if I wanted the ribbons, meaning the reins, I realized. I simply gave up trying to figure out what was happening. Jake, I assumed, was a manic depressive, an emotional pendulum, and I was glad and relieved to let it go at that. He took the reins after I refused with thanks. The horses would have turned and laughed if I'd tried to drive them. Maud and Aunt Ada sat in back, Julia in front between Jake and me. There's something keenly intimate, I discovered, in being pressed snugly against a girl, waist to knees, underneath a robe. Tucking the robe in on my side, I glanced at Jake, but he was grinning, hands on the reins, ready to go. It wasn't quite comfortable, pressed shoulder to shoulder, and I brought up my left arm and laid it along the back of the seat behind Julia. But I was careful not to actually touch her. There was no point, no future, in dwelling on how nice it was this close beside her, and I made myself think of the scene, the snow-mounded black iron fence and trees and shrubbery of Little Gramercy Park beside us. "Ready?" Felix yelled over his shoulder, and Jake exuberantly shouted back that he was. Their reins snapped simultaneously, both teams dug in, and the harness bells came to life. The runners sliding easily, the horses eased back. Then, at a second snap of the reins as we rounded the corner onto 21st Street, they tossed their heads, snorting jets of warm breath, and began to trot, obviously enjoying themselves. And now the harness bells sang. All I can really tell you about the rest of that day and the evening is that it was magical, a dream. The white streets of Manhattan were filled with sleighs. The air everywhere was alive with the music of their bells. And if that sounds overly lyrical, I can't help it. The weekday wagons and vans were gone. Even the horse-drawn buses and cars were rare. The streets and sidewalks were given over to people. On the walks, they were pulling kids on sleds, throwing snowballs, making snowmen, children, adults, old men and women, laughing, calling to each other. And in the streets, we passed and were passed by every kind of sleigh, and we called to them and they to us. We raced them sometimes. Once, going up Fifth Avenue, we raced 3 teams abreast, drivers on their feet, whips cracking, girls shrieking, for nearly 2 blocks before, sleighs coming the other way, we had to fall into single file, cheering and shouting. Heading north, somewhere in the 50s, Felix's sleigh, half a block behind, Jake turned impulsively into a cross street just as a sleigh coming south swung in too. Bells jingling, we trotted along side by side, grinning at each other. It was a big green enameled swan's neck affair, a beautiful sleigh. They were 5 kids in their late teens and early 20s, and one of the girls, in a red and white knitted cap tied under her chin, began singing, "Dashing through the snow, in a one-horse open sleigh, over the field we go." And then all 10 of us, everyone but me knowing all the words, came in on, laughing all the way. To the exact rhythm of our horses' hooves and the jounce of our bells, we lined it out. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing. And it was, oh Lord, it was, a sleighing song tonight.
Then we roared it. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. For 2 blocks, people on the walks calling out to us, kids throwing snowballs at us, we sang. Beside me, Julia's voice was high, a soprano, very clear, very sweet and lovely, the white mist of her breath punctuating every phrase. Maud was nearly inaudible, and Ada surprisingly youthful and good, Jake a rumbling baritone, and I guess I was a sort of lost-in-the-shuffle tenor. At the corner, the kids swung south. Waving and yelling at each other, we headed north toward Central Park, both sleighs continuing to sing as long as each could hear the other. Felix caught up with us, and in the park he took the lead, and we all flew along the curving roads with hundreds of other sleighs. Fast as we moved, sleighs raced past us, hooves drumming, the runners on one side sometimes actually lifting from the snow on the curves.
Some of the drivers carried what the others said were fish horns, brass horns they occasionally raised and blew into, producing a single mournful yet somehow exciting blast of brassy sound that hung in the air for a moment afterward. Ahead, Felix pulled over for a shot of the roadway, and we waited behind him as he focused the big red leather and varnished wood camera, the brass fittings gleaming in the winter light. It came out good, and when I saw it later I asked him for a copy, which he gave me. This is it, and I can't even look at it without smiling with pleasure. Half a mile farther on, Felix saw another shot he wanted, and as we waited behind him and I saw what he was taking, the shot below, I agreed. He had a good eye. They didn't notice us. The mother was getting out a handkerchief for the boy on the sleigh, and I heard the child in the carriage call the older woman Nanny. While Felix was taking the shot, I walked over to their sleigh. When he finished, I told him I'd seen an apartment building across the park at 72nd Street that I admired, and asked if he'd take a picture of it for me. "The Dakota," he said. "Sure, only you take it," and he handed me the camera. I hesitated, but I did want to use it and thanked him, and he showed me how to load in a new dry plate. Halfway across the park, I asked Jake to stop, and, Felix helping, I took the photo on the opposite page. I like it. It shows how alone the Dakota was. But I didn't allow too well for reflected light from the ice, and, embarrassingly, it's overexposed. There was a man in the middle foreground, for example, wearing a silk topper, and I don't know if you can see him. We moved on, closer to the Dakota, and it was a simple camera, really, and a good one. I set it on a stone pillar for a time exposure because the light was failing, and I got a beauty. This one. I couldn't do better with a Leica, Graflex, or anything else, in fact. On through the park then, and out, and far up past it, out into actual open countryside, astoundingly still on Manhattan Island, until finally we stopped at a big wooden inn called Gabe Case's. It was full dark now, the inn brilliant with light, shining out on the snow in long quartered rectangles, and the place was filled. There were surely 50 sleighs in a great outside shed, the horses tethered and blanketed. Inside, every table was occupied, the place jammed, the roar of voices and laughter so loud it was almost impossible to talk. Felix had called to me, and I worked my way over to his group, losing mine. We had sandwiches and hot wine. Standing up, there wasn't a table empty, talking a little over the roar, but mostly just grinning at each other out of sheer sparkling excitement and joy. It was an extraordinary afternoon and night, worth a news story in the Times next morning, headed "On the Road. Thousands of merry revelers enjoying the slang," and it said, "Those persons who owned cutters, ancient sleighs, old piano box sleighs, or any kind of a conveyance on runners, and those who could afford to hire them and were able to sit in them yesterday behind high-bred trotters or horses of low degree, had an opportunity to enjoy themselves after a fashion of their own over the driveways in the Central Park or on the splendid avenues leading out of it." The sleighing was good through Broadway, Fifth Avenue, and all the avenues in the city where there are no streetcar tracks. The snowfall gave to the roads the best covering of the season for sleighing, and thousands took advantage of it. A large number of noted horses were on the road, and merchants, bankers, politicians, and professional horsemen passed each other in jolly good humor. Commissioner of Public Works, Hubert O. Thompson, in a delicate cutter, was an object of much interest as he drove in a gentle manner a powerful horse. Commissioner of Jurors, George Caulfield, driving a sorrel horse, showed Mr. Thompson the way into Gabe Case's shed, and the latter stepped from his cutter and seemed to thank Mr. Caulfield for saving his life.
Police Justice J. Henry Ford flew over the snow in a stylish cutter drawn by a fast horse and was not persuaded to stop. John Murphy, the professional driver, sat behind his bay mare Modesty and flew by like the wind. He was followed by Frank Work with his team Edward and Swiveller, Joseph Doyle with his wonderful mare Annie Pond, William Vassar with Red and Black and Keno, John DeMott in the most handsome cutter on the road, drawn by the bay gelding Charlie, Samuel Sniffen with his Blackwood Queen, General J. Nye with his Gary Owen, Salvine Bradley with his team Jack Sloat and Hen Seaman, Ike Woodruff with his Dan Smith, James Kelly with his brown mare Codfish, Robert J. Dean with a party in a large sleigh, and John Barry with his sorrel gelding Gossip. After dark, when the whole country was white and bright in the moonlight, and the street lamps for miles around seemed like so many lightning bugs on parade, the fun was at its height, and great sleighs crowded with laughing and singing young men and women were rapidly moving in all directions. We drove home through that night. The others had been waiting for me when we came out of Gabe Case's, and though a wind had come up and it was turning colder, we were snug under our robes, and we sang softly "The Spanish Cavalier" and, very softly and slowly, "Bring Back My Bonnie to Me." In the park, the snow sparkled, and below it, the buildings of Fifth Avenue were awash and mysterious with moonlight, and we drove down through the city marveling. One scene we passed stayed in my mind, and much later I made a watercolor of it. On the opposite page is the scene as I remember it, and I wish I could really show the wonderful actuality of it. Past the great walls presently of the reservoir at 5th and 42nd, where someday I knew, but the others did not, that the main public library would stand. Down 5th, past Madison Square, and I wish there had been light enough for Felix to photograph it, the right arm of the Statue of Liberty, the knuckles of the hand and the tip of the flame mounded with new snow. Then we swung east on 23rd Street toward Gramercy Park, and I said, "Mr. Pickering, thank you. It's been one of the finest evenings I ever spent." He nodded. He was smoking a cigar now, and whenever he puffed, the smoke flowed in a long, thinned-out ribbon over one shoulder. He said, "You're welcome, Morley. It was by way of a celebration, you know." Yes, I know, I thought, celebrating your chance to get rich through blackmail. Politely I said, "No, I didn't." He nodded again and leaned forward to get a good look at me across Julia's lap, and I saw something smug and self-satisfied in his eyes. "Yes," he said slowly. He'd postponed this deliberately for most of the evening, I realized later, prolonging the anticipation. Now he was tasting the pleasure of saying it. "We looked for you at Gabe's. I wanted you to join us in a toast." The cigar in one corner of his mouth, he grinned at the puzzlement in my face, waiting so long to answer it that Julia, impatiently I think, though her voice didn't show it, said it instead. "Mr. Pickering and I have become engaged to be married." After a moment, I said the right things, forming the proper facial expressions. Smiling, I reached across Julia to shake Jake's hand, congratulating him. Still smiling, I agreed with Aunt Ada and Maud that it was wonderful news. Then I grinned at Julia, but as I said, "I hope you'll be very happy," I felt the grin disappear from my eyes, and Julia saw it and merely nodded shortly, her lips compressing angrily. I asked when and where they were to be married, and sat as though listening to Jake and Aunt Ada respond, but I didn't hear them. Instead, during the few minutes before we pulled up at the curb before 19 Gramercy Park, I thought about several things.
I thought about the tattooed letters still healing on his chest that marked Jake for life with Julia's name. I'd never been a threat to his future with Julia. That wasn't possible. But he didn't know it, and maybe I might have been if things had been different. That much he'd sensed. Now, his chin and beard lifted high, grinning complacently, cigar smoke trailing over his shoulder. Jake finally had her. To him, I understood, this engagement was a binding contract. She was safe from all threats now, forever his. He really had been glad, triumphantly glad to see me. But more than Pickering, I thought about Julia, silent here beside me. I didn't believe she was a girl who wanted to be possessed the way Jake thought he possessed her. And I knew she couldn't live out her life and be happy with the kind of degraded human spirit that is able to blackmail. Yet I had to let it happen. Knowing what I knew about Jake Pickering, I had to smile and act pleased and let this warm, lovely, angry girl beside me marry him, and it would happen, destroy her life. "Dr. Danziger," I said silently, across the years that separated us, "do I have to?" But I knew what the answer was. You cannot interfere. It wasn't possible to just walk into the house when we reached it and go upstairs and to sleep. I hopped out of the sleigh to help Julia, her aunt, and Maud Torrance down, and they walked up the stairs calling good nights. Felix snapped his reins, and he and Byron left in their sleigh to drive their dates home or wherever they were going. Jake stayed in his sleigh to return it to the livery stable, and I think the women assumed I was riding with him. But when the door closed behind them, I made a little saluting gesture of farewell to Jake and turned toward the stairs. When Jake flicked his reins and drove off, I turned back and walked quickly onto 3rd Avenue. I didn't know where I was going. I only knew I had to think. And I walked along down 3rd, dark and very nearly deserted, for several blocks. But the wind was much stiffer now, the temperature sharply lower and still dropping, I thought. It was snowing again, but now it was a hard, pellet-like snow, nicking into my face with the wind, gritty underfoot. It wasn't a good night for walking, and at 16th Street I looked back over my shoulder and a streetcar was trundling along toward me, the horse's head bent to the wind, the kerosene lanterns flickering at the front of the car. It stopped for me, I got on the front platform, and the horse leaned into his collar, his metal-shod hoofs slipping and sliding heavily in the snow till we got rolling again. Tonight, in this kind of weather with very few passengers, it was a bobtail car, a term I'd heard Byron Doverman use, meaning there was no conductor. Here, on the open platform where the driver could watch it, hung a fare box, and I dropped in my nickel, opened the door, and stepped in, closing the door against the wind. There was only one other passenger, a derby-hatted, walrus-mustached man reading the Evening Sun. I walked down the aisle, crunching dirty wet straw under my feet, and sat down. The tin-shaded lamp hanging from the ceiling smoked badly, and the kerosene smell was very strong. We rolled along through the windy night, and I sat staring absently out at the shabby little 3rd Avenue stores, a few with dim gaslights far back in the interiors, many with hitching posts and tin-roofed canopies over the walks. Some of the blocks we passed through looked like sets in a Western movie. I'd seen all this before, and in a way it wasn't much to look at. And yet I stared, never really tired of looking at, never entirely losing the thrill and wonder at being here in this strange New York. I once talked with a friend who'd spent a vacation in Paris. Like most people, he'd loved the city, walking it every day till his legs trembled, pleased with nearly everything he saw. But it wasn't till he'd been there nearly 2 weeks that one morning Paris and its people suddenly became something more than a background for his vacation. He was sitting in a cafe, out on the walk, having a tiny cup of Paris-tasting, Paris-smelling coffee, watching traffic stream by, pleased as always with the countless people on bikes expertly threading their way between and around the cars and buses and trucks. Then a traffic light changed, the stream stopped and waited, and a man on a bike, 1 foot on the pavement, lifted his arm and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. And he turned real. In that instant, he was no longer a quaint part of a charming background. He turned into a real man, tired from pumping that bike. And for the first time it occurred to my friend that there was a reason so many people picturesquely rode bikes through the heavy traffic. And the reason was to save bus fare and because they couldn't afford cars. After that, for the few days that were left to him there, my friend continued to enjoy Paris. But now it was no longer an immense travel poster, but a real city, because now so were its people. Here in the 3rd Avenue car, my feet ankle-deep in dirty straw, but still cold, toes a little numb, I caught a glimpse through the window of the closed door ahead of the driver as he drew back on the reins to bring the car to a stop. A middle-aged woman, her face as Irish as an anti-Irish cartoon on a back page of most any Harper's Weekly, climbed aboard. She wore a heavy knitted shawl over her gray hair that covered her shoulders too. She had no other coat. She carried a basket on one arm. As she opened the door, the cold air rolling in and stirring the straw in the aisle, I heard the horse's hoofs slipping and clattering for a purchase, heard the crack of the driver's whip, and just as the door closed, I saw the driver's body move as he stamped his feet, hearing the muffled sound of it, and he suddenly turned real for me as I understood how cold he must be out there on that open platform. And then the city too turned real. This car, no longer a quaint museum piece of the future,
but of the here and now, solid, scarred, uncomfortable, dirty because the straw on the floor was stained with tobacco spit, driven by a harassed, overworked man and pulled by a badly treated animal. It was cold out on that platform, I knew that, but I got up, walked up front, slid open the door, and stepped out, pulling the door closed behind me. I had to talk to this man. I had the sense not to start right in. I stood there at his right, staring ahead over the horse's swaying rump down the cobbled street under the gloom of the overhead L-tracks. My eyes were squinted against the steady pressure of air from our forward motion, and it was so cold they instantly began watering. There were frequent little gusts of a nasty crosswind, and I watched it sift little creeping skims of hard snow onto and off the car tracks. The driver had glanced at me suspiciously. Why would I come out here when I didn't have to? And I'd glanced back at him, smiling slightly. He wore a flat-topped round cloth cap with a flap that covered his neck and ears, and over it a ragged can muffler tied under his chin. He had an immense drooping mustache. He wore a heavy tanned cloth coat, very worn. One big pocket, in which a bandana was stuffed, was half torn off. He had heavy boots, heavy encrusted mittens, and as many clothes, obviously, as he could fit under that coat, so that his body was shapeless. The wavering light from the lanterns hanging from the front of the car shone upward onto his face, and it took me a minute or so after I'd glanced at him to realize that he wasn't old. But his face was permanently gorged, threaded with tiny broken veins, the color of uncooked old beef. He just stood there, reins loose in his hands most of the time, facing the cold. I couldn't understand why the platform should be open.
Ahead, a light delivery van with a lighted lantern hung under its rear axle trundled onto 3rd from a cross street, and, its wheels finding the smoother going of the tracks, settled down into them. It moved a bit slower than we. The car driver clanged his footbell, and the wagon speeded up. "Cold," I said then, hunching my shoulders momentarily. It wasn't really a stupid comment, but just a word uttered aloud in recognition of his presence. "Yep, it's cold," he said sardonically. I was silent for half a dozen hoofbeats. "Do you ever get used to it?" I said then. "After a while? I don't think I could stand it myself." "Used to it? Well, I should smile." He thought about that for a second or two. "Nah, you don't get used to it. You just get so you can stand it, that's all. If you want to get an idea of what real cold is, just hire yourself out to drive a streetcar in winter. If I was getting up an expedition to the North Pole and wanted a lot of men who could stand the climate, I'd take them from the drivers on the surface roads. Because a man who can stand this sort of service can stand anything." It was a burst of talk. I had the feeling I was the first passenger in a while to give him the chance. He stood silent for half a block. Then at a cross street, a blast of wind just shrieked across the platform, so impossibly cold the horse actually staggered, and I simply turned my back to it, shoulders hunched, and suffered. I didn't think I could take it, and wanted to go back inside, but didn't. It made him smile a little, made him talk again when he saw I wasn't going in. "Feels pretty cold, don't it? I see you stamp your feet and put your hands in your pockets. You stay here very long and you'll be pretty well frozen out and glad to get near a stove to warm yourself. But I have to do this all day long, stand out here and face the wind and sleet till my hands are frozen so stiff I can't feel the reins, and my nose has no more feeling in it than an icicle. How long do you work? 14 hours a day is my working time, and sometimes longer, after the car is washed out and everything attended to. Don't give a fellow much chance to see his family, does it?" I said no, it didn't, and he nodded and said, "How much do you think we make?" The dam was gone now, the torrent loose. I just shook my bead. $1.90 a day, or a little more for the long routes to Harlem. That is the best we can possibly do. We're supposed to make 7 trips a day at 27 1/7 cents a trip. If the cars are blocked and we don't make so many trips, it is so much out of our pay. You just think about supporting a wife and children on $1.90 a day. Most of us work on Sundays. Poor people can't afford to rest on the Sabbath in a great city like this. Sometimes when I do have a Sunday off, I go to church and take my wife and the children. It seems respectable, somehow, to go. And then the minister gets up and talks about the gratitude we ought to feel to God for all the blessings He gives us and how thankful we ought to be that we live through His mercy. It may be very true as far as he is concerned, but I often think, and I don't mean to be ungrateful or irreverent, that most people in this world have very little to be thankful for, and very little reason to thank God for life at all. 9/10 of the people in New York find scarcely a moment in their lives which they can call their own, and see mighty little but misery from one year's end to the other. He was troubled, deeply. His voice showed it. There was an almost inadmissible yet inescapable contradiction he couldn't get out of his mind. How is it possible for me to thank God in my heart for the food He gives me and for life, while every morsel I eat I earn with my toil and even suffering? There may be a providence for the rich man, but every poor man must be his own providence. As for the value of life, we poor folks don't live for ourselves at all. We live for other people. I often wonder if the rich man who owns great blocks of stock in the road and reckons his wealth in the millions does not sometimes think, as he sits at his well-filled table and looks at the happy faces of his children, of the poor car driver who toils for his benefit for $1.90 a day and is lucky if he tastes meat twice a week and can give the little ones at home warm clothes and blankets for the winter. Cold, you say. Well, people can get used to anything, I suppose, and we get so used to the cold after a while that maybe we don't mind it much. They used to let us sit down, but a couple of winters ago a man was frozen to death. The car came into the depot, and the driver was found on his stool stiff and stark, with one hand on the brake and the reins in the other. He had dozed off, and he never woke up. He was a lucky man. The worst place he could go to was warm at least, though I've heard the Eskimos think hell is a cold place. Anyway, he never was obliged to drive a car again at $1.90 a day. After that, what did the company do? Close in the platforms? No, that costs money. A rule was passed that employees should not be allowed to sit down, lest they go to sleep and freeze to death. They say it's a very pleasant way to die, and I believe it, for more than once I've felt myself dozing off and becoming insensible to the cold. But I roused myself and stamped to keep awake, for I thought of the little ones. At least they don't sleep in the hay barges, as they might have to if I was gone. Hay barges? He looked at me angrily for not knowing. Where do you think the boys, and yes, the girls too, who shine your shoes and sell you papers in the daytime, sleep at night? They're orphans, most of them, or kids nobody wants and left to shift for themselves. A few of them sleep in the newsboys' homes and the like, but most sleep anywhere they can. Go down to the East River right now and shine a light on the hay barges, hundreds of them, tied along the docks and shore. And you'll see the boys, some say thousands, and I think so too, though nobody rightly knows, curled up in little nests they scratch up for themselves, and some of them not 5 years old. So I learned to stand the cold for the sake of my own. Sometimes I try to keep warm by an occasional dram of whiskey, but I find the reaction makes you feel all the colder afterward. Up ahead, a man in a derby wearing a heavy pullover sweater, the top of his gray winter underwear visible at the neck, came running out of a saloon toward the car stop at the corner. As the car slowed for the stop, I decided to get off and stepped down onto the boarding step, wondering what to say to the driver. Good luck? I didn't think so. I didn't think he was ever going to have any. The car stopped, and I looked back over my shoulder at the driver. "Goodbye," I said, and he nodded. "Goodbye." During my time in the Army, I was taught how to use your eyes at night. You don't look directly at what you're trying to see. Instead, you look off to the side at something else. Then, from the corner of your eye, what you really want to see will come clearer. Sometimes the mind works in the same indirect way when you let a problem alone, not forcing an answer. I walked over to Broadway, found a hansom at the Metropolitan Hotel, and by the time I got back to Gramercy Park, I knew what I had to do. It was a long ride up the dark, deserted business section of Broadway, but I was out of the wind, wrapped to the waist in a heavy fur robe that was a little mangy, a little smelly, but after a while, cozy and warm. The steady, unvarying clop-clop, clop-clop, clop-clop of the horse's hoofs, muffled by the steamed-over window glass, was hypnotic, and the thoughts rose in my mind without effort. The city had been a magical place earlier this evening, filled with sleighs and the sound of singing and genuine laughter. But now, late at night, I understood that it was also the city of the streetcar driver I'd just talked to, and that while I'd been dashing through Central Park in Jake's sleigh, countless lost children were hunting places to sleep at the bottoms of East River hay barges. And now the city was no longer only an exotic background to my own strange adventure. Now it was real, and now I finally understood that I was really here in these times, and that these people were alive, and that so was Julia. Observe, don't interfere. It was a rule easy to formulate and of obvious necessity at the project, where the people of this time were only ghosts long vanished from reality, nothing remaining of them but odd-looking sepia photographs lying in old albums or in nameless heaps shoved under antique store counters and cardboard boxes. But where I was now, they were alive. Where I was now, Julia's life wasn't long since over and forgotten. It still lay ahead, and was as valuable as any other. That was the key. If in my own time I couldn't stand by and allow the life of a girl I knew and liked to be destroyed if I could prevent it, I finally knew that I couldn't do it here either. Would it be destroyed? I thought about it, and the cab swung off Broadway at Union Square, toward 4th Avenue, and I wiped the mist from the window with a sleeve, and saw a theater sign under glowing yellow globes. Tony Pastor's new 14th Street Theater, it said, and on easel posters at every entrance, Patience, or The Stage-Struck Maiden. See Miss Lillian Russell, a gratifying success, an artistic gem. And I had an impulse to stop and see the last of the play, but I had too much to think about. Even though I'd known Julia only a matter of hours, actually, I was certain I knew something about her. If you have the ability to make a true portrait of someone, you will learn more about her in the making of it than you otherwise might over days and even weeks of casual acquaintance. I've always appreciated the story you read now and then about the psychiatrist, who he would have been called an alienist then, who stood staring at a portrait painted by Sargent or Whistler, I don't remember which. It was a portrait of a man who had been his patient, and after the alienist had studied it for 20 minutes, he nodded and said, "Now I understand what was wrong with him." Well, I'm not Whistler or Sargent, I haven't their talent or insight. But to capture the person on paper or canvas, you must observe more than the camera can see. And yes, I did know that for the particular person who was Julia Charbonneau, a life as the wife of Jacob Pickering would change the face I drew into one of permanent bitter unhappiness, and I simply was not going to allow that. The consequences to the future of interference with the past? I shrugged. There were always consequences to any future of every act in the past. To affect the course of an event in my own time was to affect still another future unimaginably, yet we all did it every moment of our lives. And now the future, which was my own time, was going to have to take its chances. Because now I knew that I just wasn't going to let Julia go down the drain as though somehow she didn't matter but we did. I swayed as the cab turned onto 20th Street, and then a block later onto Gramercy Park. And as it slowed and stopped before number 19, I was smiling. I knew now that I was going to find a way somehow to break Julia's engagement to Jake Pickering. And who could say, it had occurred to me, that the consequences to my own time, if any, wouldn't be an improvement. It was a time that could stand some. I was out on the streets in the morning right after a breakfast I could hardly sit still long enough to eat. Aunt Ada served it, along with the Times, but I didn't even try to read. I couldn't do anything, really, but think over and over. This is the day. Tonight at 12, Pickering and Carmody would meet in City Hall Park. Nothing could keep me from being there too. And I felt I knew intuitively that I was finally going to know what the note in the blue envelope meant. The destruction by fire of the entire world. The words were senseless. They didn't mean anything. Only they did. On a day far in the future, Andrew Carmody would put a bullet through his head because of them. I don't know how I could have been so stupid, so just plain dumb, but it seemed to me I had nothing to do but fill in the day somehow till it was time to leave for the meeting in the park. I went upstairs and got Felix's camera from his room.
He'd said I could, urged me in fact, and last night at Gabe Case's had repeated the offer. The camera used dry plates, which he kept in a box in his closet. He had 24 of them, so I filled his little varnished wood carrying case with them. It held 10, and I put another in the camera. There were pictures all over town that I wanted. Manhattan Island is small. You can cover it from one end to the other in a day. So I took the L down to the Battery first. There was a wheat for the train, and I got all focused. The camera had a sliding bellows of red leather, very nice to adjust. I stood waiting for a train then, and out of nowhere, a sudden stab of worry pricked my mind. Was there something I ought to be doing, of the utmost importance, instead of this? But the platform was trembling minutely. Far down the tracks, a train had appeared, from downtown, but it didn't matter to my shot, and I had the camera up, holding it steady till the train moved into focus. This is the shot I got, and by the time I had it and had changed plates, the unresolved doubt had drifted from my mind. Battery Park was pleasant, a lot of snow, but the paths had been cleared. I saw a scattering of newly arrived immigrants there, getting their first look at the country, and I couldn't resist a shot of them. I took the L up to the Brooklyn Bridge then, a real tourist, and climbed the tower by a set of wooden ladders, careful never to look down till I stepped out onto the top of the tower. Without giving myself any chance to think, I started right on across a little temporary wooden suspension bridge strung high over the unfinished permanent roadway. But the thing swayed. The handhold was nothing but thin cable wire, and there wasn't a thing, if you tripped, to keep you from falling off and down, down, down. It was impossibly high, swinging in a chill winter breeze. With my eyes on the wooden planking along which my feet shuffled, hardly daring to lift, I couldn't help looking between the cracks at the lead-gray river infinitely far below, and the horribly empty spaces of the roadway. 10 steps, and I couldn't go on. I turned around, and 2 men were walking toward me. There was no room to sidle past them and back to the tower. If I tried, I knew I'd fall. Over a period of time that went on and on and on forever, I forced myself through step after step, the thin handhold sliding through my clenched hand till my palm was raw and black with dirt. Then, finally, I stepped off onto the top of the Brooklyn Tower, wonderfully solid under my feet, beautifully wide, and I stood swallowing, feeling the sweat of imminent disaster drying on my face. This is the shot I got up there, and I'm proud of it. The 2 men who had been walking across the bridge behind me, I saw, had stopped in the middle for the view, one of them actually leaning back against the wire handhold. I could hardly look at him. But isn't it a tremendous view? That's Trinity off in the distance to the far left. I felt great now, very glad that bravely, I tried to tell myself, made the trip across. But I took the ferry back to Manhattan. And within 50 yards I was deep in the slums, and within 2 blocks had seen far more than I wanted to see. The one photograph I took there will show you why. The sidewalks were clear of snow, but were filled with trash barrels as though there hadn't been a collection in weeks, as I expect there hadn't.
And the streets were worse. The gutters piled with snow that was almost completely covered with mounds of garbage and refuse, dirt and filth of all kinds. Here's the shot I took. We don't care very much about what happens to our poor, but the 19th century cared even less, it seems to me. I suppose it was cowardly, but there was nothing at all I could do about this, and it was too depressing. Walking fast, I headed straight across town towards City Hall Park. I wanted out of there. When I reached Park Row, I glanced left, saw the Times building, and directly beside it, the building in which Jake had his secret office. And at the sight of it, the thought flared up in my mind like a rocket. They won't stay in the park. For a moment, I stood motionless on the walk. How could I have missed it? What kind of woolly-headed lack of thought had made me picture Pickering and Carmody sitting across the street there in the parkin in the dark of midnight? I turned onto Park Road toward the Potter Building, and I knew it was true. Jake wouldn't bring whatever documents he had into the park to be possibly taken by force by whomever Carmody might have hiding there. And he'd want to count the money besides. As for Carmody, he wouldn't be handing over the money till he'd actually examined Pickering's documents.
They'd go to Jake's office for this transaction. They had to. There was no way for me to overhear the meeting. I stopped on the walk and stood staring up at the building. I wasn't thinking of photographs now. The building hadn't changed. The upper stories were 4 identical rows of narrow arch-topped windows that had nothing to say to me. The storefronts of the street level were dirty windows as ever, their summer awnings ripped and torn, folded back to the wall, the grillwork protecting the windows rusting and flaking paint. They had no hope for themselves, and none to offer. I glanced up at the long, narrow signs identifying the offices of the chief tenants, which hung under some of the upper-story windows, like those on the faces of most lower Broadway buildings. They hung tilted outward, to be read from the street, and as I had once before, I read them again. Turf, Field, and Farm, said the raised gold letters on the long black-painted background hung under a row of fourth-floor windows. The Retailer, said another, and the Scottish American, a third. Under a row of third-floor windows hung Scientific American, and, with no more interest than I had in the rest, I glanced again at the sign I would never forget, the New York Observer. For no particular reason except to see the other faces of the building, which looked the same as the first, I walked around the building, along Beekman Street, then turned into Nassau Street, and I entered through the Nassau Street entrance. This time, when I stepped into the vestibule, there was no sound of sawing or pulling of nails, and when I climbed the stairs to the second floor, the doorway of the office I'd seen the carpenters in was closed. Not only closed, but now the doorway was solidly boarded across, floor to ceiling, and painted with warnings. Obviously, they'd finished removing the floor in there. Climbing to the third floor, I thought they might be working up there now, or about to begin, and that somehow this might give me the chance I needed. But everything looked the same on the third floor. If they'd been working up here since my last visit, they weren't now. The door was padlocked as before, the same red-painted warning across it. Once again I tried the door to Pickering's office, but without hope, and it was locked. Nothing had changed. I squatted down, looked in through the keyhole, and once again I saw the roll-top desk and the chair across the room before the tall, thin window, and the connecting boarded-up doorway to the right. Then I straightened and just stood there in the hall, helplessly. There was simply no way to get in. Yet I had to. I stood trying to think of everything I'd ever heard about breaking into a locked room. Slide a strip of plastic or celluloid into the door jamb, and it could push back the lock, said stories I'd read. But that was a kind of lock not in use yet. This was a different kind with no spring to push back. There was no way to get in. I stood in that narrow corridor, lighted by a single open-flame gas jet, staring angrily and stubbornly at that locked door. Someone came up and someone went down the staircase off to my right, and each time I turned, camera at my side, hanging by its strap now, and walked toward the main corridor as though I were leaving. When the footsteps receded, I returned. I couldn't leave. I was hypnotized. I thought wildly of such things as coming hand over hand down a rope from the roof to the window of room 27, or the closed-up room next to it, or of somehow climbing up into the half-finished elevator shaft to the underside of the third floor. And then what? I didn't know. I heard the preliminary rattle of a door about to be opened in my corridor and turned swiftly, walking to the stairs ahead of whoever came out of an office behind me. I went up the staircase, he went down. Then I turned and came back and once more stood helplessly and stubbornly in the corridor. A minute passed, I suppose. I knew I might as well leave, but couldn't. Soft shuffling footsteps, carpet slippers, so that I didn't hear them before they turned the corner into my corridor, sounded directly behind me, and I whirled around. The old janitor was walking slowly toward me, head ducked as he squinted at a little stack of letters he was shuffling through his hands. He hadn't seen me yet, but the moment he raised his head, he would. The corridor was much too narrow for me to sneak past him, and there was no other place I could go. I had time to arrange a pleasant smile. Then he looked up, stopped, and stood frowning at me. He'd seen me before, he knew that, but he couldn't place me. Then suddenly he remembered, and nodded. "Morning, Mr. Pickering. No mail for you." And he walked on past me, sliding envelopes under some of the numbered doors. Nothing happened inside my brain.
During the 15 seconds or so it took him to reach the end of the short corridor, turn and come back, I just stood looking at him. Again he looked up at me, and now he was irritated. "What's the matter? Forget your key?" he said, and before I could reply he was shaking his head in angry refusal. "Got no duplicate, not for that door. Supposed to have and used to have, yes, but it's gone now. I can't help you. You'll have to go home and get your own. I got no time." I was grinning, genuinely, when I interrupted him. "Yes, you have," I said softly. "You've got a duplicate, and you know it, but it's a long way off, isn't it? Clear down in the basement." I had my note case out, and I took out a $1 bill. "But it's not as far as I'd have to go to get my own." I handed him the $1. "Come on," I said. "I'll go down with you and save you the trip back up again." 2 minutes later, climbing the stairs from the basement, I had the key with a dirty paper tag labeled 27 in my hand. But I didn't go upstairs with it. I walked straight through the building, out onto Park Row, and next door in the Times building, I found the locksmith whose sign I remembered, near Nash Crook's restaurant in the basement floor. He charged me 10 cents to cut a duplicate, and I walked back tying the paper tag back onto the original key. 15 minutes after he'd given it to me, I handed it back to the janitor whom I found distributing the second-floor mail. Walking up to the third floor, I realized that I should have tested the duplicate first, but it worked fine. It rattled into the keyhole, caught the tumblers smoothly, revolved, then I turned the knob and stepped into Jake Pickering's secret office. It was filled with filing cabinets, 13 of them, I counted, set side by side around the 4 walls.
They were of yellow oak, 3 drawers high, each drawer with a vertical metal handle. They were scratched and worn, bought second or third hand, it occurred to me. Together with the desk and the chair under the window, they filled 2/3 of the little office's floor space. I'd taken the key from the lock and closed the door behind me. Now I stood listening for a moment. All quiet, and I locked the door. Then, as quietly as possible, I began pulling file drawers open at random. Some were very heavy, completely full or nearly so. Most were at least half or a quarter filled. 1 or 2 contained only a few inches of papers, and in one of these there was also a pair of rubber overshoes, and in another lay a half-full quart bottle labeled Eagle Whiskey. The files were extremely neat, no dog-ears of paper sticking out at the tops or sides, and they were separated by tabbed dividers that were very carefully, almost beautifully, printed in either black or red ink. Mostly these markings were combinations of letters or letters and numbers, such as LL4, D, A678, NN, and so on. There was no consistency I could detect. Every drawer held a dozen or more such tabs, and with no understandable relationships in the markings. I also saw a tab marked Repeat, another said Undiv. Both, and another was marked. Without lifting any of the papers out, I looked at some of them. Just as Pickering had told Carmody, there were invoices, a lot of them, hundreds and maybe thousands in the 13 cabinets. And there were receipts and memoranda. There were occasional letters, some on business letterheads illustrated with black and white drawings of home offices or of factories proudly pouring black smoke from every chimney. And there were what looked to be actual signed contracts, folded and tied with red tape. I couldn't tell how the papers were grouped. Every file I looked at, no matter how labeled, contained papers bearing dozens or scores of dissimilar names. The desk's roll top was up, and I sat down and looked into the pigeonholes and the small upper drawers, touching nothing, just looking. There was a bottle of Daly's Best Bookkeeping ink, red, and another of black. A little round cardboard box of steel pen nibs, 3 wooden pen holders, all of them chewed at the ends, a scrap of red and black stained rag obviously used as a pen wiper, 5 unused long blue envelopes, a tan rectangle of chewing tobacco marked with a red metal star, and a folded sheet of paper. This I did touch, taking it out and spreading it flat. The name Jacob Pickering had been written on it in black ink some 30 or 40 times, one under the other in a double column. All were clearly in the same handwriting, yet greatly varied in style, some much larger and more flowing than others, some very legible, others in a dashing scrawl. He'd been practicing his signature, searching for one he thought most impressive, and I was touched and felt ashamed to be sitting here searching through the man's belongings. I didn't stop, though, or consider it. I looked through the lower drawers on each side of the knee-hole,
and saw a cardboard box half filled with unused file dividers, a tumbler of very thick glass which I suspected had been stolen from a restaurant, a pair of leather slippers, 2 folded newspaper pages which I opened to find a couple of grease spots, some crumbs, and a dry peach pit, a paper sack containing some bread crusts, 4 or 5 soda crackers, and an apple going bad, and there was a head and shoulders sepia photograph mounted on stiff cardboard of Julia. I touched that, too, taking it out to hold up to the light from the window. It was good. It caught the shine and thickness of her hair, and the knowing, faintly mischievous look her eyes often had even in repose. I put it away and sat back, looking around the room. Squares and rectangles, slightly cleaner than the rest of the wall, marked where framed pictures or documents had once hung, and there was an upside-down banjo shape where a pendulum clock had been. Now the walls were naked, except for an advertising calendar marked Junius Roos, Son, printing inks, and bearing only the last leaf for December 1880. From the high ceiling hung an upside-down metal T-shape, from the ends of which 2 gas jets projected. The floor was bare wood. Beside my chair stood an extremely battered brass spittoon, and that was the office, with absolutely no place to hide. I walked over to the doorway that led into the next room. It was in the middle of the wall and completely boarded over with half-inch pine boards 5 or 6 inches wide and cut fairly neatly to proper length. But they were ordinary pine with plenty of knotholes, and were only roughly spaced with gaps of an inch or more between the boards. The nail heads had been left protruding 1/8 of an inch for easy removal. I'd seen a hardware store on Frankfurt Street a few doors down from Park Row, and I left now, locking the door. In 10 minutes I was back with a hammer, and I slid it through the gap under the bottom board into the empty room, then pushed it just out of sight around the corner. I knew now how I was going to not only overhear, but actually see tonight's meeting, only hours away now, and I left. There was one picture I wanted above all. It was the real reason I'd thought of taking Felix's camera along this morning. And now I took the 6th Avenue L to 23rd Street, walked a block east to the intersection of Broadway and 5th, and out in the street, protected by a marvelous candelabra-like street lamp, why was it ever removed? I set my camera on the rim of a large horse trough and took this time exposure to eliminate the heavy street traffic. And there it is, in the background at the right, the arm of the Statue of Liberty rising high over the trees of Madison Square. Here is an enlargement Felix made for me that shows the Statue of Liberty's arm more clearly. It was nearly noon, I was hungry, and I saw a saloon a dozen steps down 23rd Street. I went in, and it looked exactly the way I thought it ought to. A long bar and brass rail, an ornate mirrored back bar, and a table at the rear filled with food. There were stacks of bread, sliced meat, including ham, chicken, turkey, wild duck, and roast beef, potato salad, a big glass bowl filled with dozens of hard-boiled eggs, and pickles, relish, horseradish, mustard, and I know I've missed plenty of other things, sliced pickled beets for one. It was all free with a 5-cent stein of beer, which I ordered, and which tasted different from today's beer. There was much more taste to it, of malt or hops, I think, I'm not sure which. Sipping the beer, I stood eating all the lunch I could manage, and I read a big oak-framed sign over the back bar. Gilt letters against a black background on a shiny mirror-like glass surface. It read, "It chills my blood to hear the blessed supreme rudely appealed to on each trifling theme. Maintain your rank, vulgarity despise. To swear is neither brave, polite, nor wise. You would not swear on a bed of death. Reflect. Your maker now may stop your breath." Apparently I was the only one in the place who read it. No one else, including the bartender, cared for its sentiment, judging from their speech, and I think it was up there solely for its anti-WCTU propaganda value. There was a New York City directory lying at the end of the bar, and I pulled it over. Who was alive in New York City just now? Well, for one, I remembered from a college class in American literature, there was Edith Wharton. She'd be a young girl of 19 or 20 now, still unmarried, her family name Jones, observing the New York society she'd eventually write about. But there were 4 pages of Joneses, of course, and if I ever knew her father's first name, which I doubt, I didn't remember it now. Franklin Roosevelt, I knew, was born in 1882, or at least I thought so.
But not in January, and not in New York City. But I looked up Roosevelt anyway and found a dozen or so, including an Eliot and a James All Smith, an old-time politician my father used to rant about, was a boy somewhere on the Lower East Side now, but I didn't bother looking up Smith. I found Ulysses S. Grant listed as living at 3 East 66th Street. Walt Whitman wasn't listed. Did he live in Brooklyn? I couldn't remember. But General Custer's wife, Elizabeth B., was listed as widow and living at 148 East 18th Street, the Stuyvesant apartment building, maybe? I finished my lunch and was turning to leave when I remembered one more name, and I looked it up. It was there all right. Melville, Herman, Inspector, H. 104 E 26th. I walked on up to 26th and found 104 between 4th and Lexington on the south side of the street. It was a house, old and even now old-fashioned looking. I hung around outside it for a few minutes, walking slowly up and down 26th Street. I knew he was undoubtedly at work, somewhere in a customs shed along the river, and I didn't really know what he looked like anyway. I just had an idea that if he came along, I'd somehow know him, and I'd tell him that I liked Moby Dick very much, which would have been an exaggeration, though not entirely. This was sheer foolishness, and after a turn or two in front of the house, I left. I thought of taking a shot of the house, but it was nondescript, uninteresting, and I didn't have much film left. I'd have liked a picture of the man, though. At 35th and 5th, a bus just like the one Kate and I had ridden was approaching, and I had to take this shot of it, especially since I also got the A.T. Stewart mansion, there at the right, and the twin Astor houses off to the left. This is where the Empire State Building was to go up later. It's a pretty typical view of Fifth Avenue. The wrought iron railings there in the lower left corner all guard the stairways to the basement levels of a row of New York brownstones absolutely identical to similar rows that survive unchanged in the latter half of the 20th century. A thought broke the surface of my mind like a log breaking loose from the bottom of a lake and floating slowly up to the top. Julia. Well, what about her? I walked north on 5th. It was almost warm out now, a lot of blue sky showing through the gray. There was no problem about Julia. I'd settled that in my mind last night, and it was a decision I wasn't going to change. Yet a feeling of nameless worry persisted. I'd used over half my film, but when I reached 42nd Street, I had to have a photo of the Croton Reservoir. There was a set of rust-flecked iron rungs set into the stone wall at the corner of 5th and 42nd, and while I doubted that it was allowed, I climbed to the top. After the bridge, it was nothing. Up on top, standing at the corner looking south, I took the shot below. The reservoir there on the right, more brownstones on the left, exactly like those I mentioned further south. I think this view gives an even better idea of how narrow 5th was. Notice the sidewalks. They're of cut stone, not concrete. For a dozen seconds, I stood there on the Croton Reservoir, staring down at the carriage stopped at the curb in the lower left of the photo I'd just taken, but I wasn't really looking at it. There was something I was neglecting, and it was about Julia. But nothing happened in my mind, and when a woman came out of the house, the mansion really, to enter the waiting carriage below me, the liveried driver hopping down to open the door for her, I sighed, slung my camera over my shoulder, and climbed carefully down. At 44th Street, I took this. I feel certain that Ye Old Willow Cottage was a relic of colonial times. Inside Tyson's, entire carcasses were hanging, though in too much shadow to show on my film. In the fashionable 50s, the crowds were heavier, but I got a shot of William K. Vanderbilt's mansion, that's it in the center, looking brand new and built of dazzling white limestone. I walked clear up to the 70s along Central Park before turning back. I was in the area of small truck farms again, still largely unbuilt upon, and I knew from yesterday's sleigh ride that there was nothing much ahead but more and more open country. For variety on the way back, I walked over a block to Madison Avenue, turned south to walk back, and at 71st Street I stopped and took the following. Once again because, I'm not sure why this interested me so, I felt sure the farmhouse was a colonial relic still in use on Manhattan Island. That's the Museum of Natural History off there across Central Park, very clearly visible from here at the corner of 71st Street and Madison Avenue, of a strangely rural New York City. I had one plate left, and I used it down in the 40s, back in the built-up city again, and, for me anyway, it's the best of all.
Madison was a far quieter street than Fifth, but like Fifth, it had been promptly cleared of yesterday's snow, and every single stoop and inch of sidewalk, all these houses had servants, I'm certain, was long since shoveled and swept clean. It was so quiet I could hear my own footsteps, and in the afternoon warmth of this brief late January thaw, feeling the clear, sunny air on my face, the sky almost entirely blue now, I strolled along that peaceful, residential long-ago Madison Avenue, momentarily as happy as I've ever been. At 41st Street, a set of stone pillars flanking the stairs to a brownstone was flat on the tops, and I set Felix's camera on one of them. Taking my time then, focusing carefully, I took a picture that for me captures the quality I've tried to describe, of peace and tranquility and better times. 41st Street and Madison Avenue, an utterly different place and world in the latter 20th century. But I like it this way. I took my picture and walked on, and I can still hear the clip-clop behind me of the horse-drawn car you can see in the middle distance, and the footsteps on that cut stone walk of the long-skirted woman under the umbrella a block away. In those moments, the moments of this picture, I was in the one place in all the world that I wanted to be. And then, like a computer finally producing the right card, my mind said, how? How will you make Julia break her engagement? How can you explain what you know about Jake? And there was no answer. I began walking faster as though that would help, down toward Gramercy Park and Julia. But I slowed again. It was an easy decision last night, but now? What in the hell could I say to her? Don't ask any questions, but, Julia, just take my word for this, but, you can't marry. Please don't ask me to explain, but... In the parlor at 19 Gramercy Park before dinner, the day ending, a winter chill coming back into the air with the beginning darkness, I sat with Byron and Felix, trading sections of Felix's Evening Sun. Felix was delighted that I'd used his camera, flatly refused to accept payment for the plates I'd used, and said he'd develop and print them after supper. Maud Torrance came down, and finally Jake. Aunt Ada and Julia were setting the table in the dining room, and Julia twice caught me staring at her as I sat wondering how I could possibly do what I had to do. I began to get mad. Looking over at Jake, who was sitting by the big nickel-plated stove reading his paper, or trying to, he kept glancing up as though it were hard to sit still, frowning, and twice he wet his lips. I knew I would not let him marry Julia, and I didn't know how to stop it. At the table during dinner, he was almost directly across from me, and I wanted to needle him, wanted to get at him. I couldn't help it. Maud Torrance was talking about a Professor Pierce who had just read a paper before the New York Academy of Sciences on the advantages of establishing national and international time zones.
Listening, I discovered there was no standardization of times anywhere in the country or world. Any little town was free to pick its own time, and often did, so that the time in towns a few miles apart might vary, 11 minutes maybe, or 17, or 31. Railroad stations had clocks showing the times in different places, and Byron remarked that railroad timetables on long east-west trips were almost impossible to write because there were some 70-odd different times used in the places the trains went through. Professor Pierce suggested time zones to be called Atlantic Time, Mississippi Time, Rocky Mountain Time, and Pacific Time, and I considered making a prediction, but I was more interested in Jake. And when Maud finished, I said, truthfully, I was up at the Central Park today, and, a lie, I was talking to a man who said he thought he'd seen Inspector Burns ride through a little earlier. He sounded as though he'd seen, I almost said a celebrity, but suddenly doubted that the word existed yet, an important personage. Who is this Inspector Burns? It worked just fine. Jake's mouth clamped so tightly shut that his mustache and beard merged, and his eyes turned hard as he flicked a glance at me. As usual, when you try something mean and succeed, there wasn't really much triumph in it. I felt a little low and unworthy, not pleased with myself, yet with a little room left for a kind of sneaky gladness. Because the topic sprang to life. At least 3 people had answered simultaneously, and it was obvious that the name Inspector Burns had a powerful magic. "That man," Aunt Ada said, her eyes flashing with disapproval. Maud was murmuring something I couldn't hear, except for the word disgraceful. And Byron had said, "Well, I'll tell you." And he did. He may not follow the letter of the law all the time. Byron had put down knife and fork both, leaning over the tabletop. He was so interested in his own words. But you can't kick about that. He gets results. He's got the pickpockets on the run, and the bank robbers. Isn't that right, Jake? Jake had gotten out a cigar, and though he didn't light it at the table, he sat chewing it, rolling it in his mouth, not even pretending to eat anymore. He didn't answer Byron, just nodded shortly. He invented the third degree, Felix told me, anxious to exhibit his knowledge. That's hardly to his credit, said Aunt Ada. Maud said anxiously, it means beating people, doesn't it? Julia hadn't said anything, and I glanced at her to find that she was watching me, her eyes curious, speculative. It occurred to me that she might have realized something of what I was doing in bringing up Burns. I just grinned at her, not denying it, if that's what she was thinking. Oh, no, Byron answered Maud. At least that's not all it means. I don't expect he minds knocking a man about a little when he knows he's guilty, as why shouldn't he? I don't think we need have any niminy-piminy fancies against that. Would you have him let a criminal go scot-free to society's peril for want of a little persuasion? The man's not Veely. He's the most experienced policeman in the city. He's unscrupulous, true, and often acts beyond his authority and legal powers, and it's a known fact that he accepts, if not money, stocks, or bonds, inside information from the Wall Street millionaires he's befriended. He's said to be rich as a result. But we should think of him as like a good first sergeant. If he runs the company properly, you mustn't inquire too closely into his methods. And if he receives a few perquisites not found in regulations, it's only right and proper, else why should he take the trouble? He's far more than a crude bully, and if I'd seen him pass in his carriage, as did your acquaintance in the park, Mr. Morley, I'd have touched my hat brim. His famous third degree is usually more than merely beating a confession out of some ruffian. Have you heard how he solved the Unger murder case? Yes, said Felix with such anxiousness to tell the story that Byron smiled and said, Go ahead, Felix, you tell it. Well, sir, Burns tortured the suspect, actually tortured him. Felix glanced around the table to see if he'd had an effect, without placing so much as a finger upon him. For 3 days he kept him locked in a cell almost in complete darkness. The only light came from a window far down at the end of the corridor outside it. No one spoke to him, nor did he even see a human face. Food was slid under his cell door while he slept. He had nothing to do but pace his tiny, gloomy cell or lie on the lounge which was its only furnishing. Just before dawn of the 4th day, the prisoner's spirit at lowest ebb, Felix glanced around the table again. He had his audience's attention, all right. Burns silently took his place at the barred door of the prisoner's cell. And now, for the first time, he lighted the lantern hanging from the ceiling just outside the cell door. The unaccustomed light shone upon the face of the sleeping wretch, and he awoke with a start. Burns stood motionless, staring at him, and they say that the coldness and menace of his gaze can burn holes through a man. Blinking in the light, the prisoner caught sight of those 2 cold eyes staring in at him and sat up with a cry. And precisely as Burns had foreseen, he now caught sight for the first time of the lounge on which he had spent the greater part of 3 days and nights. It was spattered stained in great smears with dried gore. This was the lounge on which he had murdered his sleeping victim. With a great cry, the prisoner sprang from it and fell to his knees before Burns, his hands clutching the bars of his cell, begging to be released and confessing everything. Burns had a stenographer waiting with a notebook, and not till the prisoner had dictated and signed his complete confession was he led from the cell with the blood-stained couch into another. A month later, soon after his trial, he was hanged. Horrible, horrible, said Aunt Ada, and Julia and Maud nodded while Byron shrugged. That trick may just possibly have been a violation of his civil rights, I murmured, but no one paid any attention to that. Jake took the cigar from his mouth and said, I have heard he is not above arranging false evidence if he can't get proof any other way. Possibly, Byron shrugged again. It's generally acknowledged that he is without moral purpose or even the comprehension of it, but the boys in Wall Street have not been heard to complain. No, said Jake.
He nodded thoughtfully, and I felt certain he was thinking that after tonight he'd be one of those boys himself. I thought of asking whether Burns had had any success in apprehending blackmailers, but didn't bother. We talked a little more about Burns, then about Guiteau, as always, and finally, everyone but me joined in a thorough condemnation of Mormonism. From several references, I learned that apparently polygamy was still going strong out on the Utah prairies, and no one here approved of that, though Byron seemed more amused than incensed. Then Julia and Aunt Ada passed around winter apple pie for dessert. It was a horrible evening, for me and for Jake. He was up and down, picking up a magazine or newspaper and reading for a few minutes, then hopping up to cross the room and talk to someone, hardly listening. For a while he sat alone at the dining room table playing solitaire. Twice he went up to his room, for a drink, I suspected, and came right down again. I was physically quieter, but my mind was screaming. Twice I had to beat down the nearly irresistible temptation to get up, walk out to the kitchen where Julia and her aunt were washing dishes, and tell her everything I had to tell, about where I'd come from, why I was here, and everything I'd learned about Jake. I just didn't know what to do, and I don't remember whether I even tried to read.
A little after 10, his mind, I was certain, filled with what was about to happen. Jake couldn't stand it anymore. He said an abrupt goodnight to Julia, who was sitting at the dining room table now mending a towel, and went upstairs. Maud went up to her room a few minutes later, and within another 5 minutes, this was an early rising household. Byron and Felix, who'd been sitting in the parlor matching pennies, had gone up too. Aunt Ada came in from the kitchen, and when I heard her in the hall locking the front door, there was nothing left for me to do but say goodnight too, and go on up to my room. As I climbed the stairs, Julia and her aunt were turning out lamps and discussing the breakfast menu. In my room, I stood in the dark with my ear at the door crack, heard Aunt Ada and Julia go up to the 3rd floor to their rooms, heard their goodnight to each other, listened a few moments longer, and heard no one out in the 2nd floor hall. Then, now or never, I opened my door, stepped out, closed it silently, and climbed quickly and without a sound to the 3rd floor. Julia's room faced the street, I knew, and there was a crack of light under her door. I walked to it and rapped very lightly with a fingernail. Julia opened the door, and I said, "I waited till you came up here. I have something to tell you that no one else must know." She hesitated only the fraction of a moment, then nodded. "Come in." I walked into a small room with a single dormer window, a window seat underneath it, a cot with a white spread, a small desk, a rocking chair. Julia motioned politely to the chair, but I said, "No, you take it," and sat down on the window seat. Julia took the chair, facing me, and with her wrists crossed on her lap, smiling at me pleasantly, she sat waiting. I said the only thing I'd been able to think of during that long, long evening, and maybe it was the best thing I could have said, because it was uncomplicated. "I'm a private detective," I told her, and in her nod I thought I could see a kind of satisfaction, as though this answered a question. "I'm here to investigate one of your boarders, I'm sorry to say." I waited a moment, then added, "for blackmail." Her eyes grew bigger. She knew I wasn't talking about Felix or Byron, and I nodded in confirmation of what she was thinking. When this will become generally known, I'm not sure. Perhaps it never will be. It might even be successful. I'm not from the police. I hesitated, then said, "Julia, I couldn't let you marry him. I had to tell you this." Her voice level, neither disputing nor agreeing, she said, "And whom do you say he's blackmailing?" I told her. The name meant nothing to her. But then, in almost his own words, I described Jake's preparations of over 2 years, his real reason for working at City Hall. And watching her face, I suspected it had the sound of plausibility to her, that some old questions in her mind had just been given a possible answer. I told her about the meeting planned for tonight, that I was going to eavesdrop, and how. Then for quite a while, as long as 3 or 4 minutes, which is a long time in those circumstances, Julia sat silently considering what I had said. Before her bed lay an oval hooked rug, faded from many washings, and she'd stare at that, glance up at me appraisingly, then down at the rug again. I sat leaning back against the window, feeling the coldness of the glass through my coat, looking around the room. It was very neat, very spare. There were a couple of framed pictures on the wall, of no consequence, and 6 books and a church paper stacked on the window ledge. I couldn't see the book titles. The walls were papered to within a yard or so of the ceiling, clean white plaster after that. The single gas jet directly over the head of her painted iron bedstead was fitted with an opaque white globe. This was a comfortable enough room, an acceptable retreat for a busy person who didn't spend much time in it. But it had a temporary ownerless character, almost deliberately so. Looking around it, then glancing again as I did now at Julia, her lower lip was caught under her front teeth and she was frowning at the rug, moving it slightly with the toe of one button shoe. I thought I could guess what she might be thinking. This was an intelligent, forceful girl who helped her aunt run a boarding house for a living. There must have been some rough times in that. She'd have a feeling for reality. She'd thought about her own future, and it wasn't in this room, but in marriage. Yet, as soon as she heard what I'd said about Jake, she knew it might be true. Was she thinking about marrying him anyway? Warning him about me? Maybe, but I didn't think so. It was a risk I had to take. I didn't know what she'd felt about Jake when she'd agreed to marry him. It was hard for me to believe it was love, but whoever knows about that, or even what the word means to anyone else. She'd felt something for him. She may have been calculating to a degree, forced to be, but she wasn't ruthless. She felt something for Jake, but she was also real-minded about herself and her future. She wasn't simply accepting my word against him, but she wasn't denying the possibility either. I don't know whether I saw a movement from a corner of my eye, probably I did, but I turned my head to look down at the street, and Jake was just stepping off the bottom step of the front stoop, buttoning his coat, and I stood up quickly to get out of sight in case he looked up. Julia knew instantly what I'd seen. She stepped to a curtain, moved it a half-inch from the wall, then stood. I was behind her now, looking over her shoulder, watching Jake walk quickly to the 20th Street corner and out of sight. I think Julia would have decided as she did anyway, but this cinched it. She stood staring after him for a moment or so after he'd gone from sight, then turned and, not asking, just telling me, said, "I'm going with you tonight." I nodded. "All right, meet me in the front hall in 2 minutes." Jake was in his office. It was 11:35, and Julia and I stood in the darkened doorway of the Morse building directly across Nassau Street from the Potter Building entrance. And I counted floors and then windows. On the 3rd floor up from the Nassau Street entranceway, the second window to the right was a tall rectangle of yellow light. It was Jake's office, the only room lighted in the entire dark face of the old building. 10 minutes later, it lowered, flickered redly for a moment, then was out. Julia's arm was under mine, and I felt it tighten. To herself she murmured, "He's leaving," and I nodded in the darkness. There was a 3/4 moon out, very high in the sky, but we stood far back, deep in the complete darkness of the doorway. I pictured Jake, locking his office door now, walking down the short hall in the faint light from outside, perhaps using a match, though I could see no light. Down the stairs then, a hand on the banister. And now, just about now, he'd be turning to walk through the long hall the length of the building toward Park Row and City Hall Park. Crossing the street towards it, he'd glance up at the City Hall clock. It would say 10 or 11 minutes to 12. Perhaps far across the park in the moonlight, Carmody, too, would be entering it, a heavy satchel at the end of one arm. I pressed Julia's arm to step forward, and, you can never entirely anticipate what anyone else will do, Jake stepped out of the entrance directly across the street onto the sidewalk and stood looking carefully around in every direction. Was he listening too? We'd instantly frozen motionless, not breathing. Could my pounding heartbeat actually be audible in the complete silence? Had our feet shuffled and made a sound? Across the street, Jake walked on past our doorway to Beekman Street, and then across Beekman, on down toward Ann Street, his footsteps loud and echoing between building walls.
Of course, he hadn't left by the Park Row entrance to be seen by Carmody and whoever else might have been waiting and watching just across the street in the park. Instead, he would come toward City Hall Park now, walking north on Broadway and entering it from the west, keeping the location of his office a secret till he was ready to lead Carmody toward it himself. We waited, listening, watching from our doorway. I saw Jake reach Ann Street and turn west out of sight, the sound of his steps instantly cut off. Then we hurried across Nassau Street, we had minutes at most, and up the moonlit stairs and down the short hall to Jake's doorway. I had my key out, found the lock, turned the key, and the door opened. I struck a match and walked, shielding it with my hand, to the jet over the desk, turned it up, touched the match to the tip, and it popped redly into flame.
I lowered it to steadiness, then actually ran across the room to reach under the bottom board of the covered-over doorway and find my hammer. There was nothing to do but accept a certain amount of squealing protest from the nails as I pulled them, but I drew slowly with an even pressure, keeping the noise down, and as soon as they were loosened, I pried the board off silently with the hammer claws. 2 boards off, then a third, leaving a 1.5 foot opening a couple of feet above the floor. I helped Julia as she ducked, her hands on the board just below the opening. She got one leg through, then lowered her shoulders, ducked her head under, and cried out in fright. I looked through the opening. The room was lighted dimly by moonlight through its single tall window, and most of its floor was gone, nothing but black space below. They'd worked, the carpenters, since I'd seen them last, finishing the 2nd floor below, then moving up to this one and sawing out the floorboards up here, exposing the long joists. They'd worked, possibly this afternoon, from the far wall back toward the doorways, and now there was left only a corner of the floor, an approximate triangle from this boarded-over doorway to the door to the hall. There was enough to stand on, perhaps to sit, and after a moment longer, and keeping a tight grip, Julia crawled on through. I followed as fast as I could move. We'd lost a few moments we might need if Carmody had been waiting in the park and they'd started right back. They could be in the entranceway now, starting to climb the stairs. I had to take the risk, accepting the noise and hoping. Holding the last of the 3 boards I'd pried off back in its place, nail points fitted into their original holes, I was able to hammer it back precisely in place, plenty of room for my arm to swing, easily able to see. I had the 2nd board in place, feeling a little cramped now, but my projecting arm still able to swing the hammer. My arm was actually raised, ready to come down, when I remembered. I dropped board and hammer clattering onto the floor of Jake's office, and then, squeezing, forcing, not worrying about a ripped-off coat button so long as it fell on our side, scratching my face from cheekbone to ear, I fought through the 2-board opening, stumbled into Jake's office, nearly falling down, then ran the 2 steps toward his desk, my arm reaching out before me. Then my fingers were on the gas jet key, twisting, the light popped out as Jake had left it, and in the new darkness I scrambled back, forcing my way into the empty, nearly floorless room. Julia had my hammer and the dropped board ready for me, and, blinking my eyes, trying to speed up their adjustment to the dim moonlight, I fitted the nails into their original holes and pounded them into their original depth. I remembered to lay my hammer on our side of the doorway, and as I picked up the 3rd board, we heard the City Hall clock, very faintly, the bulk of the building between us and it, begin to slowly bong out the hour. We didn't wait to count. It leisurely sounded 12 times while Julia and I, each with our fingers curved around top and bottom of an end of the board, pulled it into the last opening, and, by trial and error, sliding it around, we found the nail holes, finally, the points dropping into place. Each with our hands at first one end of the board, then the other, we pulled it in toward us with all our strength while I prayed silently to somebody or something not to let us slip and shoot backward into the dark emptiness behind and below us. The final slow bong sounded, the board was as secure as we could get it, and with my fingers through the cracks above and below the board, I felt for the nail heads. They projected a good half-inch, and when I tried the board, it wobbled. But it was firm enough, I told myself, and would look all right from the other side. We had a minute or 2, it turned out, and it may have been as long as 3, to get settled. As comfortably as we could, our outer coats folded as cushions, we sat in the nearly dark room facing the boarded-up doorway. We sat, knees drawn up, arms around our ankles, as close as we could bring our eyes to the cracks without showing the tips of our shoes at the opening below the bottom board. I reached out to touch Julia's knee and patted it reassuringly. At least that was the intention. We heard nothing of them out in the hall, no footstep, voice, or even the creak of a floorboard. A key rattling suddenly into the lock of Jake Pickering's office was the first sound of them, and Julia's hand shot out and gripped my forearm. Then they were in, a confusion of footsteps on the wooden floor, and, sounding terrifyingly inside the room with us, Carmody's voice said, "What's this?" It sounded hollow in the empty space we sat in, and Julia's hand on my arm squeezed down hard. The gaslight in the next office rose high, projecting in knotholes and slits of light onto the far wall of our room the wavering shape of the boarded-up doorway, and down its center was the shape of a man peering in. In the open few inches at the bottom of the doorway, the tips of a pair of boots almost touched mine, and beside them on the floor was the silver tip of an ebony cane. "It's nothing, an elevator shaft," Pickering's voice answered impatiently. We couldn't see past Carmody, standing less than 6 inches from our eyes. "Let's have the suitcase." For a moment or so, Carmody, suitcase in hand, staring into the room over our motionless heads, didn't move. "Floor's gone," he murmured to himself then, and turned away. Except for the narrow, fuzzy-edged bars and small circles of projected light on the wall behind us, and a yellow parallelogram of light at our feet, our room was shadows and blackness. The high moonlight slanting down through the narrow window, only a pale wash of light disappearing into the darkness below. On the other side of our barricade, I could see almost the entire office, except for the near wall, a strip of floor, and a strip of ceiling, just outside and above our doorway. My shoulders moved in a shudder of guilty excitement and apprehension at watching people in secret that I hadn't felt since childhood. "Up here," Pickering was saying. He stood beside his desk facing us, pointing at its top. Suitcase in hand, Carmody stopped before the desk, and we heard him grunt as he swung the case up onto the desktop. Both men had their hats off, hung on nails by the door, but wore their outer coats. We watched Carmody's busy hands, heard the creak of straps unfastened, the metallic clicks of fasteners snapping open. Waiting beside his desk, facing us, Pickering stared, eyes wide. Then Carmody opened the suitcase flat on the desktop, and it was filled with paper money, greenbacks and yellowbacks bound into thin stacks by brown paper ribbons. We heard Jake Pickering exhale, saw him lean forward to stare down. Then, grinning slowly, he lifted his eyes to Carmody, and they were friendly, happy, as though both of them shared the pleasure of the sight on the desktop.
"It's all here?" he said slowly. His voice was odd. Carmody nodded, and Jake grinned again, very fond of Carmody now, everything forgiven. Still nodding, I watched the gleam of his dark hair as his head moved. Carmody said, "Yes, it's all there. All you're going to get, $10,000. I was holding my breath, and I had to give Jake credit. He hung on to his grin. But his eyes narrowed, and in the slight flicker of the gaslight, they glittered at Carmody, hard and menacing. He didn't say anything. He placed the knuckles of his fists on the edge of his desk and leaned forward on his stiffened arms over the suitcase toward Carmody, and waited, staring at him till Carmody had to speak. "The public is tired of tweed ring scandals," he said angrily, but his voice was defensive. "As a minor nuisance, you and your information," he nodded at the suitcase before them, "are worth that much, but no more. The ring is dissolved, and Tweed is dead, like most of the witnesses." With the silver head of his cane, it was molded in the shape of a lion's head, he gestured at the filing cabinets around the walls. "And all your papers can't send me to prison." "Oh, I know that." Jake didn't alter his position. "Your money will keep you out of jail. I always understood that. But I'll destroy your reputation, and your money won't ever bring that back." Carmody laughed, a snort through the nostrils, and began pacing the room. Gripping his cane at the middle, he waggled the head, gesturing as he spoke. "Reputation," he said scornfully. "You're a clerk, with a clerk's mentality. Did you believe that anyone who matters would think the less of me because of your information? Hardly a rich man in the city who hasn't done all that I have, and most of them worse." He stopped at Pickering's desk, and with the head of his cane contemptuously touched the suitcase full of money. "Take this, and think yourself lucky." But once more Jake was grinning. "Your rights. Carnegie wouldn't care. He'd merely think you a fool for getting caught. And Gould wouldn't care. Of Michaels or Morgan, Seligman or Sage, or any of the rest of them. The men wouldn't care at all." He reached across the stacks of money, into a pigeonhole of his desk, and brought out a long newspaper column, torn carefully down both sides. It was folded in half, and he opened it, turning so the light would catch it. I could see that it was a long printed listing, apparently printed in a double column. "Mrs. Astor,"
he read from the top of the list, his voice supplying the quotation marks. That is all it says, because we all know which Mrs. Astor, don't we? And she would care, Mr. Carmody. Mrs. August Belmont would care. Mrs. Frederick H. Betts, Mrs. H. W. Brevoort, Mrs. John H. Cheever, Mrs. Clarence E. Day, they would all care. And Mrs. Stuyvesant Fish, Mrs. Robert Goelet, Mrs. Ulysses S. "What are you reading?" Carmody said harshly. "A few names at random, from the list of managers of the charity ball at the Academy of Music tonight. Mrs. Oliver Harriman, Mrs. J.D. Jones, Mrs. Pierre Lorillard, Mrs. Thomas B. Musgrave, Mrs. Peter R. Olney, Mrs. John E. Roosevelt, Mrs. A.T. Stewart. They'd all care. And Mrs. Stuyvesant Fish, Mrs. Robert Goelet, Mrs. Ulysses." "What are you reading?" Carmody said harshly. "A few names at random, from the list of managers of the charity ball at the Academy of Music tonight. Mrs. Oliver Harriman, Mrs. J.D. Jones, Mrs. Pierre Lorillard, Mrs. Thomas B. Musgrave, Mrs. Peter R. Olney, Mrs. John E. Roosevelt, Mrs. A.T. Stewart. They'd all care. And Mrs. W. E. Strong, Mrs. Henry A. Tabor, Mrs. Cornelius Vandell. That's enough." "Not quite." Pickering looked up from his list. "There is one name I passed by, the most important of all. She would care the most of any on this list, because never again would her name be included in such illustrious company." Pickering's forefinger moved to the top of the list, began to slowly slide down it, and stopped almost immediately. Quote, "Mrs. Andrew W. Carmody," he read, and the silver lion on Carmody's cane smashed down onto his head, and he dropped like a stringless puppet, striking the desk chair, sending it squealing across the office. Julia had gasped. More than a gasp, it was a choked cry, but the shrill of the chair covered the sound, and as she tried to rise, I grabbed her shoulders, holding her down, my lips at her ears whispering, "No, no, he's not really hurt," though I didn't know that. Carmody stood staring at Pickering crumpled on the floor. Then he looked at the blood-reddened head of the cane in his hand. He looked at the open suitcase full of money. Then down, not at Pickering now, but at the newspaper fragment in Pickering's hand, because he suddenly stooped and snatched it from Pickering's fingers. He stood reading it then, scanning it rather, rapidly searching for a name. He found it and murmured aloud, "Mrs. Andrew W. Carmody." For a moment longer he stared at the printed list, then again looked down at Pickering, motionless on the floor. Suddenly he crumpled the clipping in his hand to a ball and threw it hard at Pickering. He threw his cane to the floor and actually ran the 2 steps necessary to reach the desk chair. He pulled it to Pickering's side, stooped, gripped him under the arms, and dragged him limply up into the seat of the chair. There, head lolling, Pickering would have slid off the seat, but Carmody shoved down the back of the chair, tilting it so far that only Pickering's toes touched the floor. Carmody reached down, unfastened Pickering's belt, and yanked it from its loops. Then he threaded it through the slats of the chair back and brought the ends together across Pickering's chest and upper arms. They wouldn't meet, and with one upraised knee, Carmody held the chair tilted, removed his own belt, and fastened an end to the buckle of Pickering's. Then he looped the double belt around Pickering's chest and upper arms, just above the elbows. With the buckle at the back, he cinched it so tightly we heard leather and wood creak, and I wondered if Pickering could breathe. But he could. He was stirring as Carmody finished, mumbling, a long thread of saliva swaying at his mouth corner, as, eyes still closed, he struggled to lift his head. Carmody stepped back, picked up his cane, and walked swiftly around to the back of Pickering's chair. Jake's head lifted. I saw his eyes open, focus, then squeeze tight shut as the pain of the concussion struck him. His head must have throbbed agonizingly because I saw his face go dead white. Then his cheeks puffed and his shoulders hunched as he fought against nausea. For a few seconds he didn't move. Then he very slowly lifted his head again, and opened his eyes a little at a time, accustoming them to the light. His shoulders convulsed once again. Then he was blinking a lot to keep his eyes open, and the color began to return to his face. He stared down at himself for a few seconds. Then his hands moved up to the belt. But the most they could do, bent as far as they'd go at the wrists, was brush the leather with the tips of his fingers. Carmody walked around the chair to face him. They looked at each other. A narrow, almost perfectly straight ribbon of drying blood ran down Pickering's temple, and another down his forehead to the corner of one thick black eyebrow. Carmody said, "You've created an impossible situation. You found the key." With the tip of his cane, he touched the little crumpled ball of newsprint, then flicked it toward the boarded-up doorway, where it shot under the bottom bourne, rolling past me, and I saw it drop down the shaft. "This season is the first in which my family has taken its place among New York society. It won't be the last. I'll see to that." He closed and strapped the suitcase, then swung it to the floor, setting it beside the door. "You should have taken this much when you had the chance. Now it will be nothing." Carmody took off his coat, tossed it to the desktop, unfastened his tie and collar, unbuttoned his vest, then took a cigar from a vest pocket and lighted it carefully. When it was going good, he shook out the match, dropped it to the floor, and stepped on it. Then he walked to a filing cabinet and pulled open the top drawer.
For a few moments he said nothing, just stood there, cigar in his teeth, staring down at the coded file markings. Jake Pickering could revolve his chair and had turned to watch him. Carmody glanced at him over his shoulder, apparently about to speak, but did not. He turned back to the file, and beginning at the front of the cabinet, he began to look at every paper in it, flicking through them with a steadily moving forefinger. He glanced at perhaps a paper every second, his hand seldom pausing in its steady motion, though occasionally he touched the extended forefinger to his tongue, and occasionally he removed the cigar from his mouth to tap the ashes to the floor. He rarely removed a paper, merely glancing at each as he flicked past it. But occasionally he stopped to read at greater length, taking the paper from the files. Twice he set such a paper aside, on top of the cabinet. The others he didn't trouble to replace, crumpling and dropping them to the floor. But I suppose there were 3,000 or 4,000, maybe as many as 5,000 sheets in the 2-foot depth of that wooden file cabinet drawer. The City Hall clock bonged once. It was 1 o'clock. Carmody was less than halfway through the drawer, and on top of the cabinet he had set aside only 2 papers. Pickering said, "I've waited so that you could see for yourself. It will take you hours to search through that one cabinet alone, and there are 13 of them altogether, an unlucky number for you." Carmody walked to Jake's desk and dropped his cigar stub into the cuspidor on the floor beside it. He walked back to the open drawer, placed his hands in position to resume his search, and smiled at Jake over one shoulder. "I have all night," he said pleasantly, "and if that isn't enough, all the next day, and as much more time beyond that as may be required." His forefinger resumed its steady motion, the continuous small sound of the flicked corners becoming almost a part of the silence. I leaned very close to Julia, and when my lips touched her ear I whispered on the exhalation, almost soundlessly. I said, "Lie down, rest. We're going to be here a long, long time." I could see her face clearly. As she nodded, a stripe of yellow light from the other room moved up and down her forehead. She nodded, and so slowly it was soundless she lay back on the floor along the wall. In the doorway I carefully leaned a shoulder and the side of my head against the jamb, and with one eye watched Carmody through a crack. Nearly notionless, he stood before the open file drawer, head bowed, only his arm and hand in steady, monotonous motion. When the clock outside bonged twice, Carmody was about a third of the way through the middle drawer, and now Pickering spoke again. "By now you will have observed that no complete filing is to be found in one place. To assemble all of your scores of documents scattered through every drawer of every case would take me 20 minutes perhaps. The system for discovering them lies in my head. But you found only 2 in 2 hours. Isn't it time you understand that you must deal with me?" Carmody didn't pause or even glance up. He said, "All night and even all the next day for $1 million is satisfactory wages to me. and the steady, endless riffling past sheet after sheet continued. I watched, dreamily. There was no way to measure passing time till the clock struck again. Presently, without pausing in his work, Carmody slowly lifted one foot and moved his leg up and down, flexing the muscles, revolving his foot at the ankle. He did the same thing with the other leg, then stood, feet a little wider apart than earlier, riffling past paper after paper. I continued to stare out at him, neither awake nor asleep. After a time, Carmody paused for a moment, thinking, then slid the entire drawer out of the cabinet, and, his feet shuffling under the weight of it, carried it to the desktop. Sitting on the edge of the desk facing the drawer, he resumed his search, and Pickering laughed at him. "I wondered when you'd think of that," he said. "If you're tiring, let me offer you my chair." But Carmody didn't even move his head in acknowledgement, and his fingers never stopped. I lay back beside Julia. We were in darkness here, and I couldn't tell if she were awake, and was afraid to whisper unnecessarily. I wished I had a cup of coffee, and in the moment of thinking of it, I wanted it so badly it seemed impossible that I couldn't have it. Something to eat, I thought then, and was instantly famished. I forced a smile, but I wondered how long we could possibly stay here. I'd anticipated nothing like this. Could Carmody possibly mean that he might stay here all tomorrow? It was impossible. He'd have to go out for food. He'd have to rest. And so would Jake. If only both of them were to sleep, Julia and I might ease our way out of here. I was drifting to sleep and made myself pop my eyes open in the dark. I didn't dare sleep. A few feet to my right, the floorboards ended. I could roll off and fall 3 floors to the basement. I sat up. Julia was sleeping, I knew. I could just barely hear her slow, regular breathing. I couldn't move back to the doorway, I realized. She might roll to the right too, to fall or to be heard in the other room. I had to stay here beside her, ready, if she began to stir, to ease her quietly awake. For 2 hours I sat not daring to even lean a shoulder or the side of my head against a wall. My head endlessly drooping and jerking up again, I kept awake and heard the clock outside strike 3. In the next room, the tiny flickering sound seemed never to stop. An unbelievably long time later, the clock again began to strike, and, as it started, I stood up under the cover of its bonging. My legs were terribly stiff, and I had to reach quickly across Julia to the wall beside her and steady myself. Then, very slowly and completely silently, I stretched every muscle, arms, legs, back, neck, counting the slow bongs. It was 4 o'clock. I stepped to the doorway and found a crack to peek through. Jake was asleep, head on his chest, snoring very faintly. Carmody still sat on the edge of the desk, but now his upper body lay along the length of the file drawer on the desktop before him, the top drawer, I saw, of the second cabinet. He slept silently. I had to watch closely to see the tiny motion of the back of his vest. I assume most people are tempted, at least the impulse stirs, to occasionally commit the outlandishly impossible, to whistle in church, to say something wildly inappropriate to a situation. It popped up in my mind to yell "boo" as loudly as I could and then watch the wild scramble in the next room. I smiled and sat down beside Julia, and I knew she was awake, I'm not sure how. I lay down beside her to bring my mouth to her ear. I had to put an arm around her in order to get closer and to get oriented. I didn't mind. "You awake?" Her hair brushed across my nose as she nodded. I whispered the situation then and told her the time. She asked whether I'd slept, then made me change places, and she sat doing guard duty while I fell almost instantly to sleep. The first daylight on my face and the slow bong of the City Hall clock awakened me. I opened my eyes. Julia's hand was hovering an inch from my mouth, ready to close over it if I started to speak. I lifted my head and kissed her palm, and she yanked her hand away, startled, then smiled. She made a pointing gesture toward the next room, then placed her finger across her lips, and I nodded. I'd been counting with the clock. It was 7, and when it stopped, I heard once again what I seemed now to have been hearing forever, the steady flick-flick of paper in the room beside us. We moved silently to the boarded-over doorway and sat down as before, except that the room was now gray and shabby with daylight. A powdering of new snow had appeared on the outside windowsills. Nothing had changed.
Carmody sat on the desktop flicking steadily through the inches of paper in, I saw, the bottom drawer of the third cabinet.
Jake had turned in his chair to watch. There was a huge swollen lump on his head nearly the size of a fist, and his face was haggard, his eyes red, the skin below them drooping into wrinkles, and his mouth hung open a little. He was in pain, I thought, from the blow on his head, perhaps, or the inability to alter his position. But Carmody's face looked almost as tired, his eyes dulled and staring, and I wondered if he were still able to fully comprehend the blur of paper passing endlessly before them. There were 5 sheets now, lying on top of the second filing cabinet. Something had to change soon, that was obvious. In the new daylight, very white from the fresh snow, I glanced at Julia beside me, and she looked rested, and she smiled at me. But just the same, I knew that neither she nor I could stay here much longer, and neither could Carmody. He might be willing to leave Jake Pickering just as he was, but he himself would have to leave soon, if only to get some food and return. If he left, he'd have to gag Jake, I supposed. Jake didn't dare shout now and take another blow on the head, but he'd surely shout if Carmody left until someone heard and investigated, which wouldn't take long. The city was fully awake. Julia and I could hear the steady roar of it outside our windows. The building was awakening too. Twice I'd heard the sound, coming up the shaft, of footsteps on the building staircase. What should we do, I wondered, if Carmody left? We couldn't push our loosened boards aside and walk out through Jake's office without his seeing us. I leaned back out of the doorway to look down. Beside and behind me, the floorboards were gone, and I could see far below into the shaft, lighted at each floor by the windows facing east on Nassau Street. The joists of the floors below us had been removed, I saw. There was no way at all for us to get out of here by way of the elevator shaft. And I was tired. I ached from hours of sitting or lying on wooden floorboards. I was thirsty and hungry, and Julia must be the same. But if there was anything to do but continue to sit here, staring into the next room, I couldn't think of it. I simply repeated to myself that something had to change soon, something had to give. And when Julia glanced at me, I smiled reassuringly. After half an hour or so, Carmody stopped. He got to his feet, revolving his shoulders, rotating his head as he bent his neck, working the stiffness loose. He stood looking speculatively at Jake, and I thought I could read his mind. He was wondering if he dared leave him for a time, and how best to do it. But then he thought of something I hadn't. He turned and began opening the drawers of Jake's desk one after another. I'd once searched these drawers too, and I remembered what he was going to find. He reached the bottom left-hand drawer, opened it, lifted out the paper sack, looked into it, then looked over at Jake and smiled. He sat down on the desktop and ate the 4 or 5 big white crackers, holding his cupped hand under his mouth to catch the crumbs, which he tossed into his mouth last. There were soft brown spots on the apple, but he ate it all, including the core. He wasn't deliberately taunting Jake, but Jake sat watching him, and when Carmody stood up again, dusting the last crumbs from his hands, he was grinning. He opened a file drawer, brought out the half-full bottle of whiskey, pulled the cork, and tossed down a good belt. The cork still in hand, he looked consideringly at Jake for a moment. "Want an eye-opener?" he said, and Jake hesitated, then shrugged a shoulder, unwilling to say yes, unable to refuse. And Carmody walked over and, a little contemptuously, held the bottle to Jake's lips, watched him swallow twice, then took it away. Then I clutched my head in both hands and rocked back and forth helplessly. Carmody went back to work. For over 2 more hours we sat in a semi-stupor. The snowstorm was heavier now, snow piling up on the window ledge, lying flat against the glass. We'd been here sitting or lying on a hard floor too long, and I knew we couldn't take it much longer. Most of the time, Julia sat simply staring at the floor, and so did I. After a while, I put my arm around her shoulders and made her rest against me, her head on my shoulder. It occurred to me that Jake Pickering looked to be in pretty good shape. His color was better now, probably from the whiskey. But he'd also had more sleep than any of us, and his arms, while bound, were protected by a considerable thickness of cloth, and the leather binding was broad and flat. They wouldn't be numbed.
Still, he hadn't been able to stand or move about for over 9 hours. I thought he must be in pretty severe discomfort, and I had to admire the calmness of his voice when presently he spoke. We'd heard the clock strike 9 half an hour or so before, and now Jake, voice a little dogged, an edge of doubt sounding, said, "A financer is bound to be skilled at figures. Here is a problem to test you. If a man can search through 2.5 file cabinets in 9.5 hours, how long will it take him to hunt through 13? Without turning to look at Pickering, Carmody had stopped to listen, hands lying motionless on the compressed paper in the drawer before him. It seemed a mild enough taunt. I expected Carmody to smile or shrug, reply in kind, and resume work. But I'd found myself automatically responding to Pickering's problem by trying to work out the arithmetic of it in my head, and I think maybe Carmody did the same. He sat for a few moments apparently thinking, and I believe that something about the inescapable answer to the question, the forced realization of the immensity of what still lay ahead, the long sickening blur of concentration he'd already gone through being only the beginning, got through to him. Because he suddenly broke. He whirled to stare at Jake, who grinned at him, and Carmody spun back to the drawer and plunged his clawed hands into it to snatch up an immense thickness of paper. Arms rising high, he whirled back to Jake and slammed the whole sliding mass of paper down into Jake's face. The force of it rocked Jake back in his chair, the metal springs creaking, the paper cascading down his chest and off his shoulders, separating into sheaves and sheets, fluttering to the floor, sliding down off his lap. But when Jake rocked forward again, he was still laughing, and Carmody gathered up the rest of the file, an immense wad, stood and smashed it down onto Jake's swollen head. But Jake never stopped laughing, and then Carmody went wild. He yanked a top drawer straight out of a file cabinet. It fell, cracked open, and spilled half its contents, and Carmody booted the smashed drawer to spill out the rest. He yanked out half a dozen more drawers as fast as he could grab their handles, and every one crashed, shaking the entire floor, and burst. Then Carmody waded through the sea of paper, kicking, and the paper flew in a waist-high storm. He stood panting for a moment or two, looking wildly around the office, for a way to get rid of the spilled paper, I think, because he suddenly began shoving it with the side of his foot straight toward our doorway. Then he booted a heap of it through under the bottom board past Julia and me, and we heard the flutter of loose sheets, then the distant plop of most of the mass of it landing at the bottom. He shoved out half the paper on the floor like that, under the boarding and down the shaft, before he had to stop for breath, facing Jake and glaring at him, his shoulders heaving, his breath sighing. And Jake never stopped grinning. The wild, spontaneous action did Carmody good, I think, because as he got his breath back, he began to grin too. And then, for a few moments, strangely, there was almost a companionship between the two men.
Carmody reached into the inside pocket of his coat, lying on the desk beside a file drawer, and brought out a cigar, raising it toward his mouth. But instead he looked at Jake for a moment, then extended the cigar to him, and Jake leaned forward, nipped off the end between his front teeth, and spat it to the floor. Still grinning, Carmody put the other end of the cigar into Jake's mouth, saying mildly, "What the heck are you laughing at?" He turned to get a second cigar, they were in a protective leather case, and as Jake replied, Carmody bit off the end of his cigar, listening, nodding. "Because you can kick my files all over the building," Jake said. "You can cause me a heck of a lot of work getting them together again, but you can't eat them, Carmody. Somewhere in this mess, up here or down the shaft or both, are a little handful of papers that are still going to cost you $1 million. The cigar in a corner of his mouth, Jake grinned lopsidedly at Carmody, who nodded, brought out a big wooden kitchen match, and expertly snapped it to light with his thumbnail. He held the flame for Jake, who puffed the cigar end to a red circle. It made my stomach queasy to watch before breakfast. Then Carmody lighted his own cigar, leisurely, enjoying the process, the way a cigar smoker does. He breathed out a round puff of blue smoke, then took the cigar from his mouth and, holding it between the tips of his 4 fingers and thumb, inspected the glowing end satisfiedly. For a moment, he watched the glowing end film over with ash. Then he bent his wrist to flick out the match, but he didn't.
Wrist still bent, his eyes moved to the flame, which was halfway down the wooden length of the match now, the blackened, curling head protruding beyond it. He stood staring at the steady orange flame, his thumb and forefinger crawling to the end of the match to avoid being burned. Then he opened them, thumb and forefinger, and simply allowed the match to fall to the floor, the flame fluttering. It might have gone out before it reached the floor, or it might have dropped onto bare wood and burned itself out. But the match end fell, the charred end breaking off, onto the edge of a sheet of flimsy. The room was utterly silent, motionless, except for the tiny wedge of flame. Carmody standing, Jake leaning forward in his chair as far as he could go, cigar gripped in his teeth, both staring at that match. It seemed to go out, a thread of blue smoke suddenly rising, but no. A tiny pale flick of flame showed, held motionless. Then, suddenly, there was a yellow-edged ring on the face of the paper, turning immediately brown. It grew, a ragged hole in the paper, a circle of expanding char ringed by flame. Then it was audible, a tiny crackling, the flame reddening and jumping, the paper brightly afire. The enlarging ring of fire crawled toward the edge of the sheet, touched an overlapping sheet, and now it was afire too. I didn't remember standing up, but of course we were on our feet, Julia and I, her hand clenched on my wrist, her eyes burning a question. I hesitated, standing there at the boarding, my eyes pressed to a crack. If either Jake or Carmody, now, had glanced at the bottom of the doorway, he'd have seen our stockinged feet and ankles. But of course neither did. The flame grew slowly, sliding across the sheets, and I knew that it could still be stamped out, that I could shove a shoulder to the loosened boards and have the fire out in seconds. I put on my shoes to be ready, and Julia put on hers. Then I picked up our coats and hats, and we put them on, our eyes at the cracks. I felt alert, ready to move the moment the fire got out of hand, and I smiled at Julia. I was apprehensive, but not frightened, and neither was she. But Jake was tied, helpless. I think he tried to hold in the words, his teeth clenched down on the cigar in his mouth, but he couldn't. "Gosh," he said, "no." Then he looked at Carmody, and now his eyes were pleading, hating it, but pleading. Carmody glanced at him. Then, fascinated, his eyes were drawn back to the plate-size ring of very slightly crackling, slowly crawling flame. "It's the answer, isn't it?" he said softly. "Burn your darned files, and that's an end to it. I simply never thought of it." "Carmody, for goodness sake!" Jake's voice was level, then it burst out. "Undo me!" Why? He wasn't taunting him. It was a serious question. "Carmody, you can't. What about other people in the building, strangers who never did anything to you?" "They'll escape. There are plenty of stairs. And the building's past its usefulness. Potter will be glad to have the site cleared." He grinned at Jake, picked up his coat from the desk, and put it on. The flames I saw could still easily be stamped out. There was no question of that. And I waited. If Carmody left, I'd have to shove through the doorway, stomp out the flame, and we'd unfasten Jake. I still hoped Carmody didn't mean to leave Jake, and he didn't. He gave him a very bad few moments while he got into his coat. Then he grinned. "I'll let you loose, in a minute. We'll walk out yelling fire and clear the building. No one will be harmed." Then he stood, waiting. But paper lying flat, and this was a thick carpet of overlapping sheets, doesn't burn too easily. To flare up fast, it needs air from underneath. For a time, the ring of flame expanded in almost a perfect circle. Then we watched it turn into a charred-edged, distorted oval. My restraining hand still on Julia's arm and shoulder, we stood motionless, silent, watching. The importance of not interfering was strong in my mind. So long as they left soon, Julia and I could leave the building at a walk. I wasn't here to alter events, least of all to save a decrepit old building. But Carmody was frowning and impatient now. He stooped, picked up a double handful of paper, and began crushing and twisting it into spills, tossing them onto the flames one at a time, heaping them, and now the flame and smoke suddenly flared, crackling like a bonfire. And Carmody swung to Jake, his hands busy at the buckle at the back of the chair. It was all I could do to stand still, and while Julia obeyed my hand on her shoulder, her eyes were growing frantic. Then the buckle was undone, Jake springing from the chair, staggering after the cramped hours of sitting, and he actually fell forward into the flames. But he hadn't fallen. He'd thrown himself onto the fire and was rolling like a madman, and the smell of singed cloth and hair filled the office. He was putting it out. He was going to succeed. Then Carmody had him by the foot and ankle, dragging him from the fire on his back, Jake's arms and hands flailing for something to hang on to. He yanked his leg loose, rolling onto his hands and knees, scuttling back toward the flames. But Carmody ran past him. He thrust the side of his foot and ankle directly into a still-burning wad, and with a sudden thrust of his leg, he kicked the flaming mass under the bottom board of our doorway, Julia and I instinctively stepping aside, and it slid across the floor between us and dropped. Instantly, we heard it roar with new life as it fell through the air, and I turned in time to look down the shaft and see it hit in a ball of flame, shatter, subside for an instant, and then the mass of paper at the bottom of the shaft burst into fire like an explosion. It was no crackle now. The sound of the fire was the roar of a waterfall, and tongues of flame leaped a third of the way up the shaft. We could feel the beginning heat of it. There was no stopping this. There could be no more waiting. I turned the point of my left shoulder to the boarded-over doorway, shoved hard with my right leg, and crashed through, sending the loosened boards flying into the office. I grabbed Julia's hand, and we stepped over the last 2 boards, still in place. Jake, on hands and knees, had Carmody's foot and ankle in both hands, Carmody hopping frantically on the other, fighting for balance.
Their faces turned, staring at us in absolute astonishment. For a frozen moment they were motionless, a tableau, Carmody on one leg, Jake on his knees holding the other leg at the ankle. "Leave!" I yelled. "You've got to leave! Look, for goodness sake!" I pointed through the doorway to the shaft. There were no flames visible, but you could hear the roar and see the shiny, heated air tremble and swirl. Then Jake yanked Carmody's leg with all his strength, and the other foot on a layered mass of slippery paper shot out from under him, paper flying, and he crashed to the floor, shaking it. From his knees, Jake leaped forward like an animal onto Carmody, and they began rolling over the floor. I don't know whether Jake didn't understand that the fire had gone down the shaft and that it was far beyond putting out, or whether he'd lost all ability to think at the sight of everything he'd put his hopes in about to be lost. But out in the hall I heard running steps, and somewhere else a man yelled, "Fire!" A frantic rush of steps pounded down the staircase from the floor above, and a woman screamed chillingly. More shouts of "Fire!" and now it was Julia who counted. The rolling, wrestling pair on the floor had been warned. They were free to leave too. And I turned to the door, Julia's hand in mine, but she was yanking her arm, trying to break free. She yelled, "Jake! Jake, for God's sake, leave!" I was hanging onto her hand so hard I was afraid I would splinter a bone, and now I dragged her to the door and opened it. I ducked behind her, grabbing her other wrist to keep her from hanging onto the doorframe, and shoved her through. Then I forced her down the short hall toward the stairs. All over the building we heard screams and yells of "Fire!" pounding footsteps, shouted names. My left hand on Julia's right wrist now, I was half a step ahead of her, pulling her along, and I swung us onto the stairs, running hard, feet flying, alert not to trip. Then suddenly I grabbed the banister, breaking us to a stop. These stairs were all right, and we could see over the railing down the stairwell. So was the landing and the next flight of stairs to the 2nd floor. But from the 2nd floor to street level, the stairs directly beside the elevator shaft were completely gone from sight, a mass of solid orange flame and thick rolling black smoke writhing up toward us. A man in shirt sleeves, a pen still in his hand, and 2 girls, their skirts lifted to mid-calf, were slowly backing up the staircase toward us, staring fascinated at the roaring black and orange mass below. Suddenly they whirled and ran up toward us. We ran back up the stairs ahead of them, and then, as fast as we could go, all out, down the long hall that ran the length of the building toward the Park Row staircase. Julia tried to slow at the short hallway branching off to Jake's office, but I had her whisked, and I yelled that they were probably out and gone. Then we were past, our feet pounding the wooden floor toward the other staircase ahead. But fast as we'd moved, we were still too late. At the stairwell, we looked over the rail, and the Park Row stairs were ablaze from 1st floor to 2nd, the flames climbing the steps as we stared. Obviously, the fire had flashed through the entire lower floors. The whole lower part of the building must be ablaze.
The man and the two girls running behind us had come up, and just as we all turned to look back the way we'd come, the flames appeared at the head of the stairs far behind us. They shot higher, touched the underside of the next flight up, and then those stairs too were afire. And now I realized that the floor under our feet was hot. I grabbed at the knob of a door beside us leading into one of the offices on the Park Row side. It was locked, and I turned, Julia's hand still in mine, and we ran down this hall along the row of doors to one I saw standing ajar at the very end. The New York Observer, it said on the door when we raced up to it, and we ran into a large room of roll-top desks, wooden tables, file cabinets. A window stood open, its green shade flapping, and with Julia I ran directly to it. If there was to be any exit from this building for us, it had to be through this window, and I was inwardly chilled with fright. Because I remembered the building's exterior. There were no ledges running around it, only windowsills, and we were 3 stories up, 3 very tall ceilinged stories. We couldn't jump. There were footprints in the new snow on the windowsill. Had someone climbed out and jumped? I looked out, no one lay sprawled on the walk below. But I saw that a crowd was already gathering along the east wall of the post office building, catty-corner across the street, and in City Hall Park directly across. The crowd grew as we stared. I could see people running to join it along all the park paths. Directly below us in the street, the first fire engine had stopped, 2 firemen running with a hose towards a hydrant, another uncoupling the horses. Bells were clanging, and down Park Row came another engine, white steam jetting from the tall brass cylinder behind the driver, its pair of white horses running all out, manes flying, hoofs striking sparks. And far across the park on Broadway, a hook and ladder truck pulled by 4 gray horses made the obtuse angled turn into Mail Street toward us. All this I saw in a split-second glance. Then I looked back to the window ledge and saw the sign I'd once read from the street, the New York Observer sign, directly under the ledge. It was fastened to the wall at its lower edge, but the upper edge hung out a foot or so, held by rusty wires. I had no idea whether it would take our weight. I knew it wasn't meant to. It might take Julia's weight. She had to go first before my weight weakened the sign or tore it loose. I said, "Out, Julia, onto the sign, crawl to the Times building." But she shook her head, closing her eyes, and her face went white. Eyes still closed, she stood shaking her head, and I understood that it was impossible. There are people who simply can't take the fear of falling, for her to make herself crawl out onto that sign alone. I'd slammed the office door behind us to keep out the fire when it came. I turned to look at the door, and black smoke was curling underneath it. There was no other decision left to make now, and I stepped up onto the windowsill, crouching. I put my left foot down and out onto the top edge of the slanting sign and slowly transferred weight to it. It held, and holding to the sill with both hands, I lowered my right foot into the trough between sign and building. Then I slowly stood, letting go the sill, easing my full weight onto the sign, the wind flicking hard-edged snowflakes into my face and eyes, and ridiculously, in spite of an agony of fear that the sign would tear loose and drop me, I was glad of my fur cap and overcoat. The sign groaned, but it held, and I turned to the open window beside me. In her dark coat and bonnet, Julia stood petrified, staring at me, and before she could back away, I shot out my right hand, grabbed her wrist, and pulled so hard and quickly that she had to get a knee up onto the sill or be dragged right across it. I kept up the pressure, pulling her forward, and now, to keep from actually falling out, she had to bring up the other knee, and I kept tugging, sharp little yanks now. And with no volition of her own, but to keep from pitching out head first, she had to swing her legs over the sill, and then she was out, just ahead of me, half standing, half crouched on the New York Observer sign, a hand up before her eyes fending off the whirling snow.
I saw a small kink in a wire just ahead of Julia straighten under the strain. Then I was shouting at her, "Don't look down! Don't ever look down! Just move!" I pushed her. And then, half-crouched each, with a left foot on the top edge of the sign, the other in the trough, our right hands moving along the face of the building, we crawled toward the Times building ahead to the north, the wind moaning around us, snow and sleet slashing our faces. This building and the Times building were constructed wall to wall, touching or almost so, hardly a fraction of an inch between them. The 2 walls served as a solid, windowless and doorless double-thickness masonry firewall, and it seemed to be working. There was no sign of fire in the building ahead. but from directly below us as we crept along high over the street, a river of heat flowed up past us, partly deflected by the V of the sign, but almost scorching on our hands as they slid along the sign's upper edge. Julia moved more slowly than I did, hampered by her many skirts, and I had to stop, and again I became aware of the street and the park. Fire bells had been clamoring below us, and now I looked down through the haze of falling snow directly into the spark-belching stack of a fire engine. I saw firemen running with ladders and others standing in pairs holding brass-nozzled hoses playing thick white jets into the burning building, and their black rubber coats were already beginning to whiten with new ice. Police with lengths of rope stretched between them were forcing the crowd off the street and up over the curb and walks across Park Row. The crowd there, edging the park, was much denser now, and from here it seemed almost solid black. Strangely, to me, there were a number of raised umbrellas in the crowd against the snow, and for some odd reason, the sight of the tops of those black umbrellas made me realize how high up I was. I raised my eyes from the crowd, and far off across the park on Chambers Street, a single-horse black ambulance, a white cross on its side, raced toward us from the west. I thought I heard its bell, and I saw the driver, leaning far forward, whipping the galloping horse on. Then it disappeared behind the courthouse. It took a second or two to see those things, and Julia had crawled on no more than a yard. I glanced behind and below before moving after her. Flames shot high, black smoke rolled and coiled from the top of every window I could see on the first floor, and from some of the second. And on the ledge of a third-floor window, the man and two girls who'd been running behind us stood huddled. He had one arm outstretched across the two girls, keeping them off our sign, knowing it would undoubtedly pull loose and fall from the weight of even one more person. He saw me looking and gestured wildly, urging me on. I crawled ahead, trying to hurry. My foot snagged a support wire, and I heard it twang and snap behind me, heard the sign groan, felt it shuddering under our weight. A woman screamed in that instant, very close, and I thought it was Julia. But it came from just overhead, I realized, and I glanced up as I crawled on. The toes of a pair of shoes projected from a window ledge directly over me, and I leaned out over the street to look up. A woman was standing on the ledge, her eyes wide and blank with terror. There was no sign under her window. Julia stopped suddenly, crouched motionless on the very end of the sign, and I leaned out over the street to look past her and see why she'd stopped. The floors of the Times building were slightly higher than these, so the sign under its third-floor windows hung a little above ours. The sign was short, running under only two windows, and I could see the white letters on black reading, J. Walter Thompson, Advertising Agent. There was a 1.5-foot gap between the two signs, and Julia crouched at the end of ours, frozen, unable to make herself step up and across that empty space. Our sign began vibrating violently, and I looked back. One of the girls on the window ledge, her face wild with panic, had a foot out on our sign, about to step onto it. The moment she did it, it would rip loose and fall. I knew that. Julia had looked back too, and she saw and understood what I did. Suddenly she stood upright, and I was certain her eyes were squeezed shut. She stepped blindly up and out over the gap with her right foot. It struck the wall of the Times building, then slid down into the trough between wall and sign. She lifted her left foot from our sign and threw her body forward across the gap, her left foot hunting for the top of the other sign. I never want to see such a moment again, watching Julia's foot plunge down toward the snow-mounted edge of that sign, knowing that if it missed, she'd fall out and over its edge. But it struck, slithered an instant in the slippery snow, then her right hand smacked the wall of the Times building beside her, and she stood swaying for balance. She half stooped, half fell forward, and, even in her terror, she remembered me behind her. She crawled on, making room for me to step across too. But I didn't. I crept to the end of the sign I was on and waited. I couldn't be certain Julia's sign would hold us both, but now I knew that this would hold too. Looking back once more, I saw only the one girl on it, making her way toward me. Julia reached the first window, and before I had time to wonder if it were open, a man's coat-sleeved arms shot out, gripped Julia under the arms, and lifted her right off the sign and in through the window, her feet kicking a little as they disappeared. I stood up then, stepped right across the gap, and moved quickly toward the same window. Just before I reached it, I looked back through the snowstorm, and now the second girl was out on the sign, scuttling along it, but the man still waited on the sill, and now an occasional flick of flame moved out past him. The heat must have been terrible. I made a little saluting gesture and smiled, hoping it would encourage him. He had nerve. Then I was at the window, the same man, young and bearded, helping me in, and Julia and I were safe. I had an arm around her waist, grinning at her, and both her arms were tight around me, her head pressed to my chest. She kept looking up at me, shaking her head, and making a sound that was partly a laugh and partly a sob of relief, murmuring, "Thank God, thank God, thank God." With my free arm, I was shaking hands as he introduced himself with the man who'd pulled us in. He was Mr. Thompson, and this was his office. It was a fairly large room with a roll-top desk, 2 wooden chairs, a wooden file cabinet, a drawing board, and a batch of 1-column newspaper ads, all type, thumbtacked to a bulletin board. 2 men stood smiling, and I recognized one. It was Dr. Prime of the Observer, the man who directed me to the janitor of the other building several days ago. He and the man with him, he said, had escaped over the sign, as we had. Thompson turned to his window again to help the first girl out on the sign crawl in, and Julia and I left. We walked down the hall to the building staircase, and a man in shirt sleeves came hurrying toward us, struggling into a coat. He called out as we turned onto the stairs. He was a reporter from the Times. Were we among the people he'd seen escaping into the building from the Observer sign? I said we weren't, that they were all back in Thompson's office. Then Julia and I ran down the stairs to the street. We stepped out into wind and slashing snow, and instantly a voice shouted angrily at us. I looked up. A fireman out by his engine stood gesturing violently, waving us on across the street. Red coals from the firebox of the great brass cylinder sifted steadily down onto the melting snow between the big red wheels. Before we could move, 4 or 5 men ran directly past our doorway, carrying a long pair of extension ladders from a hook and ladder truck just to the north.
One of the men, a stocky, angry-faced middle-aged man wearing a dull silk hat tied on with a blue muffler, shouted straight into my face as he raced past, "Help us!" Julia and I ran with them. They set the ladder down, and I helped them swing it up against the burning building and raise the extension. As we heaved the extension up with a rope and pulley system built into the ladder, I had a chance to raise my head and see what we were doing. 3 men in vests and shirt sleeves, one wearing a green eye shade, stood on the ledges of 3 adjoining 4th-floor windows, peering down at us through a curtain of snow. The man in the window nearest the Times was panicked. His forearms upraised, fists clenched, he was shaking them violently up and down, his mouth wide open and screaming meaninglessly. Our ladder was too short. Rising between a pair of windows, it touched the building wall just above the 3rd floor, well below the 3 men on the 4th. I didn't know what to do and looked around frantically. Half a dozen yards behind me, Julia stood out in the street, staring up at the burning building, and something about her expression made me run out beside her and turn to look too. And now I saw the entire face of the building. I have, as I always will, I think, a copy of the New York Times of the following morning, February 1, 1882. The entire front page and most of the second is filled by an account of that awful fire. I don't want to put down what Julia and I saw now. Instead, I will quote directly from the Times. The upper windows were seen to be full of living forms. Terror-stricken faces of men and women peered down through the smoke upon the thousands of their fellow creatures below, stretching out their hands for aid and shrieking loudly for rescue. The mingled smoke and flames gave to the faces an unearthly hue, and the shrieks, mingled with the roar of the fire and the hoarse calling of the firemen, came to the ears of the surging crowd below like voices from the tomb. The firemen were doing all that men could do, risking their lives fearlessly in the effort to save those of the imprisoned sufferers, but their movements, rapid as they were, seemed slow enough to the suffocating creatures in the burning building. To reach them by the stairway was impossible, so quickly had the fire done its work. The firemen raised ladders, but they only reached to the 3rd story, and time was necessarily consumed in raising the shorter ladders to increase their length. Meantime, those in the building saw death steadily and surely advancing upon them from the rear, and the preparations to save them from the outside seemed endless.
Julia screamed, her hand rising to her mouth. The panicked man had jumped, his body slowly turning in a complete somersault as he fell, his legs pumping furiously and instinctively against the air for a foothold that didn't exist. We swung our heads away an instant before he struck the walk. 2 firemen were running toward us from the Times building, carrying a wooden table. The angry little man in the top hat was shouting and beckoning at me, and I ran back to the ladder. We all stooped, gripped the legs, heaved up the ladder, and staggered sideways with it, the top sliding and bouncing along the building wall high above till it rested between and below the windows in which the remaining 2 men were crouched. Flickers of flame had begun darting out the tops of their windows, and occasional coils of smoke rolled out and up. The firemen had reached us. They shoved their table under the ladder legs, and we set the ladder down on it and looked up the face of the building. The ladder top was closer, but still well below the 2 men. But under these 2 windows ran a sign. I couldn't read it through the snow and the smoke rising from the windows below. Now one of the men crept out onto the sign, crawled to a point over the ladder, turned, and hanging from the sign's front edge, lowered himself, his feet feeling for and finding the topmost rung. He let go, knees bending, grabbed the ladder top, then scrambled down fast as he could go. The little man in charge had been shouting at the second man, "You will be safe in a moment, remain calm." And now the second man reached the ladder like the first. As he clattered down, the little man was beaming, grabbing each of our hands and giving it a shake. "I am Anthony Comstock, my heartfelt thanks, God be praised," he was saying. The 2 firemen stood waiting, each with his hands on the ladder. The moment the man on it dropped onto the street, they began cranking it down. They yelled a thanks to us, told us to get the hell across the street before we were killed, and we all ran across Park Row, ducked under the police ropes holding back the crowd lining City Hall Park, then turned to look back across the street. I heard a sound from Julia. She was crying, and she slowly turned her head away from the burning building. It was a sight I don't think the modern world ever sees. Only the outer walls of that building were stone. The entire interior, floors, window frames, doors, was wood. So was nearly every object of furniture in all its offices and rooms. Even the walls and ceilings were wooden lath under plaster. And over the years, the building had turned gunpowder dry. The fire had almost literally exploded through the entire street floor and swarmed up both flights of stairs to the next. Now broad pennants and gouts of flame leaped high, red and frantic from every window of the lower floors. They actually seemed to be trying to climb higher. With those flames, thick, sooty smoke roiled and twisted, flowing hotly up and out from the top of every one of those windows. The wind pushed down Park Row in bursts, the air thick with flying snow, and for a long moment or 2, the flames would bend with a gust of the wind, flickering and trembling, fighting to stand erect and reach up the face of the building again. Any time I close my eyes and remember, I can see the horrible color of it. The dark, grimy face of the old building, the terrible orange, red, and black of the huge, wild flames and rolling smoke, the spidery red lengths of the ladders, the people on the ledges mostly in white and black, but one girl in a long, vivid green dress. All of it seen strangely, nightmarishly dreamlike, through a white curtain of swirling snow. We watched, thousands of us, strung along the park edge in the east wall of the post office, standing in absolute silence except for the steady pump of the engines, the shouts of the firemen, and the thin cries of the people high on the ledges. Those on some of the third-floor ledges were rescued fast, though the windows over the observer sign were solid flame now. The last of the third-floor people were already climbing or being carried down. One girl hung limp over a fireman's shoulder as he brought her down, her arms swaying loosely down the length of his back. Suddenly, the entire crowd moaned. A few of the extension ladders were apparently long enough to reach the 4th floor, but as the topmost extensions were cranked up past the 3rd floor now, the thicket of telegraph wires strung above the sidewalks pressed against the faces of the extensions. Without shifting the ladder bases impossibly close to the face of the buildings, the tops couldn't get past the wires. Half a dozen firemen had lifted one ladder and, using it like a vertical battering ram, were trying to jam it past the wires by sheer force. We saw thin black threads of wire tauten, snap, and fall, the ends flying, and the ladder top burst through. 2 more ladders were forced up this way, and we watched people scurry down, sometimes completely disappearing in black smoke. Other ladders couldn't get through, and we saw a man and then a woman hang from a ledge, feet dangling, and at a shout from the fireman on top of the ladder, drop onto it. The fireman balanced, legs wrapped around the rungs, waiting to grab them.
2 men stood on the ledge of a 5th-floor window. Suddenly, the glass of the window bulged. A ball of red-smeared black smoke rolled out between them, and I saw the shards of glass fly far out over the street, twisting and falling, splintering the light as they fell through the flying snow. The window gone, the heat was too much, and the tail of one man's coat was smoldering and smoking as the men dropped to their knees, turned to face the building, then lowered themselves by their hands from the ledge, feet thrashing as they felt for, and then found, a toehold on the raised ornamentation set in the building's face over the 4th-floor windows. But now the flames were roaring up from the 4th-floor windows too, and I'm certain they'd have died in seconds from the heat and combustion gases if a fireman hadn't seen them, lifted the stream of his hose from the 3rd-floor window into which he'd been pouring it, and doused the 2 men. He kept it up, alternating the stream between the 3rd-floor windows and the 2 clinging men until a ladder was forced through the wires to the 4th floor. A fireman swarmed up it and must have shouted because one of the 2 men shifted himself hand over hand a foot or so to one side, then dropped squarely onto the ladder, landing just below the fireman. It must have hurt and may even have sprained or broken something because he came down the ladder very clumsily, but alive. The second man, too, swung himself over the ladder and dropped onto it. All this in moments, seconds after we ducked under the police lines. Then Julia was shaking my arm. "Jake! Jake!" she was yelling in my ear. "Maybe he's at a window on the Nassau Street side." I'd actually forgotten Jake and Carmody. They'd been pushed right out of my mind. But Julia turned, and I followed her, struggling straight back through the crowd. We got clear, then ran along the ragged back edge of the crowd through the park and across Mail Street to the post office. There we worked our way to the front of the crowd again, people muttering, turning to glare as we edged past, a few cursing me. We got to the front, at the very edge of the curb, but the rope police lines were up and we couldn't cross. Here we saw not only the Western Park Row face of the blazing building, but we looked down Beekman Street too, and saw the entire southern face of the building. A 5th-floor window facing Park Row and near the Beekman Street corner suddenly broke out, the glass flying. Behind it something was moving, then a woman climbed heavily up onto the ledge. Her face was black from the fire, I thought for a moment. Then I saw the spot of red above the dark face and realized it was a bandana around her head. This was Ellen Bull, the Negro cleaning woman who had told me days before where to find the janitor. Standing far up there on the ledge now, she began waving her arms wildly about her head. It may have been in panic, but I think maybe she was trying to dissipate a terrible heat pouring out from behind her. Because in almost the next moment, the flames broke out and seemed to be actually touching her long gray dress. She dropped to her knees, turned, slid off the ledge, and now she was hanging by her hands, her body swaying in the air beneath it. There were no flames from the 4th-floor window just below her yet, the glass there unbroken, but there was no foothold here either. Off to our left, 2 men had ducked under the rope and were running hard toward a wagon just across Mail Street. It had been trapped at the curb by the fire apparatus, an elderly woman next to us said. Its team led off across the park by the owner. At the wagon, the men were untying and now yanked off, a gray tarpaulin covering, and they ran across Park Road dragging it with them. Under Ellen Bull's dangling feet 5 stories above them, they began spreading the tarp, and maybe a dozen men behind the police lines at the corner of Beekman ducked under and ran to them. But no one was in charge. We could see, though not hear them shouting at each other, gesturing, yanking the tarp. They got it spread, waving each other to positions, but no one was looking up as Ellen Bull's hands opened and she dropped. There was a terrible moan from the crowd, and the men at the tarp looked up, tried to run into position, but she flashed past them, and clear over here we heard the awful sound as she struck the pavement. There was a sigh of absolute despair from the crowd, and a woman near us covered her face with her gloved hands, bending double, elbows jamming into the pit of her stomach, and she fainted, toppling sideways, but held partly upright by the press of people around her. Ellen Bull was being lifted onto the tarpaulin by the men who'd tried to save her. Then 4 of them carried her the length of the building and on into the Times building. The Times said next morning that she'd been taken to the Chambers Street Hospital and died half an hour later.
On Beekman Street, an aged man was hanging from a fourth-story window, and the ready hands of the firemen were hoisting a ladder to reach and save him. He clung with a death-like grip, but the flames were stronger than he. They were seen to burst from the window by the lintel of which he was hanging. The firemen were almost within reach of him, when suddenly a deep groan escaped from 1,000 throats. The old man's hand was seen to relax, and his body came tumbling to the hard pavement below. The man was Richard S. Davey, a compositor on the Scottish American. The unconscious body was taken to the Chambers Street Hospital, where death relieved the man from further suffering in a short time. From the corner of my eye, I saw Julia turn to me, and when I looked at her fully, her face was literally the whiteness of paper, and her eyes were enormous. Almost thoughtfully, she murmured, "We could have stopped it." Then she grabbed my arm in both her hands and shook me so violently I stumbled. "We could have!" she cried out at me in a rage. For a moment longer she looked at me, then turned away, murmuring, "I can never forgive myself." I had no answer. I wished I were dead. I had to move, had to do something, had to take some action against what was happening. In the line of cops holding the police line ropes, the one nearest us stood like the others, facing the crowd in his knee-length blue coat and tall felt helmet. But also like the others, he turned often to stare back over his shoulder at the fire across the street. This time when he did it, I lifted the rope, shoving Julia under and ducking after her. Then we ran hard through the snow and the freezing streams from hose joints and hydrants. On the other side we were cursed by the cops, but we ducked under the ropes, pushing into the crowd, working our way toward the Beekman Street corner just ahead. We could smell the smoke here and hear the crackle and roar of the flames, and, during gusts of wind, feel the heat carried across to us. We reached the corner beside the New York Evening Mail building, then started to work our way along Beekman Street toward Nassau Street, a short block to the east. I knew Julia hoped to find Jake there. And then I had my chance to do something. In the next morning's Times account, there is a paragraph reading, "While the excitement was at fever heat, Charles Wright, a young bootblack, who was well known to people doing business around Printing House Square, looked up to the burning building and saw 3 men wildly gesticulating at the windows of the 5th or upper story. From one of these windows, a wire rope was stretched to a telegraph pole on the opposite corner of Beekman Street. It had held a banner during the last campaign. A means of escape for the 3 men shot across Wright's mind in an instant, and in another instant he was engaged in putting it into execution."
The telegraph pole was slippery with snow and ice, but a dozen strong arms raised the boy and pushed him up until he reached the slight projections which serve as a foothold for the linemen. The Times didn't have it quite right. The boy, a Negro by the way, turned to the pole, shinnied up a couple of feet, but a sheeting of ice stopped him, and he yelled, "Help me get up!" All of us around the pole saw what he had in mind, and I stooped way down, my back to the pole, got my shoulders under his feet, then stood, boosting him higher. 2 men, one on each side of me, each worked a hand between my shoulders and his feet and shoved him up a yard or so more, and now he could reach the first of the wooden footholds. Up the pole the young lad shinnied, as he expressed it, until he reached the wire rope. It was the work of a moment to sever its connection with the pole, and the wire then fell to the side of the burning building. The 3 men on the 5th story seized this rope and slid down it, one after the other, in safety to the ground, although their hands were seriously injured by friction in the descent. Young Wright was received with cheers as he reached the ground, and he became the hero of the day. But for his timely action, there is little doubt that the men thus saved would have been consumed before other aid could have reached them. That part of the account is entirely right. It was beautiful to see that cable smack the side of the building when the boy let go of it, to see it hanging then to within a few feet of the walk, and to see the first man swing out onto it, and to see it hold. Each of the next 2 men kept his head, waiting till the man before him was on the ground. But they all slid too fast, burning their hands. And we did cheer Wright when he got down from the pole. I got a $10 yellowback from my wallet, gave it to him, and half a dozen others gave him money. One man gave him a gold piece. The 3 rescued men came over, found the boy, shook his hand, and led him away with them, and I'm sure they must have done something for him too, which he very well deserved. Julia and I were working our way through the crowd along Beekman Street when all around us heads turned to look east.
Just ahead, on the other side of a narrow alley, the wooden scaffolding of a big, new, still unfinished stone building suddenly broke into flame. The fire had jumped clear across the street. The front of the building rose into 2 towers higher than anything else around, and now the flames shot up the scaffolding to reach the towers. There it caught the window frames, in which glass hadn't yet been set, and ran up and along the eaves, gabled roof lines, and the ornate railings of the tower rooftops. It was a sudden, weird, strange spectacle of burning rings, squares, triangles, and the parallel lines of the railings, like an enormous 4th of July set piece seen high in the air through a snowstorm, and I think the crowd turned to it, as we did, in relief from the things we'd been seeing. But while we were watching, a young woman had crept out onto a 4th-story window ledge of the burning building, and when I turned and saw her, I wondered if she'd been inside all this time, maybe running from one side of the building to another till she found this one not yet on fire. Just above her, fire roared out of the 5th-story window as though it were fed by forced draft, the tongues and billows of orange flame shooting halfway out over the street like a kind of squirming canopy over her head. She wasn't panicked, though. She closed the window behind her, careful to pull it all the way down. Then she stood, raised her arms above her head, and put a hand on the window opening on each side, supporting and steadying herself. It was an astonishingly calm posture. There she stood, not shouting, not screaming, but simply looking down at us, waiting. She must have known there was no going back, that this window was her last chance, and that there wasn't much time before the fire burst through it behind her. And nothing was happening, no firemen coming with a ladder below. I suppose they thought, and they couldn't be blamed, that no one else would appear at a window along here at this stage of the fire. The girl stood waiting, in her long black dress, arms outstretched, hands on the sides of the window opening which framed her. She wore a white scarf tied around her neck. Suddenly the glass broke behind her, and a tremendous gout of black smoke filled the entire window, rolling on out and hiding her completely. Near us a woman cried out, anguished, and the crowd stirred, muttering. Down the line somewhere a man was shouting angrily for a ladder. Out on Beekman Street a cop ran past us fast as he could go. There was no flame in the black smoke pouring out over the ledge up there, and we all, every last soul in that crowd I'm certain, held our breaths. Would she be gone when we saw the ledge again? Julia didn't know it, but she had both hands on my forearm, squeezing. The wind pulled the smoke away fast, and she was still there, one hand on the window frame, the other cupped tightly over her mouth. Now she struck her chest hard, and we could see she was coughing. Then again she stood, arms outstretched between the stone sides of the opening, looking down at us and waiting, and the crowd was murmuring at her calmness and bravery. Minutes passed. A man near us stood staring up at the girl and cursing steadily. He may not have known he was doing it. Then finally 2 firemen came running around the corner from Nassau Street, carrying an extension ladder. But at the building wall they stood, still holding the ladder, and talking, one man shaking his head violently. The cop at the police line had run over to them, and now he ran back. "Ladder's too short," he yelled to us. One fireman began running back the way he'd come, then stopped, I never knew why, and came running back. And now they lifted the ladder up against the building and rattled the extension up fast, the ladder tops bouncing against the wall as it rose. It was too short. There was newspaper criticism in days that followed of the shortness of fire department ladders in a time when many buildings were 4, 5, and 6 stories tall, and newer ones 10. This ladder, raised to its highest now, touched the wall a good 4 feet below the girl's ledge. And now again, a great slow billow of soot-black smoke rolled across the windowsill behind the girl and covered her completely. She'd have died, I'm certain, lost consciousness and fallen back into the building or out and down onto the street, except for the wind. It snatched the slow roll of smoke and sent it flying in thinning fragments along the face of the building, and we could see the white scarf and the black skirt. I want to explain. Since we'd stepped out of the Times Building doorway onto the street and seen the burning building, I'd been silently talking to myself. I didn't really blame myself for failing to burst through into Jake Pickering's office and stamping out the tiny new fire when I could have. No one could have anticipated what so suddenly happened. What ate at me now was this, that by our hidden presence at that old event, Julia and I might have changed its course in just the way Dr. Danziger had always been afraid of. Perhaps we'd made a tiny sound, for example, barely heard and hardly noticed by Carmody as he searched through the files. Yet even a tiny, hardly noticed sound might very slightly have affected his subsequent actions, so that he dropped his burning match an inch to one side, say, landing it on the paper it set alight.
Otherwise, if we hadn't been there to make even the least sound, who could say but what his match would have fallen onto bare wood, and that he might simply have stood then and watched it burn out? I knew Julia must be agonizing through her thoughts too. These were real people we'd just seen die. And now, this incredible girl stood high over the street above us, waiting in silent courage to either die or somehow be saved in what now had to be only a matter of seconds. I couldn't take one more death. I couldn't have stood it if she'd fallen back into the building or down onto the street before me. I had to do something, and it wasn't bravery, it was simple necessity. I was shoving my way forward. Then I ducked under the lines and was running across the street. I didn't climb. I just sprang up onto the face of that ladder. Then I was racing up toward the top. I hate heights. They make me uneasy, and I can feel panic stirring inside me. But now there was no room for it. I was in a kind of exaltation, my head tilted back to stare up those rungs, hands and feet flying, the ledge rushing toward me. I didn't know what I was going to do up there, but when my hand closed on the topmost rung, I did know, as though I always had known. Both hands rose, cupped over the rounded tops of the ladder, my feet continuing to climb until I was crouched in a ball, my left foot on the very top rung, right foot on the rung just below. For a moment I hung motionless, getting the feel of my balance. Then, in precisely the right moment, I lifted my hands free of the ladder and shoved upward with both legs hard. For an instant I was balanced in the air, then I toppled forward and my clawed hands smacked down onto the window ledge, a hand on each side of the toes of the girl's shoes projecting over the ledge. I was looking up and could see the buttons running down the side of one shoe. I only had to tell her once. She turned quickly and half climbed and half slid down my back toward the ladder. Looking down between my feet, I saw a fireman's head and shoulders appear. His hands rose, gripped her ankles, guided them down, and she slid from my back onto the ladder below me. And then, this wonderful girl had already worked out in her mind what to do about me. The fireman holding her, she reached up and set her hands on my waist, pressing in hard. And with that support steadying me, I was able to let go the ledge, stoop quickly, and find the ladder tops again with my hands. We moved fast then, climbing down in a row, and we weren't even halfway to the ground when the black smoke from the window she'd stood in changed instantaneously to roaring orange flame. I stepped down onto the street. The girl threw her arms around my neck and kissed me on the cheek. I asked her name. It was Ida Small, and I took her hand for just a moment and felt happy and redeemed. I won't forget Julia's eyes ever as I ducked under the line and she stood waiting. Hands were clapping me on the back, people congratulating me, someone yelling something right in my ear. An old man in a top hat, wearing his white hair in an antique length down to his coat collar, tried to give me his gold watch. I thanked him, refusing, then took Julia's arm, getting us out of there toward Nassau Street ahead. I could see that, in these moments at least, Julia was in love with me. Her eyes were filled with it, and all I could do was grin and keep feeling my head, wondering how I'd lost my hat. I felt like a fake because bravery hadn't been involved. I was looking for absolution, and found it. Ida Small, who really was brave, still had a life ahead of her. The Times, next morning, said she was employed as an amanuensis in the office of D.P. Lindsley, author of a work on tachygraphy. She was working alone, which was why she hadn't known about the fire till long after most others. In the February 11th Frank Leslie's illustrated newspaper, on the next page, the entire cover was given to a woodcut illustration showing Ida Small up on the ledge and her anonymous rescuer on the ladder. And while I know I shouldn't, I'm including that cover here, although the face of the man doesn't really look too much like me.
and I wasn't wearing a vest either. At the corner, we stood watching both the Nassau Street face of the building and the Beekman Street side, but there was no one at any of the windows now, and even the ladders had been taken down. Like the rest of the crowd along both streets, we just stood in helpless fascination, staring at the streams of water arching in through the window openings of the burning building, at the fountains of heated air and sparks rising endlessly from the stacks of the steam-powered pumpers, at the slanting, whirling curtain of snow. Suddenly, the fire ended. The roof fell in, crashed tremendously onto what was left of the next weakened floor. Then the entire interior smashed through to the basement, and an enormous gust of sparks, smoke, and whirling burning fragments rose 50 feet over the roof with a sighing, whooshing sound that must have been heard for blocks. In moments, the building gutted. The fire was over, and you could see through the window openings on up through emptiness to the sky. In the basement, the wreckage still burned, but almost feebly, the force of it gone, and the snow fell, whirling prettily, down through the emptiness enclosed by the walls. Above every gaping window opening of the burned-out building lay a great fan-shaped smear of blackened masonry, and already it was becoming hard to picture this great dead hulk as having once been alive and full of people. It seemed impossible that we'd been in it listening to Jake Pickering and Andrew Carmody. I pulled out my watch and couldn't believe it. An hour ago. The enormous spectacle over, the crowd around us began talking, the sound rising to a steady, excited murmur, and I heard a voice say, "It's a blessing the paper moved out." To Julia, I said, "What paper is he talking about?" "The World," she said dully. "Until a few months ago, that was the World building, and most people still call it that. They occupied the entire top floor. Scores of them would surely have died up there." "The World," I said slowly, trying the sound of it, and then I understood. That the sending of this, the note in the old blue envelope in Kate's apartment had said, should cause the destruction by fire of the word building seems well nigh incredible. Yet it is so. And for the rest of his life, that was to torture Carmody's conscience. I felt the weight lift from my own conscience. Now I knew that nothing Julia or I had done had caused the fire. I took Julia's arm and worked our way out of the crowd, south down Nassau Street. We heard a shout, a single warning cry, then a vast murmur from the watching crowd, and as we swung around to look, the entire Beekman Street face of the building leaned inward, very slowly, nearly imperceptibly, then faster, faster, and, still nearly all of a piece, it crashed like a felled tree down onto the burning wreckage in the basement. And now, the entire empty interior open to view and to the storm, the building was truly gone. We took the L home. Julia sat looking blindly out the window, and I spoke to her now and then, trying to comfort her, but couldn't. It was true, and I knew it, that nothing we'd done had contributed to causing the fire. We'd been invisible spectators, influencing events in no least way. And while I couldn't explain why I knew that, the certainty of it sounded in my voice, and I think I persuaded Julia of that truth. But of course, she wished that we had altered subsequent events. I'd literally forced her out of Jake's office, and now Julia had to wonder if we could have helped him by staying. I had to wonder too, though I wouldn't have changed what I'd done, or most likely we'd be dead too. At the house, Julia went straight up to her room, exhausted.
There was no one downstairs, the place silent. It was past lunchtime and we'd had no breakfast, but I wasn't hungry so much as empty, and I didn't feel like prowling around the kitchen. I went up to my room, took off my coat, and lay down. After the night and morning we'd spent, I was very tired, but too full of what had happened, I thought, to be able to sleep. But of course I did, within only minutes after stretching out on top of my bed. It was dark when I woke up from a hunger so intense it made me dizzy. I had no idea what time it was. It might have been very late. But Maud Torrance and Felix Greer were in the parlor reading when I came downstairs. They glanced up and nodded to me casually, and I understood that they didn't know I'd seen the fire. Just as casually, I asked if Jake Pickering were home, and Felix, already turning back to his book, just shook his head. I walked on through the darkened dining room to the kitchen. I could see a light under the crack of the door. Julia sat at the kitchen table with her aunt, eating cold sliced roast, from dinner probably, bread and butter, hot tea, and as soon as I walked in, Aunt Ada hopped up to get me some too. From her face, I could see that she knew all or at least something about what had happened, and she didn't question me. Julia looked up and nodded wanly. There were dark circles under her eyes. I was certain I knew the answer, but had to ask, "He's not back?" Julia said no, and, squeezing her eyes shut, dropped her chin to her chest and sat shaking her head as though trying to deny a mental picture, or a thought, or both, and I didn't know what I could say to her. When I finished my supper, Julia was still at the table, hands folded in her lap, waiting. I looked at her, and she said, "I want to go back, Si," and I just nodded. I didn't know why, but I had to go back too. Outside it was snowing again, and there was still a wind. The snow on the walks was too deep for walking now, but there were wheel marks in the street, and we walked in those to the L station on 23rd Street. And by 10 o'clock we were standing against the east wall of the post office, sheltered from the wind, and the snow in Park Row in front of the Times office and in front of what remained of the Old World building was disturbed only by the feet of the firemen and police officers. Lines of hose across the car tracks were buried out of sight in the snow, and the streams of water that played from the nozzles were seemingly wasted. The flames continued as bright as though a great flood could have no effect upon them. The gas supply pipes created much of the glare. Men and women and children huddled close to the walls of the post office on the Park Row side. The wind increased to a gale, and the snow beat about with such effect that the crowds were driven to seek refuge elsewhere, and by 10 o'clock the streets in the neighborhood were almost deserted. A few staid persons, who appeared like statues of snow, seemed to think they were in duty bound to be on hand. They rubbed their backs against the sides of the post office and kept their eyes fixed upon the ragged Park Row wall of the burned building. The winds howled through Beekman Street and Park Row and whipped up Spruce Street into Nassau and Park Row with such fury that those who ventured to turn those corners were fairly lifted from their feet. The City Hall clock appeared as though in a mist. By 11 o'clock the snow had almost ceased to fall, the shrieks of the winds had died away, and the atmosphere was clear and cheerful, but the crowds did not return. We were among the last to leave, hypnotized by the black hulk across the street. The street lamps before it were smashed and unlit, and the face of the wall was dark and without detail. But the lower window openings were sharply defined by the steady glare of the flaming gas pipes on the other side, and we could see the new snow mounded on their sills. The wreckage looked centuries old, an ancient ruin, and the dark shapes of the firemen were motionless, the only movement the play of the water arching through the empty windows. Higher up, the walls were touched by the diffused, sourceless light that so often accompanies a nighttime snowfall, and we stared up at the smoke-blackened observer sign along which we'd crawled, and just beyond it, on the face of the Times building, the sign of J. Walter Thompson, advertising agent, onto which we had stepped and saved our lives. Finally we left. As we crossed Park Row into Beekman Street, the City Hall clock said 10 to 11. The Beekman Street sidewalk had been trampled clear of snow all day and into the evening. Now, with only an inch of untouched new snow, it was easily passable. We looked across the street. Here the wall had fallen, and we looked into the emptiness of what had been the inside of the building. The flames of the broken gas pipes roared softly, steadily, white arches of water wetting down everything near them. But the fire itself was over, the destruction of the world complete, and it was already passing into, not even history, but oblivion. At this moment, a swarm of artists would be hard at work under gaslight, over at Leslie's illustrated newspaper a couple of blocks to the west at Park and College Place, and at Harper's, carving out the woodcuts of the fire that would appear in a week or so. The girl beside me, and most of the city, would look at their work for a few moments, recreating the sensation. But I understood, as they could not, how quickly the men now carving those wooden blocks would be gone, together with the entire population that would look at them, incredibly including this girl. Here and there, a last few copies would yellow in files, turning into something quaint and faintly amusing, and this vanished building and awful fire would be gone from all human memory. For a few moments, walking along Beekman Street across from the wreckage already being covered over with snow in places, I was overwhelmed in melancholy. Human life was so short, it seemed meaningless.
It's the kind of thought you have, usually, only in the deep middle of the night, waking up alone in the world. But I knew a time when this building and fire were as though they'd never been, and so I had the feeling now. We turned the corner into Nassau Street, and, without speaking, each sensing it in the other, we began to hurry, suddenly anxious to leave this place forever. Ahead, just across the street from the Nassau Street entrance to the Times building, the street lamp was unbroken, and its circle of yellow light lay sparkling and softly beautiful on the snow of our walk. Here, too, on this walk, the snow was almost untouched, but not quite. A single line of footsteps marked it, disappearing into the darkness beyond the lamp. They began as though someone peering into a window opening of the destroyed World Building had crossed Nassau Street, stepped up onto the curb, and walked on. We reached the footprints, our own beginning to appear beside them. Then, directly under the lamp, I gripped Julia's arm, and we stopped. Sharply imprinted in the snow, just as I'd seen it once before, lay the tiny shape of a tombstone. Within it, dozens of dots formed a circle enclosing a 9-pointed star. But this time there were a lot of them. Behind each sole print in the line of footsteps ahead lay the round-edged, straight-bottomed tombstone shape. "They're heel prints," I said. Then I crouched beside one, pointing. "The star and circle are the heads of the nails." I looked up at Julia, and she nodded, mystified. "Yes, of course. Men often have that done when their boots are made, a personal design of some sort." She shrugged. "It's just a good luck sign." I nodded. I understood. This was Carmody's sign. He had escaped the fire, and only a few moments ago he was here to look once more upon what he had done. For a moment longer I stood staring at that strange little print in the new snow.
He'd be buried under that sign. Years from now, his widow would wash and dress his newly dead body, then bury him under this identical sign. Why? Why? The question still remained. We walked all the way home. The wind gone, the snow stopped, it was no longer cold. And this late, and so soon after the storm, the streets were deserted, and we had the world to ourselves. At least the streets we walked on were empty. Half lost most of the time, we traveled back and forth east and west, but working always to the north, along the old streets of the old city of Lower Manhattan. The walks were occasionally shoveled clear, but generally not, so we walked in packed-down carriage and wagon ruts. As the storm clouds broke up, a half-moon began to appear and disappear, so that sometimes, a block or more from a street lamp, we moved through darkness. At others we walked in moonlight that, doubled by reflection from the snow, was like day. Often we walked along, or crossed, silent residential streets precisely like those still existing in great areas of 20th-century San Francisco. In San Francisco, not just isolated relics, but entire whole blocks of 19th-century houses stand untouched, looking in every way, except for parked cars, like still existing old photographs of themselves. And now, here in Lower Manhattan of the 19th century, we often think of it wrongly as having been nothing but block after block of brownstones, were whole blocks and streets of tall, wooden, wonderfully ornate houses, exactly like their counterpart streets in modern San Francisco. Occasionally, there was a light far back in a house behind a curtained window, someone sick, we supposed. And once in a while, far ahead or down a side street, we saw a moving figure. Occasionally, no wagon tracks visible, there were stretches of knee-deep drifts, and taking her hand, I helped Julia through them. Until presently, after one such stretch, we didn't let go. Holding each other's hand, we walked through that silent, bright night, and, as I'm certain Julia did too, I could feel the horror of the fire begin to recede into the past and let go of us. At a long, shiny stretch of hard-packed snow surface, icy at this time of night, we ran on impulse, still hand in hand, then slid along that stretch, balancing in a way I'd done last in grade school. It was late, and we didn't laugh or call out, but we grinned. And once or twice we scooped up snow, packed it, and arched it high into the air for the fun of it. It was fine, that walk, and at one point we heard, from a stable somewhere, back of a house I suppose, the sudden high whinny of a horse, and I was suddenly aware of the enormous mystery of being here, walking the streets of New York City on a winter night of 1882. We reached 14th Street and turned east to walk a short block to the foot of Irving Place, which led, then as now, straight up to Gramercy Park.
Just ahead, the building on the southeast corner of 14 and Irving Place was brilliantly lighted, and we heard music, a waltz. "The Academy of Music," Julia said, and when we reached it, the side entrances were open, and we stopped at one of them to look inside. What we saw was stunning, dazzling. At least a third of the main floor, the seats removed, was covered by a slightly raised dancing platform, waxed and shining, filled by whirling, dipping, waltzing couples. In the gallery, a great orchestra played, violin bows in slanted motion, and every box level, after level of boxes, curving in a great horseshoe from one side of the stage clear around to the other, was filled with chatting, laughing people overlooking the dancers. Still more spectators filled the stage and the entire rest of the main floor. Great urns of flowers stood along the edge of the dancing platform, and high above the stage hung huge letters and numerals made of gas pipe. They were lighted, and the yellow-white letters of flame spelled Charity 1882. The ball was an island of light, music, and excitement in a white and silent winter night. It seemed magical to have come onto it like this. Every man there wore white tie and tails, yet the variety of hair length and style, and the even greater variety in beard, mustache, and sideburns kept them individuals, recognizable and interesting to the eye. And the women, in their long but off-shoulder and often surprisingly low-cut gowns, well, if the daytime dress of the 80s tended to be drab, these women made up for it tonight. I don't know the terminology of women's clothes or the materials they're made of. I'll quote again directly from next morning's account of the ball in the Times. Mrs. Grace wore cream-colored brocaded satin with pearl front. Mrs. R.H.L. Townsend wore blue satin brocaded with leaves and flowers of gold. Mrs. Lloyd S. Bryce wore white brocaded satin flounced with lace. Mrs. Stephen H. Allen wore white watered silk with pearl and diamond ornaments. Mrs. Woolsey wore black tulle with black satin waist and diamond ornaments. Mrs. C.G. Franklin, white silk and diamonds. Mrs. Commodore Vanderbilt, white silk and diamonds. Mrs. Crawford wore blue silk. Mrs. J.C. Barron, white satin and lace with diamonds. My reason for quoting this is that these women, a hall filled with them, absolutely glittered. Standing a few feet from us, a man in white tie and tails, but with the look of a cop, had been watching us. Tolerantly enough, the time for ticket collecting long passed. I looked over at him now, and he sauntered over. "I know someone here," I said to him. "Is there any way to locate her?" I narrowed my eyes and pantomimed looking out over the hall. For some reason we treat cops as though they were all dumb. He turned to a little gilt chair, picked up a handwritten list of several pages, and handed it to me. Proscenium boxes, it was headed, and under this it listed boxes and then occupants by letters beginning with D, and I looked quickly down a long column of names. Artist boxes, said the next column, and these boxes were listed by composers' names beginning with Mozart, Meyerbeer, Bellini, Donizetti. I looked through the names under these, all beautifully written in a woman's hand. I looked under Verdi, Gounod, Weber, Wagner, Beethoven, Auber, Halevi, Grisi, and then, under Piccolomini, I found the names of 4 women and their husbands, and one of the 4 was the name I was looking for. The guard, or cop, pointed out the Piccolomini box, and it was nearly full. 4 women and 3 men sat watching the dancers below. The guard walked off, and I murmured to Julia, "There they are, 4 women. One of them almost certainly knows that today her husband killed half a dozen people, and nearly burned to death himself. So tell me, which of those 4 women is she?" "There is no question of that, is you?" Julia said. "The woman in the yellow gown." I nodded. There was no question at all. There she sat, her spine straight, her back not touching the little gilt chair, a strikingly handsome woman in her mid-30s, and her face was absolutely composed. She'd have been good-looking, very nearly beautiful, except that looking at her face you hardly thought of that. I've seldom seen a face, and never before or since a woman's, of such utter composure, extreme capability, and absolute determination. "Do you see what she's looking at?" Julia said. And I realized that the woman in yellow wasn't watching the dancers. In the very front of her box, one of the largest and most prominent in the hall, Mrs. Andrew W. Carmody was staring ahead at the great flaming gas letters, Charity 1882. And I understood why Andrew Carmody had had to act as he did. "What are you thinking?" Julia said. I couldn't take my eyes off that fiercely beautiful face. "She scares me. I feel chilled looking at her."
But I'm fascinated, too sort of illicitly thrilled. Oh, and why? Because the time will come when that kind of face and person and the kind of high drama she's involved in won't exist anymore. They'll be out of style. Evildoers will be tawdry, committing crimes of violence or bookkeeping in which any sense of drama will be non-existent. And of the two kinds of people and evil, I'll take those with a sense of style. Julia was looking at me, her brows raised quizzically. I took a last look at Mrs. Carmody and that wonderful ball, then we turned and walked away, moving past a long line of carriages waiting at the curb, their sidelights flickering, their horses motionless under blankets, the liveried men waiting, and then up the silent street to home, the sound of the waltz dying behind us. I slept very late next day. When I finally came downstairs, it was well past noon, but I had breakfast anyway, reading the Times account of the fire, which covered the entire front page and part of the second. Every other boarder had long since gone, so I sat alone. Julia served me. Looking very pale, violet smudging under her eyes, she brought in coffee when I sat down, and we said good morning, nothing more. I had pancakes, and Ada cooking them. I could hear the rhythm of her spoon against the crockery bowl stirring up the batter as Julia stood pouring my coffee. When Julia brought in my first stack, she stood beside the table as I buttered them. I looked up at her, and she said, "He didn't lose a happy life, did he, Si?" I shook my head. He was obsessed, half insane with cravings he would never have satisfied. Nothing would ever have been enough for him, Julia. Once in a while, there really is a man better off dead, and he's one. But Julia rejected that, shaking her head even before I'd finished. These aren't matters for us to decide. If we'd stayed, if only we'd stayed. I said, "Listen," and picked up my paper, which was open to the second page. Assistant Foreman James Heaney of Hook and Ladder Company No. 1, I read aloud, said that his truck reached Nassau Street about 2 minutes after the breaking out of the fire, and that he was never more astonished in his life. A powder magazine, he thought, could not have flashed up more quickly. I looked up at Julia, then back at my paper. Captain Tynan said tonight that in all his experience on the police force, he never saw a fire burn with greater fierceness and intensity. I turned to the first page, ran my finger down a column, and read, "The following statement regarding the origin of the fire is made by Mr. E. O. Ball. I was passing down the rear or Nassau stairs, and when near the foot of the stairs, flames burst up through the new elevator shaft from the basement. Nothing had occurred indicating an explosion up to that moment. The flames rushed up the shaft like a flash of lightning and almost as quickly up the stairways, in terrible torrents of fire, with dense black smoke which almost instantly cut off all possibility of egress." She had a hand pressed to her chest. "It really says that? I haven't looked at the paper. I couldn't bear it." "Those are actual quotations, word for word, from the New York Times, February 1st, 1882. Anyone free to read it and check up. The paper's full of them, Julia. Edward S. Moore of the Scottish American, I read, says that in less than 1 minute after the alarm of fire was given, all means of escape by the Park Row side of the building was cut off. And there's more of the same from John D. Cheever of the New York Belting and Packing Company, Alfred E. Beach of the Scientific American, and a guy named James Munson who looked out his office window in the Tribune building, saw the World building just as usual, then looked out again only 5 minutes later and saw the entire building aflame. Julia, let yourself alone. You didn't cause the fire, couldn't have stopped it, and couldn't possibly have helped Jake." I tossed the paper to the table, then pointed to a paragraph. "Don't miss this, by the way. It's a full account of Dr. Prime's escape along the observer sign into Thompson's office in the Times building. The man with him was named Stoddard." I'd helped Julia. I could see I had. What I'd read was true, and I saw the conviction and sad knowledge come into her eyes, finally, that nothing could have been changed. When I'd finished my pancakes, Julia brought in a second stack, and I read her a couple more items I'd found in the paper. Guito's relatives, a brief story said, were planning to refrigerate his body after the execution and exhibit it. I smiled, but she didn't.
A second item said the Harvard class of 1876 had collected money and had sent one of its members to help a classmate in Denver accused of murder, and Julia did smile a little. Sometime around mid-afternoon, I was looking through a Harper's Weekly by a parlor window when I saw a cop walk past in his tall felt helmet and long blue coat. There were sergeant stripes on his sleeve. He turned in, rang our doorbell, and Aunt Ada answered it. Julia was upstairs somewhere. I heard the cop at the door, badly mispronouncing and slow with the syllables as though he were reading the name, say, "Miss Charbonneau? She live here?" Aunt Ada said yes and called up the stairs to Julia. The cop said, "Morley, Simon Morley. He live here too?" I was up then, walking into the hall, paper in hand, before Aunt Ada could answer. The cop stood on the stoop, a small square of paper in his hand. "I'm Simon Morley." He nodded. "Come along then." Julia was coming down the stairs, and he nodded toward her. "The both of you. Get your coats." Aunt Ada and I both said "Why?" simultaneously. "You'll be told, all in good time." Something about the way he'd said "all" and "you'll" and "along" told me he was Irish. I said, "Well, I'd like to know now, are we under arrest?" "You very soon will be if you don't do what you're told." His eyes were suddenly furious and vindictive, the way cops so often are if you question anything they do. Julia was patting her aunt's arm and murmuring something soothingly. I knew we weren't exactly in the heyday of civil rights, and for Julia's sake, not to say my own, I shut up. I got my coat and fur cap from the big mirrored stand in the hall, and Julia got her coat and bonnet from the closet under the stairs, assuring her aunt that we'd undoubtedly be home before long and that there was nothing to worry about. The carriage waiting at the curb was for us. I'd assumed we'd be walking, but the cop stepped past us, opened the carriage door, and gestured us in. Watching us, a man sat on a little folding jump scat facing the rear. I helped Julia into the wide scat opposite him. Then, stooping, I stepped in between her and the man in the jump scat, feeling the little jounce and sag of the carriage body under my weight. The cop on the walk slammed the carriage door as I sat down beside Julia, and as I looked out at him, his arm flew up in salute to the man sitting opposite us. Not very smartly, but with plenty of respect. The reins snapped, the carriage started up, and the man nodded to the sergeant in calm response to the salute. Then he turned to look us over, and as I saw that formidable, chilling face full on, I suddenly knew who he was. I'd never set eyes on him before, but I knew, and suddenly I was badly scared. He was big, with heavy, square shoulders. This is a picture I found of him, and it's a good likeness, though it doesn't show the bald spot at the crown or the look of those eyes in actuality. It's the eyes that were frightening. They were big and gray, close together as you see, but alive with his own secret interest in us, moving over our faces and clothes, absolutely without interest in us as human beings. We were something to him, something important, but not as people. He had the largest mustache I've ever seen, completely covering his mouth.
And if that enormous walrus mustache, lying there on his face as heavy and thick as though it were carved out of wood, either looks funny or sounds funny, believe me, it was not. I stared back, fascinated, wondering if the mouth behind that mustache was so cruel it had to be hidden. He wore a black overcoat, unbuttoned now, a black braided suit with cloth-covered buttons, a single-breasted black vest with a heavy gold watch chain passed through a buttonhole, black shoes. He wore a stiff wing collar and a big, genuine-looking pearl stick pin, the one in the picture, I think. But it was the face that held me. It moved slightly as those strange gray eyes searched us, frisked us, examined our skins for scars, I could almost believe. I had to drop my eyes to get away from his, faking an interest in my own shoes, and the action made my face flush and made me feel guilty. This was Inspector of Police Thomas Burns of the New York Police Department, its most famous or notorious member by far. And if he had personally come to take us away, then this was no ordinary arrest, and I felt a steady thrill of sharp fright. Trying, I suppose, to fight it off, to stand up to this man, I asked a question I meant to sound hard and assured. But it didn't come out that way. It sounded half humorous in intent, as though I were ready to claim I was only kidding. I said, "Well, Aren't you going to warn us of our constitutional rights?" Nothing changed in his face, but the gray eyes moved rapidly over mine, extracting whatever meaning there might be in this boldness. He saw there was none, and without expression, he answered in a ludicrous mixture of half-illiterate speech and a strange broad ah of what I suppose he took to be upper-class talk. "I'll warn ye, keep your half-witted remarks to yourself, or I'll show yez the fat end of a sap." Strange talk from Inspector Burns, but I didn't laugh, even inwardly. And then we rode in silence for a dozen blocks, down 3rd Avenue under the L, rattling and swaying over the cobbles, occasionally lurching or slewing a little sideways through patches of snow. Julia stared out the little round window beside her, angry, refusing to look at Burns. I sat, occasionally looking up at him, but mostly at the floor or out at the street. The day was overcast, and the stores we passed were lighted only feebly, the lights generally far back in the store, yellow and steady if the gas flame was mantled, reddish and flickering if not. A good many stores had permanent wooden awnings built out to posts at the edge of the walks, and once again, as I had before, I tried to interest myself in the knowledge that because of this and the frequent hitching posts, 3rd Avenue in 1882 looked very like a set for a Western movie. But I wasn't interested at all. We passed Cooper Institute, looking just as I'd seen it last, as far as I could tell, then curved left where 3rd and 4th merge into the Bowery. We jounced along a few blocks farther under the L. A train darkened the day even more as it clattered over us, and a little shower of sparks and red embers dropped from the engine, one of them striking the horse's rump and lodging there for a moment, turning gray, but the horse gave no sign of feeling it. "Anything to tell me?" Burns said suddenly, and I nearly jumped, then shook my head, and so did Julia. A typical Burns trick, I thought, the long silence, then the sudden question that would startle us into talking if we'd known what he wanted us to talk about. But I was wrong. He was way ahead of me. He had a reason I don't think I could ever have anticipated. A couple more blocks, then we swung right onto Bleecker. 3 short blocks down Bleecker, then left onto... I saw the painted glass sign around the panes of the street lamp, Mulberry Street. Halfway down the block we stopped on the left, and I saw 2 great square lamps flanking the steps leading up into a 4-story stone building. The panes of the lamps were green, and I knew this was a police building. The driver was on the walk opening the carriage door, Burns gestured, and Julia stepped out. The driver, in derby and tan overcoat but a cop, was waiting, and as her foot touched the walk he took her arm firmly. Burns motioned me out and was right behind me, a hand tight around my wrist. Quickly up the steps, and as the plainclothes cop with Julia opened one of the big double doors, I read the gilt letters, heavily shaded in black, on the large plain fanlight over the doors, New York Police Headquarters. Inside, walking very fast, down a wooden-floored hall past a uniformed, very stout cop at a desk, I saw worn floors, stained and chipped porcelain cuspidors, dirty dark green plaster walls, and I smelled the smell, whatever it's made up of this kind of much-used building. Moving just short of a run, why do cops habitually and meaninglessly act nastily, as though it were a kind of instinct? We were hustled down a flight of stairs and then into a dingy, low-ceilinged, brick-walled basement room. In it stood a small table, an ordinary wooden kitchen chair, a perforated gas pipe backed by a reflector and mounted on a stand, and connected to a gas outlet by a flexible tube snaking across the wood floor. And, on a wooden tripod, an enormous camera of reddish polished wood, brass, and black leather. 3 plainclothes cops in shirt sleeves followed us right in. One was bald, the other 2 wore their hair parted on the left like the inspector's, and 2 of them wore walrus mustaches, though smaller than his. At a gesture from Burns, Julia and I took off our coats and hats and piled them on the table by the door. One of the men had walked immediately to the camera and begun fiddling with it. The other 2 stood waiting at the chair before the camera, to hold me down in it, I realized, if need be. I had no chance of resisting successfully, and I knew it, and yet it was the same constitution now as in my time, and I had to say something. I said, "I want to know why I'm here. I want to know what I'm charged with.
I want to consult an attorney, and I refuse to be photographed before I do." Burns nodded to the two cops. "You heard the gent. Tell him why he's here." They grabbed both my arms, one on each side of me. One shot up his knee, kicking me right at the tailbone with tremendous force. Julia cried out, sending me stumbling across the room toward the chair. I'd have fallen if they hadn't had hold of me. They whirled me instantly around, twisting my arms in the shoulder sockets. Then, each with a hand on a shoulder, they slammed me down into the chair so hard the wood groaned and the chair slid on the wood floor. My mouth was open in a soundless gasp, the pain forcing tears to my eyes. One of the men bent over to bring his mouth close to my ear, and his voice was gleeful with the pleasure of what he'd done and was doing. He said, "You're here, sir, because we want you here." I turned fast, spitting the words into his face before he could draw back. "You stinking son of a difficult person." His hand shot forward to grip my throat and hold my head so I couldn't move, out of the path of his other fist drawing back fast to strike, but Burns spoke quickly. "No, I don't want him marked." After a moment, the fist dropped, the hand at my throat squeezed hard, then dropped. My rebellion hadn't helped, and I'd known it wouldn't, but I was willing to have made it. Beside me, the two men stood ready for more resistance, their faces hoping I'd offer it, but once was enough. The man at the camera had a kitchen match in his hand, and now he lifted one leg and swiped the match across the tightened cloth of the seat of his pants. The match snapped into flame, and I smelled the sulfur. He turned a brass valve, gas hissed from his standing light, then he touched the match to the perforations, and it popped into flickering red flame.
He turned the valve, lowering the gas, and the dozens of little tongues shrank to a steady blue, and the light from the shiny reflector behind it was hot on the skin and bright to the eyes, and I squeezed them nearly closed. "None of that!" A hand on my shoulder shook me, a lot harder than necessary so that my teeth clicked. "Open your eyes." I forced them open, and the man at the camera was stooped under his black cloth. The camera bellows slid forward, stopped, moved slightly back, then I saw his hand squeeze a bulb. "Got him," he said, and then it was Julia's turn. I was glad to see that no one touched her when she sat down. I might have felt I had to do something if they'd been rough with her and been beaten to the ground. The photographer squeezed the bulb, and when his head ducked out from under the black cloth, Burns's extended arm and forefinger were pointing at him. "Now," said Burns, and the man murmured a quick "yes, sir," and actually trotted from the room with his plates. One of the other two men had his notebook out, and Burns glanced at me. 28 to 30, he said, and the man wrote quickly. "About 510, 140, Burns said, and the man's pencil flickered. Burns described me and my clothes, including hat and overcoat, then Julia and her clothes, and the man with the notebook hurried out. Burns beckoned to me, and I walked over. He said, "Give me your wallet," and I reached into my inside coat pocket for it, feeling I'd never see it again. With my other hand I brought out the little handful of change I had in my pants pocket, and contemptuously held both change and wallet out to Burns. "Keep the change," he said, smiling at his own joke, and the plainclothesman snickered. Burns didn't touch my wallet. He shook his head and said, "Count it first." I did. I had $43. When I finished, Burns was scribbling in a little notebook. Then he looked up. "How much?" I told him. He filled in the amount, tore out the little page, and gave it to me. A handwritten receipt for $43, signed Thomas Burns, Inspector. "We're not petty thieves here," he said, then turned to Julia and told her to count the money in her purse. He took the bills, she had $9, gave her a receipt, handed the purse back, and Julia thanked him dryly and asked why he'd taken our money. "You might try to escape," he said, shrugging, "but you wouldn't go nowhere much without money, would yous?" Back into the carriage then, Burns facing us again, watching, waiting. Over to Fifth Avenue, then we turned uptown. I said, "Where are we going?" "I think you can guess." "No, I can't." "Then wait and see." Our carriage rolled through Washington Square, looking then as now except that there was no arch. Even a lot of the buildings were the same, especially along one side of the square. And for a moment it seemed impossible that in the next second or two I wouldn't see a car somewhere. Block after block then, trundling up Fifth behind the endless clop, 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 clop of our horse.
From time to time, Julia's eyes met mine, and I'd try to smile reassuringly, and so did she. Then I'd look out the windows, trying to be interested in the people and buildings we passed, but the certainty that somehow we were in serious trouble wouldn't let go my attention. When finally we stopped, between 47th and 48th Streets, I'd guessed where we were going. So had Julia, I could see when she glanced at me, but I couldn't possibly imagine why. There it stood across the sidewalk from our carriage door, Andrew Carmody's Fifth Avenue mansion, looking almost exactly like the old Flood mansion, still standing on San Francisco's Nob Hill, even to the magnificent stone and bronze fence around its patch of lawn. The carriage door was open, the driver gesturing us out, waiting to take Julia's elbow, Burns reaching for my wrist. On the wide front porch, the cop rang the bell, and we all stood waiting. Did Carmody think, when he'd seen Julia and me burst out of the boarded-up room beside Jake's office, that we'd somehow been part of the blackmail scheme? Was he going to accuse us of it now? A maid opened the door. She wore a long black dress with sleeves to the wrists, an enormous white apron, and a complicated white lace cap. She was a girl, no more than 15, cheeks as red as though they'd just been scrubbed. "Please come in, gentlemen and miss. You are expected," she said so respectfully she seemed frightened. Neither Burns nor the cop said anything as they started us forward, and I smiled at the girl and thanked her to show up what louts the cops were. Facing us across a wide hall as we stepped in was a pair of magnificent staircases of dark polished wood curving in opposite directions. As I followed the maid, my head was turning, trying, in spite of what was happening to us, to see all I could of the immense hall stretching off into the distance on each side of the stairs. I saw tremendous rugs on a tiled floor, walls ornate with molded plaster, globed light brackets, tables, chairs, flowers and vases. Through a vaulted doorway, down a short hall of polished parquet flooring, through another high doorway, and into a room as different from Aunt Ada's parlor as 2 rooms could ever be. It was 4 times as large, with French doors along one side, and its furnishings were entirely French, in the style, I think, of one of the Louis Graceful, and so light and dainty they hardly seemed usable. The white woodwork and the backs of the 2 tall doors from the hall were heavy with gilt ornamentation. Framed paintings hung on the walls, white marble busts stood in arched niches. A white and gilt grand piano, or possibly a harpsichord, stood near the windows. It was a beautiful room, all soft colors, and standing in it as though it were a setting for her, posed before a small white-mantled fireplace, stood Mrs. Andrew Carmody in a long, loose-sleeved pink dress, holding a folded fan of ivory. Her face was precisely as Julia and I had seen it last night in her box at the charity ball, as composed as though she had never in her life had a doubt. "Good afternoon, Inspector. Mr. Carmody has been told you are here and will be down in a moment." She smiled at Burns, as easily unconscious of the rest of us as though she actually didn't see us. "Good afternoon, Madam Carmody. I trust he ain't sufferin'. His burns are painful, but—" She moved a shoulder slightly and smiled at him brilliantly in a way that said the conversation was over. Her fan spreading open as she lifted it, she moved it once or twice before her face, and to cover the truth that he hadn't been asked to sit down, Burns stepped over to a marble bust of Marie Antoinette and bent forward to inspect it. Steps were sounding slowly down one of the entrance hall staircases, then along the parquet floor of the hall. They reached the open doorway, and as I turned to look, the steps became soundless as the shockingly bandaged man slowly crossed the great rug toward a chaise longue. The white bandages crossed his forehead, covered both temples and cheeks, and wrapped snug around his throat. But the nose and the narrow strips of flesh between it and the bandage edges were so red and swollen, so terribly burned, that whatever film of horribly damaged skin was left seemed hardly enough to hold in check the blood that seemed ready to break through just behind it. His hair was completely gone, burned off, the top of his head swollen and crusted. His eyes were inflamed, and he constantly blinked or momentarily squeezed them shut. One heavily bandaged arm hung in a black sling, and the finger ends protruding from it were swelled huge and split. At the chaise longue, he lay back as though exhausted. He wore black pants, faintly striped in white, and a dark blue braided smoking jacket. A folding table beside the chaise held a glass, a pitcher, an open cardboard pillbox, and a fever thermometer.
For a few moments he lay silent, eyes closed. Then he opened them, said, "As," and coughed heavily several times, wheezing deep in his chest. Then he tried again, keeping his voice so subdued in order not to start up the coughing again that it was nearly a whisper. "As you see, I have been burned in the fire yesterday. I was fortunate to escape with my life." He drew a sudden deep breath, his hand rising quickly to his chest as though he were about to cough, but he swallowed twice and repressed it. For a moment or two he lay motionless, eyes closed. Then he opened them, glanced at Julia, glanced at me, then nodded several times to Burns. "Yes," he said, almost whispering it, "it is they. Thank you, Inspector. Please, sit down." "Oh," Burns said, as though he were standing only because he'd absent-mindedly forgotten to sit. He pulled a small chair to the chaise and sat down. "Now, sir, pray tell what has happened." We stood listening while he told Burns about the letter Pickering had sent and the meeting in City Hall Park. I didn't doubt he had documents. As a contractor, I'd done honest work for City Hall, for which there were undoubtedly records of payment. Not everything done for the city while Tweed was in power was dishonest. Of course. And yet his documents had a slight value. I am engaged in certain delicate business negotiations involving millions, which could be upset by gossip and slander, however false. So I had the man followed. Pickering made no attempt to avoid this, and the gumshoe easily learned that he lived at 19 Gramercy Park. I had him ascertain the names of the other occupants, too. For all I knew, some of them might also be involved in this absurd scheme. Yesterday morning I met Pickering, who took me to his secret office in the Old World building, and I brought 1,000 in currency, prepared to pay it merely to be rid of the man. If he'd insisted on 1 cent more, I'd have had you arrest him at his home." "Quite right," said Burns, and it took me a moment to understand that he meant quite right. It was a pretty good story, I thought, altered about as I'd have done, I supposed, if I'd been in his shoes. Stopping occasionally to cough, he went on to say that Pickering reluctantly agreed to accept $1,000, knowing he had no proof of crookedness. That Pickering had explained what the boarded-up doorway was about, and that while Pickering was pulling documents from his files in exchange for the $1,000, a fire broke out in the next-door elevator shaft. He had no idea how. To his absolute astonishment, when he pointed at us, had burst through the boarded-up doorway. I had sprung at Pickering and grappled with him, while Julia began stuffing the money in her clothes. He could hear the crackle of flames, see smoke rolling up the shaft, hear shouts of fire, and hear people running. He had to run for his life. He began to cough heavily, and Mrs. Carmody, glaring at us, hurried over and held the glass of water from his table while he sipped at it. I could only stare at him. Then I turned to Julia as she turned to me, both of us mystified. Why Carmody wanted to involve us, I couldn't begin to imagine. And then I thought I might have a hint, because the bandaged head was shaking angrily as he pushed the glass aside, pulling himself upright on the chaise. "I escaped down the Nassau Street stairs," he said, in a harsh whisper that was the equivalent of a shout. "One of the very last to do so, I suspect. At the cost of burns about the face and head, and of one hand and arm that my physician says," his voice was bitter, "will disfigure me for life. His face would be distorted forever," he said, "and permanently reddened. Very little hair would ever again grow on his face or head. And they are responsible," he said, his finger shooting out at us, and I felt he almost believed it, and that certainly he blamed us for his terrible injuries and hated us. Obviously, he finished, we'd known about Pickering's scheme. As of course we had, at least I had. Of the people at Pickering's house, we were the only two who matched the descriptions and ages of the pair who'd burst into Pickering's office. That's why he'd had Burns bring us over for identification. He lay back in his chair. "And if Pickering is still missing, then they are responsible for his death. Except for their interference, he could have escaped with me." Burns turned to look at us. "Pickering is still missing."
Then they stand his murderers. I'd never faced such hate as came from the reddened eyes blazing at us from between the bandages. Was there any use in my protesting the truth, that he had started the fire, that he, not we, had struggled with Pickering, that Pickering's death was Carmody's fault? I wanted to yell it out, but in that case, how could I account for our hiding next to Pickering's office? By telling Burns all about Danziger and the project? There was no explanation for our being there. Burns was looking at me. "Well," he said, "anything to tell me now?" And after a moment, I shook my head. The doorbell rang. We heard steps toward the front door, the door opening, the maid's voice, then a man's. Footsteps approached along the hall. Then the maid stopped at the doorway, and the cop we'd left at 19 Gramercy Park came walking in, carrying his helmet under one arm. He actually bowed, head ducking humbly, then took a step backward, a finger rising to smooth his mustache. The bandaged head on the chaise nodded regally in return, and Mrs. Carmody graciously inclined her head. The little ceremony actually took several seconds, and if I hadn't known this before, I'd have known now that this was a place of wealth and power, and that both these cops understood it. "Well," Burns said then, and his voice indicated his standing in this room, far superior to that of the uniformed cop. "Yes, sir." The sergeant unfastened the 2 brass buttons of his uniform coat just over his belt. He shoved a hand in, then, with the instinctive feeling for drama that everyone of this time seemed to be born with, he walked over to the table beside Carmody's chaise-longue. Not till he reached it did he pull out a thick paper-bound stack of greenbacks and slap them down on the table. "Found this, sir, in his room." He nodded at me. "The landlady showed me the room, and the money was in his carpet bag, hiding under some clothes." I was paralyzed, almost literally. I couldn't move or speak. Burns had crossed to the table, to lean over and examine the stack of greenbacks. "And is this your money, sir?" The bandaged head turned, as though it hurt, and the inflamed, blinking eyes looked down at the money. "Yes, the bills are marked. My bank will identify them, every one." And Burns picked up the packet, turned, and walked over to Julia and me, tucking the bills into an inside coat pocket. "Well," he stopped before me almost cheerfully, and for the 3rd time said, "Anything to tell me now?" "There's nothing to tell." I shrugged. "He's lying, and the money is a frame-up to support the lie." I didn't know whether the word frame-up was in use yet, but if not, he understood me all the same, and nodded. "We never touch that money." I stopped suddenly. I'd thought of something. "Have you examined it for fingerprints?" I said excitedly. "You'll find his, all right," I pointed to the chaise-longue, "but you won't find mine or Miss Charbonneau's." "Won't find what?" "Our fingerprints." "I don't know what you're talking about." He didn't. I could see that he didn't. I didn't know when the use of fingerprints as identification was discovered, but obviously it was not yet. "Never mind. He's lying. That's all I have to say." "Well, that's possible," Burns answered. The sergeant walked over to him and whispered in his ear. Burns nodded, and the sergeant left. Burns looked at me speculatively for a moment, then rubbed his chin as though genuinely considering the possibility that I was telling the truth.
"We have a charge and a denial. If you 2 done it, nobody but Mr. Carmody Sr. Tell me this, were you there at all, hiding next to Pickering's office, for some innocent reason, perhaps?" He smiled invitingly, but I'd had time to understand that it was impossible to admit even being there. How could we explain it? If I admitted we were there but couldn't say why, Carmody's charge seemed true. I shook my head immediately. "No, the only connection between Pickering and us is that we lived in the same boarding house. We don't know anything about his blackmailing this man, or whether it's even true that he was. I begin to suspect that maybe Mr. Carmody here killed Pickering and left him to burn. He's afraid the truth will come out and wants a scapegoat before questions start being asked. Since we lived where Pickering did, he hides the money in my bag or has someone else do it and accuses us." Burns was nodding sympathetically. "Quite possible, if you wasn't in the world building at all yesterday. And you say you wasn't?" I nodded, and Burns stepped to the doorway. "Sergeant," he called down the hall. Footsteps sounded immediately on the parquet flooring of the hall.
Then the sergeant stopped in the doorway, his helmet still under his arm like a football. A man walked past him into the room, and I realized that I knew him but for a few seconds couldn't place him. He nodded politely to Mrs. Carmody, then glanced at the bandaged figure on the chaise, but looked quickly away. He stared closely at Julia and me for several seconds, then nodded to Burns. "Yes, it is they." He glanced at a pair of photographs in his hand, and I recognized them. They were copies of the police photographs of Julia and me taken earlier. "I recognize them from your photographs," he was saying, handing them to Burns. "As Dr. Prime told you, they escaped as he did. I helped them climb into my office." He looked at Julia and me again, his eyes genuinely troubled. "I am sorry if they are in trouble," he said, and it was an apology to us for the necessity of doing what he'd done. Burns thanked him, and J. Walter Thompson, into whose office we'd climbed from the Burning World building yesterday morning, nodded around the room and left. In spite of what he'd just had to do, he was a nice man, and I almost wished I could call after him and assure him that his little one-man business was going to succeed and even grow. We were deeply in trouble now. "Anything to tell me?" Burns had asked in the carriage on the way to police headquarters, and several times afterward. And certainly if we'd been in the world-building fire at all, we had something to say to an inspector of police, unless we were hiding something. He'd pointedly offered us the chance to speak, I was sure now, in the certainty that it would make any explanation we made after we'd been accused seem like an obvious lie. He'd pinned us nicely, and I knew that in spite of the absurd way he talked, this was a dangerous man. "Congratulations, sir," he was saying, offering the credit to the bandaged man on the chaise. "Appears like you caught a pair of murderers." "Thanks to you. When I am somewhat recovered and back on Wall Street, I should like to thank you again. In my office. You still retain your well-known interest in the street, Inspector?" "Oh, yes, indeed." "Splendid. We all appreciate it. Not a pickpocket, not a troublemaker down there since you established the John Street deadline. I will let you go now, Inspector. I know you will be fully occupied in making entirely certain this pair does not escape justice. Once that is done, come see me at my office." "Count on both those things, sir." I was hypnotized, listening to these two bargaining over us, and I was scared. But when I looked at Julia to smile reassuringly at her, it wasn't false. We were in trouble, but I knew that for Carmody to prove anything against us in a courtroom, his word against ours, would be a lot different from persuading Inspector Burns. And in less than a minute I learned that Burns thought so too, and I began to feel almost cheerful. We were hustled out of the house, the sergeant between us, one hand gripping an arm of each of us, Burns behind us. At the curb, Burns stepped forward to open the carriage door. But then, a hand on the door handle, he stopped and turned to look at us thoughtfully. He said, "In the courtroom, he'd charge and you'd deny. There's the money found in your room and Thompson's identification. But there is the smell of tweed ring scandal around Carmody, too, isn't there? And he did pay blackmail, howsomever small." For a moment he was silent, looking at us consideringly. Then he opened the carriage door. "Jump in, Sergeant," he said, and the sergeant looked surprised, but he let go our arms and did what he was told. Then Burns turned to us, his back to the sergeant, and spoke quietly. Neither the sergeant nor the driver could hear him, I'm certain. "Constitutional rights, you say?" he murmured, as though the novel sound of the phrase intrigued him. "Well, all right. I think it's too soon to arrest you. I think we have to find more evidence." For a moment longer he stared at us, then seemed to reach a decision. "On your way," he said, "but you're not to leave the city, understand?" We looked at him, not entirely sure he meant what he seemed to be saying. "Be off with you," he said, almost kindly, smiling with a kind of fatherly affection for Julia, at least as well as that hard face could manage. It was no time to wait till he changed his mind, I thought, and I took Julia's arm, and we walked away, fast, south on Fifth, in the opposite direction from the way the carriage was headed. A dozen steps, 20 steps, 30, and he hadn't changed his mind and called after us. I couldn't resist looking back. He was still standing by the carriage watching us. "Sergeant!" he yelled suddenly, and yanked open the carriage door. Then he pointed after us. "Our prisoners are escaping!" I stopped, my hand on Julia's arm swinging her around with me, and we stood staring. My mind wouldn't translate what was happening into sense. Because the sergeant's helmeted head had appeared out the street-side window of the carriage, and he was pointing at us, his arm extended, his forefinger aiming. But it wasn't his finger at all, because I saw it flash, heard it roar, felt the zing of the bullet split the air near our heads. Our minds worked then. We were running for our lives, and we heard the explosion of the sergeant's revolver, the high-pitched zing, and I saw a chip fly out of the balustrade of the brownstone house just ahead. Again the astonishingly loud explosion of the big revolver. Then we were at the street corner, and in the instant of hurling ourselves around it, I had to look back once again. Burns was in the street, his hand on the sergeant's wrist, forcing the gun straight upward. Not to save us, I knew that, but because there were too many startled citizens now, stopped and staring, between us and the gun. We were around the corner on 47th Street running hard, Julia with her skirt gathered up in one hand, people gaping. Across the street, a man on the steps of the Windsor Hotel suddenly ran down and across the cobbles toward us, his hand raised in a halt gesture, saying something I couldn't tell what. But I raised a fist, and he stopped at the curb and watched us tear past. It was a long crosstown block, an endless row of identical brownstones, and halfway down it Julia gasped, "I can't, I have to stop." We slowed to a walk, and I looked behind. But though people would turn to stare after us, others leaning out of carriage windows or looking back from the driver's seats of delivery wagons, no one was chasing us, and there was no sign of Burns or the sergeant. I didn't know why. We reached Madison Avenue.
A horse car traveling south was just past the far corner, and we stepped out into the street, and I helped Julia up onto the rear platform as it moved past, then swung up after her. It was rolling along about as fast as we could have traveled on foot unless we'd run full speed without let-up, which was impossible, and this was a lot less noticeable. I paid our fares, we sat down and stared out the window, getting our wind back and trying to look as inconspicuous as possible, but no one looked at us. People sat staring out their windows at the quiet street. I'd walked along here in the sun with Felix's camera day before yesterday. People coughed, yawned, and got on or off the car, crunching down the aisle through the ankle-deep straw that was supposed to keep your feet warm and didn't. At 44th Street and again at 43rd, I looked down the short block to our left at Grand Central Station, standing exactly where it was supposed to stand, and where I'd seen it countless times. Only now it was red brick and white stone, and only 3 stories high. 42nd Street just ahead was busy, noisy. We could hear the endless clatter of iron-tired wheels over cobble paving, and 2 cops stood out in the street directing traffic. One was short, the other tall, but both had great protruding stomachs bellying the blue cloth of their long uniform coats. Our tracks curved east onto 42nd Street, and the tall cop beside the tracks glanced toward our car, then took off his helmet and peered into it. We drew abreast of him, starting to take the curve, and when he was directly beside our window, I leaned across Julia's lap to peer down into his helmet and see what he was looking at. I don't think I've ever been more astonished. There, jammed down into the deep crown of his felt helmet, lay my face, looking up at me. Beside it lay Julia's our police photographs again, mounted on heavy cardboard, and now I understood why Burns's photographer had actually run from the little basement room with his plates. From that moment on, as fast as he could work, our photographs were being duplicated. And as we jogged block after block uptown in the carriage, as we'd stood listening to Carmody, to Burns, to Thompson, these photos were being rushed to very possibly every cop on duty in the city. The warning to look for us already out while we were still in custody. Now, in the instant of our passing, the cop on 42nd Street looked up from the helmet in his hand. And I knew too late that for an hour or more he'd been checking our photographed images with the faces of all the pedestrians crossing before him, and of the passengers in each car passing his post. There was probably a promotion for the man who got us. Our eyes met, and, a foot from mine, I saw his widen in startled recognition, and this astonished me. In sudden sharp fear, what he'd been told about how dangerous I was, I didn't know, but we were a car length past him now. I heard the urgency in his voice as he turned and shouted at the other cop. He answered. I couldn't make out what he said, and they both began to run down the middle of the street after us. They were 20 yards behind, and they didn't gain, running heavily, flat-footedly, heads far back, each with a hand on his jiggling belly. It was a scene in every way precisely like many another I'd seen in old-time silent movie comedies. They weren't shouting now. They needed all their breath to run. But the short one pulled out the long nightstick hanging from a loop of his wide leather belt, held it high over his head, brandishing it threateningly, and the resemblance to the Keystone cops, they even wore mustaches, was complete. Except that there was nothing funny about them. They were absolutely real, and I knew that if they caught us, we could end up in Sing Sing prison. Neither driver nor conductor had seen them, though a couple of passengers had turned as Julia and I had to stare back at them. At Grand Central Station just ahead, the car would stop, I was sure, and they'd catch up with it in seconds. I was sliding from my seat toward the aisle, a hand on Julia's wrist, and looking as serene and innocent as I could manage, I walked on toward the front of the car, Julia right behind me. We passed the conductor, I smiled at him vaguely, then we stepped out onto the open front platform. Directly before Grand Central Station, high over the center of the street, stood the little wooden gabled building of an L station, stairs leading up to it from each side of 42nd Street. It was a spur line apparently, leading to the main line of the 3rd Avenue L, I supposed, and I had only one vague plan, if it could be called even that. There were 4 flights of steps leading up to that station, 2 on each side of the street, and the station stood directly at the end of the spur line track. Any one of the 4 flights could be reached through the station, and if we ran up one of those flights, we had an exactly even chance, 2 cops, each coming up 1 flight of steps after us, of running down one of the other 2 flights and escaping them. It was all I could think of, and standing on the platform, I murmured, "Jump off and run when I do," and Julia smiled and nodded as though at a casual remark of mine. I was watching the driver. I saw his mittened hands draw back on the reins, felt my body lean slightly forward as the car began to slow, then I nudged Julia and we jumped off and ran hard. Down the center of the street alongside the horse, then cutting before him, ducking between 2 wagons, one of them piled high with barrels, up onto the sidewalk, and then pounding up the stairs 2 at a time, Julia in the lead and running as fast as I was. People coming down paid us no particular attention, merely stepping aside to let us pass, and I realized that people running up or down these steps at Grand Central were no unusual sight. I heard shouts behind us, turned at the top of the flight, and saw the taller of the cops hit the first step. He was moving faster than I'd thought. Then we ran on into the station. Inside we walked. I put on a smile as we approached the ticket booth, pulling 2 nickels from my pocket. Julia was tugging at my sleeve. I looked at her, she gestured with her chin, and as we stopped and stood waiting while the man in the booth leisurely tore 2 tickets from his roll, I looked out and saw a 1-car train standing on the track, engine first, with its front end nearly touching the station house here at the end of the single track. Inside the car, an old man, his clasped hands and chin resting comfortably on the top of his cane, sat quietly waiting till it was time for the train to start. At the far end of the car, the conductor sat staring out the window toward the other side of the street. It was momentarily tempting, but as I took our tickets, I shook my head at Julia. To be caught inside that car, a cop entering at each end, just couldn't be risked. We walked quickly out onto the platform, and passing the engine, I turned to look back toward the head of the stairs we'd come up, and saw the helmet rising into view, then the cop's face, and saw his head turn and catch sight of us. Then Julia and I ran along the platform toward the stairs at its opposite end, and as we passed the car, I heard the conductor slam the waist-high metal gate of its open platform. The tiny steam engine behind the car tootled, and I turned to see its miniature drive shaft move. Then the car was rolling past us, and Julia moaned. We could have been on it. But it was too late now. Chuff, 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 the engine, moving backward behind the car on this return run down the single track, was picking up speed. The conductor at the back of the car slamming the back platform gate closed, and the second cop's helmet rose into sight at the head of the stairs we were racing toward. They'd outguessed us.
I swung around, and the other cop, belly-jouncing, a hand holding his helmet on, was running along the platform toward us not 50 feet away. I've never really been one of the people who think fast in an emergency. I think fast enough, that is, but usually what I think of is the wrong thing to do.
This time, hardly thinking at all, I did precisely the right thing. Both cops running toward us now, I turned to Julia beside me. My arms, swinging in toward her waist like giant claws, gripped her, raised her high off her feet, and dropped her down on the other side of the waist-high gate on the rear platform of the car rolling past us. Then, the short cop grabbing at me, his hand raking down the back of my coat as I turned, I jumped into the open doorway of the engine cab as it passed, swung around fast, and the cop running at me ran his face right into the heel of my hand. He staggered, then stood staring after us as we rolled past the end of the station platform. Across the little engine cab from me, the engineer, leaning out his window to stare down the track ahead, had neither seen nor heard me jump on, over the rattle and rapid huff of his engine. Standing there in the engine's open doorway, I was completely oriented. I knew I was directly above the center of 42nd Street, moving east just past Grand Central Station. The sketch just below is one I've made showing our train just after leaving Grand Central Station and the L platform. 3rd Avenue, toward which we are moving, is off to the right, and that's 42nd Street below our train. I looked up and saw only the gray and empty winter sky in the space I'd always before seen, filled by the soaring needle-spired tower of the Chrysler Building. I glanced down, and where the base of the Chrysler Building belonged stood the round little red brick and white stone tower you see in my sketch, no more than a dozen feet taller than our tracks. And in that moment, the moment of my sketch, moving through this partly familiar yet utterly strange and now suddenly hostile city, I felt a rush of homesickness nearly overwhelm me. I had to close my eyes for a moment to fight it off. Within seconds we were slowing down, backing in between the twin arms of the station platform at the other end of the 2-block spur line. It wasn't impossible that the 2 cops could hurry along 42nd Street for those 2 blocks, even commandeering a carriage or wagon for all I knew, and I stood in the doorway of the engine cab staring ahead at the 3rd Avenue line, hoping a train we could transfer to would be just coming in. But there was none even in sight, and the moment the wooden floor of the station platform appeared beside me, I hopped off the engine. I don't think the engineer ever did see me, and let my own momentum carry me trotting forward to the slowing car just ahead. Julia was standing at the gate, the conductor right behind her. "That's against the law, you know," he said angrily to me. I wasn't sure whether he meant lifting Julia over the gate or riding the engine, and I said I was sorry and handed him our tickets. Then I wanted to yell at him to open the gate, but was afraid if I did that he'd be deliberately slower than ever. He got out his punch, carefully punched both tickets, handed them back to me. And only then did he open the gate and let Julia off. Then we ran for the stairs. I think the 2 cops could have been there if they'd really tried, waiting for us to step down off the stairs onto the walk at 3rd and 42nd. But they'd have had to move faster than they'd done in some years, and no one grabbed us. But across the street, a cop walking his beat looked into a saloon over the tops of the 2 waist-high latticed doors of the entrance, then strolled to the curb at the corner and stood, skillful as a professional entertainer, bouncing and twirling his club at the end of its thong. I had the feeling that he'd given far more time to club twirling than crook catching, and as we turned and walked south on 3rd Avenue, moving away from him as fast as we could without obviously hurrying, I was glad that this was his beat. Julia was looking at me questioningly, and I understood. Were our photographs in his helmet too? I shrugged. If not, they would be soon. Every cop in the city would have them to be passed on to the next shift, and with extra cops and probably plainclothesmen out too. The reward comedy had almost openly offered Burns would be big if we were caught and convicted, or killed by escaping. It wouldn't matter which. Because Burns was clever, our escape and flight, of course, would be accepted as confession. The cop on the corner was half a block behind now, and hadn't even glanced at us. But the next one could be different, and if he wasn't, then the one after that. We simply could not walk through the streets for block after block. We'd be caught within minutes, and any public transportation would be as bad. We had to get off the streets right now. Into a hansom, it occurred to me longingly, where we could sit back and move unseen through the streets with time to think. But Burns knew the problems of people trying to hide. It takes money, and he had ours. "Julia, have you any friends who'd hide you for a few days, lend you some money?" "In Brooklyn, yes. We lived there up until 2 years ago. But the only friend here I could ask to do that lives at Lexington and 61st. "Too far, too far," I got rattled. "Where are we, Julia? 41st? What's the nearest bridge? Maybe they aren't guarding them yet, and we can still—" "See, there's only one bridge, Brooklyn, and it's way downtown."
I nodded, glancing at store windows we passed, trying to see whether they reflected anyone following or about to challenge us. More than ever before, I was realizing that Manhattan is an island, and not a very big one either. You can walk its circumference in a day. I don't want us to be trapped sitting on a ferry like a couple of pigeons. We need money, very. To hole up in a hotel where they can supply our meals. Suppose we telephoned your aunt. I stopped. Did what? Never mind. But she'd heard me. I don't know anyone who has a telephone, or who has even seen one. I know. We could send a messenger boy. There's an office near here. But we'd have to wait there for the reply? Yes. When the boy came back, the cop, that I'm sure must be watching the house, would be right along with him. God, how I wish there were movies. Between us, we probably have the price of a cheap one, and we could sit and wait till dark. Movies! I'd lose my mind if this kept up. I said, we've got to separate, Julia, till dark. They're looking for the pair of us. Let's not make it easy for them. It'll be dark in 40 minutes, an hour at most. And I'll try to sneak in and out of the house then. I've got money in my room. Meet me in an hour and a half at, where's the nearest good place from the house? In Madison Square. Walk through it as though you're going somewhere, and I'll follow you out. If I'm not there, try again in half an hour. Then give me up and, I shrugged, do your best, okay? Before she could answer, I looked at the windows of a store we were passing. The entranceway passed between double display windows, one pane of each set at a 45-degree angle to the walk. It reflected the half block or so behind us, and I saw a man running silently toward us. He was in plain clothes, wearing a derby and a long topcoat, but nothing could disguise the truth that he was a cop. He was running on his toes without a sound, and he was about the length of a football field behind. Without turning around, I spoke quietly and very rapidly. Julia, you must run, to the corner and around it, and keep on. Do it now, now. She didn't hesitate or waste time looking back, but gathered up her skirts and ran. I turned and walked straight out into the street.
There, I turned to face the sidewalk and stood waiting. And now the man running toward us had a choice to make between me or going after Julia, leaving me behind his back and not sure what I'd do. He had to choose me, and he did it cleverly, running right past me as though going for Julia, as I thought he was for a moment. Then he whirled in a fast right-angle turn and came at me. But I'd picked a metal pillar of the L tracks to stand near, and I stepped over to it. For a moment or so we stood, both of us balanced on our toes, the pillar between us, trying to outfeint each other. Then he lunged. I shoved off hard from the post, and he was after me. But he could shoot, and probably would if I began outracing him, and at this distance he wouldn't miss. Running on was pointless, and I did the only other thing left to do. I whirled and literally threw myself at his ankles in an action he may not ever have seen before, a football tackle, though this was from the front. I'd played a little football in high school before the players got too big for me. And now I hit his shins with my left shoulder, my arms wrapping tight around his knees in a tackle so illegal it would have drawn a 100-yard penalty, and he went right on forward over my shoulders and down onto cobbles. I thought my shoulder was broken. The numbness reminded me of why I'd had to quit the game. But I was up right away and running in the opposite direction. I looked back. He was still lying on the street. 15 more running steps right down the middle of the street, wagon drivers turning to stare. Then I looked back again. He was on his knees, turning to face me and pulling a big nickel-plated revolver from his back pocket. I stayed on the side of the line of pillars opposite him and kept glancing over my shoulder in a series of fast peeks. Using both hands, he was aiming carefully. He wanted me all right. I slowed suddenly, then sprinted, trying to throw his aim off. He fired, and the bullet struck a pillar, making a surprisingly loud clang. People stood frozen on the walks, but none of them seemed to want to come out into the street. At the corner, I turned and ran east in the direction opposite from Julia's, and the gun roared again, and I mentally examined myself and decided I hadn't been hit. I was around the corner now, out of his line of fire. He was far behind, probably just getting to his feet, and I knew I'd make it to 2nd Avenue if my wind held out. I had to walk the last dozen yards, gasping, looking behind me, but he was nowhere in sight. At 2nd, I turned south, knowing that no radios, no patrol cars, hardly any phones. I was temporarily safe again. 4 blocks down, I walked into a saloon, ordered a stein of beer, took a couple of sips, then walked back through a dim hallway to the toilet and killed 6 or 7 minutes just standing there. I came back and had a couple more sips of beer. There were half a dozen men standing at the bar, paying me no attention. Then I walked to the free lunch table and took a ham sandwich with 2 hard-boiled eggs and a dill pickle back to the bar and ate them with the rest of my beer. And when I left, I had 2 more hard-boiled eggs and a thick cheese sandwich which I'd sneaked into my overcoat pocket. I spent 15 minutes standing in an alley in a locked doorway. Occasionally, in case anyone was watching from an upper story somewhere, I hauled out my watch and looked at it, as though waiting for someone. Then I walked again, down 2nd. Twice a horse car passed, but I was keeping off them now. I wanted to be ready to move in any of 4 directions. At 37th Street, I saw a cop ahead, and turned off 2nd and went back to 3rd. Then headed south again. 7 or 8 blocks, and a cop came walking out of 29th Street not 10 yards ahead, looked toward me, said, "Hey," and began to walk quickly in my direction. I stopped. He was far too close for me to run. I'd have been shot in the back. A few steps ahead, and at the outer edge of the walk near the curb, a man and a woman had stopped too. And now the cop, pulling off his helmet, stopped before them. As I walked past, my steps as quiet as I could make them, trying to shrink myself into invisibility, he took his photographs out of the helmet, and I saw that the couple was young, and that the girl's dress, the hem visible under her coat, was the same color as Julia's, though not the same shade, and the man's overcoat was vaguely like mine. But they matched the description Burns had dictated, and as I turned onto 29th Street, I heard the cop order the man to turn his head, and I knew he was comparing his face to my photograph. As fast as I could without drawing attention, I walked over to Lexington Avenue. There, a pair of lamplighters were moving down the street, touching each lamp into light, and before I reached Gramercy Park at 21st Street, it was dark. The fenced-in rectangle of Gramercy Park lay between me and number 19. I stood in the shadows between 2 street lamps, and through the bare branches and black iron bars of the fence, I looked across its snow-covered grass and bushes to watch the house. The lower floor windows, parlor, dining room, kitchen, were all lighted, and so were 2 of the upper windows. I'd seen someone, either Byron Doverman or Felix Greer, pass a front lower window, a newspaper in his hand. And now a light upstairs went out. Then, barely visible through the intervening shrubs, fencing, and trees, I saw the cop on the other side of the square. He was walking slowly past the house. He walked on to the corner of the square, then turned and walked back, just as slowly, on past the house again to the opposite corner. He turned to walk back, and I hauled out my watch and timed him. It took just about a minute and a half to walk past the house once more, up to the corner again, and turn, and it took the same time to walk back. 6 times, watch in hand, I watched him walk that beat, back and forth in the same path, and as regular as my watch, he did it in a minute and a half each time. If I timed my movements with his, it would be perfectly possible to walk around the corner of the square toward the house, and then, behind his back as he walked slowly past the house, to silently cross the street, hurry up the steps, and with my own key unlock the front door and slip inside before he turned to walk back again. Up the stairs to my room, the rest of my money in my hand within seconds. Then down again, watch the cop through the door crack, then out and across the street behind his back once more. But I didn't move. Was it really going to be that easy to outwit Burns? The man had set a trap for me and Julia, overlooking nothing so far. Was this cop so easy to sneak past, only what he seemed? I stood watching him, and again he walked his beat in precisely the same way. And then again. Maybe he was what he seemed, just a cop, not Burns himself, a human being doing a tiresome job and falling into a regular pattern. I moved a few yards along my fence, stood watching again, and suddenly I saw him. Entirely motionless, he must have been chilled through, no matter how many layers of clothes he wore. A man sat on a bench inside the park, facing number 19. He was dressed in dark clothes, his coat collar up, and, motionless in the darkness there inside the park, he was almost invisible. There he sat, waiting for me or Julia to cleverly time our movements to the slow metronome of the cop's walk, and cross the street as he watched.
Then, the street door closing, a low whistle, and the cop strolling the sidewalk suddenly turning to run to the house. I actually backed away from the park for a step or two, then I turned and walked off. It was only a few blocks to Madison Square, and though I walked them warily, I knew now that we were going to be caught. Unless I simply deserted Julia, which I wasn't going to do, Burns had us bottled up, trapped.
Without money for food, even holing up somewhere was useless. He had us as planned, as he'd known he would since even before he'd picked us up. Did he want us killed while avoiding detention? Maybe. It would be a simple and very quick way to the meeting in Carmody's Wall Street office. Or did he want us caught? It probably didn't matter to him. Our escape proved our guilt, or at least disproved any claim to innocence. For two powerful people like Burns and Andrew Carmody to actually convict us of a charge of murder after our attempted escape wouldn't be hard in an 1882 courtroom. And all I could do about it was stick with Julia. I had to do that and just hope against hope. I didn't even know for what. I saw her enter the square from Fifth Avenue, walking briskly, purposefully, along the curve of a path. Her long-skirted silhouette sharp against the light from an overhead standard, then blurring in the shadows, sharpening again as she walked into the next cone of pale yellow light. I met her at the downtown end of the park. She smiled with relief when she saw me, and I took her arm, and we walked toward the other end as though we knew where we were going. As we walked, I told her what had happened, that we still had no money, and for a moment she closed her eyes and said, "Oh, God, what's wrong?" "I'm so tired, Cy. I simply cannot continue endlessly walking." Then she smiled, squeezing my arm under hers, and I smiled back. I had nothing to encourage her about. She'd stopped at a messenger service office, she said, soon after she'd left me, and sent a handwritten note by messenger boy to her aunt. She was all right, it had said. She'd be away for a time. She'd explain when she returned. Meanwhile, her aunt wasn't to worry. "Of course she will," Julia said. "But at least she's heard from me, and it was the best I could do." Under my arm, hers moved sharply, and I saw the cops, a pair of them, crossing Fifth toward the square. And we turned right around to walk just as purposefully back in the direction we'd come from, hoping they hadn't yet seen us through the trees and shrubs. It seemed useless, yet we instinctively postponed being caught. As we approached the south end of the park and could see 23rd Street, I saw a cop standing on the walk ahead. His back was to us, he didn't see us, was probably thinking of anything but us. If we walked out of the park past him, though, he'd see us, and once more we turned on the path. Up ahead, still 2/3 the long length of the park away from us, the cops were walking along toward us, talking. We could turn east or west now, it didn't seem to matter which, and we took the first intersecting path we came to, west toward Fifth. Julia hurried along with me, but when she spoke, I knew she was close to crying. She said, "Cy, I have to stop. I have to. Let me just sit down on a bench here, and you go ahead. Come back later, Cy, and if I'm still here—" But I was shaking my head, pulling her along by force, making her walk, nearly running. Something about this path, the look of the trees and placement of the benches here, had become suddenly familiar. I'd walked here before, and yes. We rounded the bend of the path, and there ahead it came into sight. A dark, nearly formless bulk obscured by the thick screen of bare trees, but I recognized it. As we completed the curve, it came suddenly clear, dimly silhouetted against the dark sky. The immense right arm of the Statue of Liberty, the tip of its great torch high over the trees. We climbed the winding stairs fast and silently, and then at last we sat down, out on the circular railed platform at the base of the great metal flame. The ornamental railing concealed us, but we could look out through it, and for as long as a minute, I suppose, we just sat in silence, looking down on the dark city, listening to the sound and watching the dim swaying lights of Fifth Avenue traffic. It was chill. We felt the cold of the metal through our clothes. But for the moment, just sitting, no longer having to walk, being here was enough. If it occurred to anyone to climb up and look for us here, as it might, there'd be no escape. Burns had run us, if not precisely to ground, at least into a cul-de-sac. But for the moment, we just didn't care. In the faint light from the lamps of the square,
I could see the dull, very slightly iridescent glow of the shaped copper against which Julia's head rested, and I could see that she was smiling tiredly. "How good," she murmured, "how good, just not to have to move." She opened her eyes, saw me watching her, and smiling again to show she didn't really mean this, she said, "Now, if we only had something to eat." I remembered, grinned, and brought out the mashed sandwich and mashed eggs, their shells cracked to particles, and handed them to her. She didn't even bother asking where they'd come from, but just shook her head, marveling, and began eating the sandwich. She offered me some, but I told her I'd eaten and where, and made her eat it all. We spent the night inside, sitting near the top of the curved staircase out of the little wind that came up. We sat huddled together on the third or fourth step from the top, so that, eyes level with the floor of the platform, we could look out under the railing at the city. I sat half facing Julia, my arms around her, her head on my chest. It was cold in here, but out of the wind it was tolerable, and I enjoyed it. Julia slept right away, but for a time I sat holding her and staring out at the city. All I saw was darkness, sprinkled with a few dim lights. They disappeared, one or two at a time. Presently there were no lights at all, the city outside nearly silent, and then I slept too. Twice we awakened, very stiff and cold, and stood up and stretched and flexed our fingers. The second time, careful to make very little sound, we went outside and walked around the circular platform half a dozen times, looking down onto the treetops and the silent lighted paths of the park, looking out over the low dark city. Inside again, huddled together for warmth, my arms around Julia once more, I knew I'd had all the sleep I was going to get for a while on a cold metal staircase. I was still tired, but the sleep had helped. Presently Julia whispered, "Awake?" And as I nodded, the side of my jaw brushed her hair so that I knew she could feel it. "Me too," she said. And then, without planning it, without any thought at all before the quiet words began, I told Julia who I was and where I had come from. I felt that it was time, that it was her due. I told her about the project, about Rube, Dr. Danziger, Oscar Rossoff, about my life in that far-off time. My voice a steady murmur, hardly audible beyond her ear, I talked about my preparations with Martin, my life at the Dakota, the first successful attempt, my arrival at her house. Twice she lifted her head to stare up at my face, searching it as well as she could in the barely relieved darkness, then lying back in my arms, and I wondered what she thought. I couldn't tell. I knew I was violating a fundamental rule of the project, and knew that no one in it could ever understand this. But I felt it was right. Finally I finished, and waited. I could feel her draw a deep breath, then she sighed, and said, "Thank you, Cy. You're the most understanding man I've ever known. You've helped me through a long night. I haven't been so enthralled since I was a girl and read Little Women. You should write that story down, and perhaps illustrate it. I'm certain Harper's would consider it. And now I think I can sleep again." "Good," I said, and sat grinning at myself in the darkness. A story made up and spun out to entertain her. What in the gosh else was she supposed to think? And within a few minutes, 4 or 5 I think, I was asleep too, this time in the soundest sleep of all.
I woke up for good, knowing in the odd way you do that this was the last of the night, dawn not too far away now, and I was sorry. Uncomfortable as it had also been good, here with Julia. Now nothing lay ahead but a day we weren't going to get through. We'd be able to buy some sort of breakfast probably, then there was only more walking, all of yesterday's weariness back in our legs in an hour, until presently we were caught. Possibly, I thought, we ought to give ourselves up right away. At least we'd be warm then and could stop running. There was no light, the first sun a long way off, yet the darkness was just faintly diluted. Looking out, I could see the ornate pattern of the railing, and I hadn't been able to do that before. All over again the strangeness of where we were struck me. I had to say it to myself. Incredibly, we were here, high up in the arm and torch of the Statue of Liberty. And then it occurred to me, could it be made to happen? I considered it, and thought that maybe it could, and I carefully tightened my arms around Julia, pressing my cheek to the top of her head, holding her very close, making her as much a part of me as I was able. Then, in the technique Oscar Rossoff had taught me, I began to free my mind from the time I was in. For this too, this great metal hand with its torch, was a part of both the New Yorks I had known,
existing in each of them. And in my mind, I allowed the 20th century to come to life. Then I told myself where I was, where we were, Julia and I felt it happen. My arms squeezed, holding Julia even tighter during that moment, so that she stirred and opened her eyes. She looked up at me blankly. Where? Then she glanced around her, realizing, said, "Oh," and smiled. I let her go, stood up stiffly, and she got up too, and we walked out onto the platform. The darkness was going, a whiteness and lightness coming into the air, but we couldn't really see. We heard it instead. I was expecting it and recognized the sound first, glancing at Julia. I saw the look of bafflement come to her face, and she turned to me, frowning. "Waves?" she said. "Sigh, I hear waves, I swear I do." Then she sniffed the air. "And I can smell the sea." She was frightened. "Sigh, what?" I had my arm around her shoulders, saying softly, "Julia, we've escaped. The story I told you last night is true. It was the truth, Julia. I've brought you with me into my own time." She stared at my face, saw the truth in my eyes, and buried her face on my chest. "Oh, Sigh, I'm frightened. I can't look." Ahead, the whole sky was light now, pinking the horizon, the tiny whitecaps in the harbor far below, suddenly just visible. "Yes, you can," I said, and took her chin, lifting her head, turning it toward the railing to the east. She looked out across it, saw the water and the harbor far below. Then she turned to see the blue-green skin of verdigris, the patina of decades, on the giant copper torch and flame behind us, and began to tremble. Under my arm, her shoulders actually shook with fright, yet she couldn't stop looking. Her head turned endlessly from side to side, seeing it all. And all that she said over and again every few seconds was, "Oh, Sigh," in a frightened, excited, ecstatic wail. Her face was dead white, and her hand, as she raised it to press tight against her cheek, was trembling, but she'd begun to smile. Far out, the first thin edge of sun suddenly touched the rim of the ocean, and now ships were visible. Then, the sun edging up over the horizon as we stared, I took Julia's arm, and we walked around our little railed circle. On the other side, Julia stopped to stand stock still. Her breath suddenly caught motionless in her chest as she stared out across the harbor at the astonishing, soaring skyscrapers filling the tip of Manhattan Island, their tens of thousands of windows flashing orange in the dawn. We took the first sightseeing boat back to Manhattan, the handful of wintertime tourists who filed off it glancing curiously at Julia's clothes as we stood waiting to board. They ignored me, my overcoat and round fur hat, not much different from plenty of others. This was the one boat of the day returning to New York empty of passengers, except, this time, for us. The next boat would leave its new arrivals and take the first batch back, and so on throughout the day. I was grateful. I didn't feel like being stared at. A little belligerently, the attendant asked where we'd come from. I said we'd missed the last boat yesterday afternoon and had spent the night on the island. It took him a second or so to decide what he thought about that, then he grinned and motioned us on. Our clothes didn't seem to bother him a bit. The second deck was open, and we climbed the inside stairs to it as the boat nosed out into the channel. Then we moved through the water toward Manhattan, Julia motionless beside me, watching the skyscrapers on the tip of Manhattan Island growing impossibly larger and larger. We had a completely unobstructed view of Lower Manhattan, and of New Jersey, South Brooklyn, Staten Island, and of the harbor looking toward the Verrazano Bridge. And for 10 minutes, Julia just stared, without speaking. Then, leaning toward me, but without for an instant taking her eyes from the immense buildings crowding the tip of Manhattan, beautiful now in the full morning sun, she said, "What makes them stand up?" I explained what I knew, or thought I knew, about steel frameworks, but stopped in mid-sentence. She wasn't listening, hadn't heard a word. She just sat staring, till suddenly she gripped my arm, her face lighting up. "The new bridge," she said, pointing at the Brooklyn Bridge up the East River, to the right of Manhattan. A cargo ship heading for the sea was not so much approaching as simply swelling in size, and Julia sat staring at it. When finally it passed, quite close, its steel sides rising up past us forever, Julia shrank close to me, her eyes blinking apprehensively. "Will it tip?" she whispered. "Could it fall?" I told her it was impossible, but as we both stared up at the black, cliff-like side of the big ship sliding past us, its propellers mumbling, I knew what she felt. It seemed unlikely that anything this big and high out of the water could float, and I wondered what Julia would have said if the new Queen Elizabeth had incredibly steamed by. And then a plane passed, a 4-engined propeller plane, not too high, maybe 10,000 feet, drilling away up against the gray sky. I was pleased, glad to show off what is probably the symbol of this particular century. I said, "Julia, look." She'd heard the sound but didn't know where to look till I pointed upward. "That's a plane, an airplane." I waited, a little smugly I suppose, for her to be astounded, but she stared up at it for a dozen seconds, smiling slightly, interested and pleased to see it, but not surprised. Then she nodded at me. "I've read of them in Jules Verne. Of course you'd have them by now. I should love to ride on one. Are there many?" She'd already turned back to what really astounded her, the windowed cliffs of Manhattan. "Quite a few." I was laughing at myself. It served me right. There were no immigrants in Battery Park as we stepped off the boat. When we crossed the little park and reached the street, Julia stopped suddenly, a hand rising to her chest. At first I thought she'd been overwhelmed by the immediacy of the towering buildings and the narrow streets of cabs, private cars, and pedestrians, and by the sound, which was the normal traffic roar plus the ear-numbing chatter of jackhammers. But she wasn't looking at cars or buildings, but at the people, the ordinary people walking past us. I looked at her closely and understood that it wasn't the way they were dressed that had stopped her.
I remembered the sudden awe that had come over me once at seeing the actually living, visibly breathing people of 1882, because now I felt certain I saw the same dizzying wonderment in Julia's face. On Liberty Island, she'd been so conscious of her own appearance that the boat passengers getting off had scarcely seemed real. But now, as with me once, there they were passing before her, unnoticing, and they were alive, moving, talking, the people of more than a lifetime after hers. When she turned to look at me, her face was pale again, and she could only shake her head, wordless and frightened. We walked a short block up Broadway, past what's left of Bowling Green, and I said, "Do you know where you are?" The question startled her, as though asked in a foreign city she'd never before seen. Trying to guess, she looked up and down the street, then turned to me, still half frightened by all she saw, but smiling too. "No." "Lower Broadway." "No, it isn't." Again she looked up and down the street, and now the smile was gone. "Oh, Cy, there's nothing I know, nothing." I said, "Hold it," took her arm, and we walked quickly uptown, 2 more short blocks. And then Julia slowed, a hand rising to her mouth in shock, staring ahead and across the street. We walked on 50 yards, stopped at the curb, and Julia and I stood staring across the street at tiny little Trinity Church lost at the bottom of a glass and stone canyon. Then her chin rose as she slowly lifted her gaze up, up, and up at the towers that completely dwarfed the highest place on her Manhattan Island. Finally, she turned to me. "I don't like it, Cy. I don't like seeing Trinity like this." Then once more she looked across the street and up to the distant sky above the great buildings. And now when she turned back to me, she was smiling again. "But I'd like to go up in one of those buildings." Still smiling, she squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, making a mock shudder. "Broadway? At least it's noisy as ever." Again she glanced up and down the busy street. How strange not to see a single horse. Suddenly she noticed, "Cy, everything's going one way." We got a cab at the corner, and I explained one-way streets as we drove east toward Nassau Street. Julia was looking appreciatively around at the interior of the cab, and I lowered my voice so the driver wouldn't hear. "This is an automobile." "I know." She lowered her voice too. "I remembered your drawing of Madison Square. I recognized them the moment we saw them. I like automobiles. This is fun." She felt the cushion appreciatively. "I wish Aunt Ada could see them. Look." She pointed suddenly. She'd been glancing around her, and now she'd noticed a tiny red sedan behind us. How cunning! And the driver is a woman. How I should like one too. The cab was slowing for the traffic light at Nassau Street. It was turning from green to red, and Julia understood it at sight. How clever! Now, why in the world didn't we think of that? But of course, they are electric lighted, aren't they, behind the colored glass?
We got out where Nassau Street meets Park Row, the cab waiting at the curb. I pointed down Park Row toward Broadway. "That's where the Astor Hotel stood, Julia. They built a new one uptown at 44th Street, and now it's gone too." I pointed again, at a building I don't think I'd ever seen before either. And that's where the post office was. Each time I pointed, Julia looked obediently, understanding my words and nodding. But I don't think it was really possible for her to understand that that was really where the Astor had been, and this was where the post office had stood. But then she exclaimed, a sudden little "oh" of surprised delight, as she suddenly noticed City Hall and the courthouse, both looking exactly as we'd last seen them, and realized that the park across the street was City Hall Park. It, too, was unchanged as far as I could tell. If there were small changes, as there must have been, they weren't noticeable to either of us. Julia stood looking across the street at it, smiling genuinely but tremulously. For just a moment there was the shine of tears in her eyes, then they were gone in the pleasure of what she saw. Very quietly she said, "I'm glad, Si, so glad it hasn't been changed. How good to see it." Oriented for the first time now, Julia suddenly understood where we were, and looked quickly up at me for confirmation. I nodded, she turned, and I gestured to the cabbie, who followed us along the curb. We walked along Park Row, along the side of what had once been the Times Building, still here, though greatly changed. And then we stopped at the side of the building we'd seen burned to the ground. A building as old now as the World Building had been stood in its place. It was equally nondescript, and incredibly very much like it. It looked as though it had probably been built immediately after the fire. We stood looking at it blankly. In my mind, I could easily see the great lashing tongues of orange flame crackling out the window tops of the old World Building. I could still smell the black smoke, still hear the hurricane roar of a fire that was now gone from all human memory, surely, except mine and the girl's beside me. And I wondered what Ida Small's life had been like. I walked forward and placed the flat of my hand against the building wall, and then so did Julia. For a moment we stood with our palms pressed to the actuality of the stone that stood here now, feeling it draw the warmth from our hands, and it should have been real. But Julia looked at me and shook her head, and I nodded. I said, "I know, it's not real for me either." I put my hand back into my overcoat pocket, and Julia slid hers into her muff. She walked back to the curb where our cab was waiting, then turned to the old building and pointed. "That must be about where the Observer sign hung." She glanced at the cabbie, who was pretending not to listen, then stepped closer to me, lowering her voice. "Si, can you believe that we crawled along that sign only 2 days ago?" She pointed at the old Times Building. "And there is the very window we climbed through into Mr. J. Walter Thompson's office." I nodded, smiling at the difficulty of even imagining these things. I said, "His advertising agency still exists. I think it's the largest in the world now, or close to it." "Oh," she said brightly, as though it good news from an old friend. "I'm pleased to hear it. He was a very nice man." We drove on then, block after block, Julia's head constantly turning. It was nearly all completely strange to her, a brand new place, except that she could see the big yellow street signs. And again I heard her murmur, "Gone, gone, gone." I don't know what the cab driver was thinking. He was looking at us in his mirror every few seconds now. But when he caught my eye and started to speak, I gave him the hardest glare I had in stock. I don't really like New York cab drivers. They've been overly publicized, have become arrogant, and I wasn't interested in anything cute this guy was about to say. Julia knew, too, that now he was listening to everything we said. And sometimes when we stopped for a light, people in cars and trucks beside us glanced in at our clothes, then looked at our faces. And of course it had happened even more when we'd walked or stood in the street. Actually, I don't think anyone gave us much thought. They'd suppose we were on our way to a rehearsal of some kind, probably for a television commercial. But Julia was very aware of their looks, and when the cab driver gave us still another inspection in his mirror, she leaned close to me and murmured, "Will we be at your house soon, Si?" And I nodded yes, and told the driver to speed it up. I made one detour, though. At 3rd Avenue and 23rd Street, I told the driver to head west, and when he started to remind me, wise guy style, of my original directions, I said, "West on 23rd," and he turned.
We drove around Madison Square then, and heading south on Broadway, driving past the west side of the square, Julia grabbed my arm suddenly just as I'd thought she might. "See," she whispered. "It's gone, really gone." What is? The arm! The Statue of Liberty's arm! The cab driver was losing his mind with frustration. It would be, of course, Julia murmured. But now I know that it really happened, and that the entire statue is in the harbor. Her arm was under mine, and she squeezed my arm tight to her side. It's scary, she said, and made herself smile at me. As we waited for the light at 23rd Street, Julia sat looking forward through the windshield, no longer caring about the cabbie. "The Fifth Avenue Hotel," she said, pointing. "Gone." She looked back over her shoulder through the trees of the square. "All the hotels are gone. Delmonico's, too." At 22nd Street, waiting for the light to turn east, Julia pointed again. "The Abbey Park Theater. Gone. And the Ladies' Mile. See?" I nodded. Gone. All gone. The light changed. We turned east, and I said, "That's Lexington Avenue just ahead. We can turn south there for 1 block to Gramercy Park. Your house is still there. Do you want to see it?" "Oh, no," she shook her head violently. "I couldn't stand that, see?" Julia was pleased with the elevator in my building, though not with the middle-aged woman holding a poodle under her arm, who kept staring at Julia and her clothes all the way up to my floor. I kept a key wedged between the molding of the front door frame and the wall of the building hallway, where they separated a little about a yard above the floor. With a folded strip of paper, I worked it out now, unlocked my door, and gestured Julia in. She stepped inside, I flicked the wall switch, and it was almost as much a novelty to me now as to Julia. The living room chandelier came on. She grinned like a kid, glancing from chandelier to wall switch and back at least 3 times. She looked at me questioningly then, I nodded, and taking the toggle of the switch carefully between thumb and forefingers, she clicked it. The chandelier went off, and Julia stood staring up at it. "How wonderful," she murmured. "Such fine, clear light any time you wish it. As easily as this," and she flicked the switch once more. "I prefer gaslight," I said, but that was so unbelievable she didn't bother answering it. Without taking her eyes from the chandelier, she moved the switch again, and the light went off. I got money from under the paper lining a dresser to her, and when I went downstairs to pay off the cab, Julia stood, still staring at the chandelier, fascinated, delighted, clicking the light switch on and off, over and again. I helped Julia take off her coat and hung it, with her hat and muff, in the closet, Julia's hand rising to push at her hair, and there was a moment or so of awkwardness and constraint between us. I think it was the act of removing coat and hat when she was alone with me in my apartment, something Julia would feel wasn't right, at least in any ordinary circumstance. She covered it by examining my Davenport and few sticks of furnished apartment furniture, a real enough interest actually, since the look of them was new for her. She asked a question or two, then walked to the windows, where I joined her, and she stared down at Lexington Avenue for a few moments, marveling once again at being here. I remember most of the day in a series of pictures. Julia at the refrigerator while I hunted for things to make up a breakfast, marveling at its coldness, at its astonishing ability to actually create ice, at its freezing compartment, at the light that came on when you opened the door. Her astonishment at instant coffee, her pleasure at its fragrance, and her wrinkled-nosed disappointment at its taste. Her surprise and pleasure in the frozen orange juice I magically took from the freezer compartment, stirred up in a pitcher and poured over ice cubes. And countless other pictures. Julia back in the living room, her 3rd glass of iced orange juice in her hand, as she stood looking at the blank face of my television while I stood with my hand on the knob, warning her of what was going to happen when I turned it. She nodded quickly, excited by what I'd promised, possibly not believing me, or at least not really comprehending that I could mean it literally. Because I turned the knob, and in spite of my warning she was badly frightened, crying out and stumbling as she backed away, spilling a dollop of juice on the rug, as a distorted pattern on the screen suddenly turned itself into the moving, speaking face of a woman, urging Julia to try a new improved dishwashing soap. Jules Verne hadn't prepared her for this. Television was completely astonishing. She could hardly believe what she was seeing, even as she stared at it. Then she babbled, asking how it worked, and she listened to my answer uncomprehendingly, alternating watching my face and sneaking looks back at the screen. I told her that while what she was now watching was on tape, the machine could also show you distant events while they were happening, thinking this would astonish her even more. But she asked what I meant by tape. And when I told her there was a way of preserving pictures of people in motion together with the actual sounds of their voices, that was what astonished her. I think the television set, and what I told her, was so bewildering that for a few moments she wasn't sure she liked it.
But I slid a chair up behind her, touching the backs of her knees, she sat down slowly, and the bewilderment turned to a fascination as absorbing as a child. With absolute open-mouthed attention to every movement and sound, daytime soap opera or commercial, she sat in rigid, straight-backed motionlessness, having forgotten to even sit back. And when I showed her that you could change the picture by turning a knob, she sat turning the knob around and around at 10-second intervals, from serial to panel show to old movie to Julia Child, and I actually had to tap her shoulder to make her turn and hear what I was saying. I said, "I'm going out for half an hour. Will you be okay here?" She just nodded, her head already turning back to the screen. In my bedroom, I changed to wash slacks, sports shirt, sweater, moccasins, and put on a short tan car coat. She glanced up as I came back into the living room to say, "Is this how men dress now?" I said that yes, it was one of the ways, and she nodded, her head already turning back to a fascinating Allstate insurance commercial. I doubt if she realized how long I was gone, which was more than a half hour, closer to 45 minutes. Because when I came in, she was sitting back in her chair, but still staring at the television set. An old movie, a comedy from the 40s, that must have been 95% incomprehensible to her, but it moved and it talked, and that was enough. Of the series of pictures which are my memories of a lot that happened that day, the next is even more memorable than Julia's hypnosis by television. I had to turn off the set to get her away from it. She said, "Oh no, not yet," as the picture shrank and the screen went dark. I was laughing. "Julia, there are other things to see. You can look at the television again later." She nodded and stood, but reluctantly, looking back at the set, and said, "A theater in your homes? 6 theaters? It's a miracle. How can you bear to do anything but watch it?" "Some people can't, but I don't think you'd be one of them. It's really no good, Julia. It's not worth watching, most of it." But of course, she couldn't see that, not yet. I'd set the 4 or 5 packages I'd brought in on the Davenport, and now I picked them up and began piling them into Julia's arms. "I think you'll have to put these on, Julia."
"You can change in my room." "What are they, see? Clothes? Modern clothes?" "Yep." She hesitated, but I said gently, "People will stare at you otherwise, Julia." And she grimaced and nodded. I said, "Forgive me for speaking of this, but I have to explain. I think you can keep on whatever underclothes you're wearing, though if you run into any problems, let me know." I was having trouble keeping my face straight. "There's a blouse, skirt, slip, and sweater in the packages, and shoes and stockings. Put them all on. I brought a garter belt for the stockings, which I'm sure you'll figure out. And if anything fits too badly, we'll stop at a store and replace it. Okay?" "Okay." She nodded shyly and went into my room, and I opened the last package, a suit box, brought out the street coat I'd bought her, and laid it over the back of the Davenport as a sort of final surprise for Julia. It was tan cloth, with wide lapels, a deep collar, and big mother-of-pearl buttons. All these things had been expensive, but I didn't care. Julia was gone longer than I'd thought she'd be, and doors being as thin as they are today, which Julia surely didn't realize, I could hear her little exclamations of surprise and occasional puzzlement. Then I heard her say, "Oh," in a shocked little tone, and the next picture in my assorted memories is of Julia following a long wait after the "oh," coming hesitatingly out of the bedroom and stopping just outside the door. Her voice embarrassed, she said, "Cy, you made a mistake. Just look at this skirt." And I couldn't hold it in another second and burst out laughing. The skirt I'd bought her was tan wool and of a really conservative knee length, and she had it on all right, but it was tight at the waist because she'd put it on over at least 2 of her own ankle-length white petticoats. "Julia, I'm sorry," I said. She was looking indignant. "But you can't wear those petticoats. Wear the slip." "Slip?" "The pink petticoat I brought you." "I am wearing it." Her face was shiny red. "Under my petticoats, and it's much too short." I'd bottled the laughter up, shoved it way down inside, and it was off my face completely, but fighting to get out. "No, Julia," I said gravely, "the slip isn't really too short. It's the same length as the skirt, a shade shorter, so it won't show." I shrugged. "It's what they wear today. I didn't design them." She stood for a moment as though thinking about arguing it, while I kept my face rigid at the sight of a good 14 inches of ruffled white petticoat hanging down below the hem of that skirt. Then she turned abruptly and was gone for at least 10 minutes. She came out of the bedroom walking like a duck, arms rigid at her side.
It took me a few seconds and steps to realize that this strange walk was because her knees were pressed tight together. Is this how it's supposed to look? She stood motionless for my inspection, and I stood staring because Julia looked great. The blouse looked fine at the collar, the chocolate brown sweater was a snug but not too tight fit, and the skirt looked terrific. As I'd suspected, she had a fine figure, though I hadn't known her legs would be absolutely beautiful. High-heeled shoes, the clerk had reminded me, were out of style right now, but I'd insisted on buying high-heeled brown leather pumps, and now I saw that I was right. In sheer flesh-toned stockings, those high heels emphasizing her fine-boned ankles and full round calves, Julia was stunning. She was a spectacularly handsome girl in this outfit, and her long hair, gathered up in a bun at the back, seemed just right for it. My face, eyes, and grin showed what I thought, and it helped her. She smiled too, in sudden pleasure and pride, and bent forward to look down at her skirt. Once more she caught sight of its hem, far, far higher on those beautiful legs than she'd ever dreamed she'd wear. And her face flushed. She ran 2 steps to the Davenport, snatched up the coat I'd left there, and as fast as she could move, she wrapped it around her waist, the bottom of the coat touching her shoes. "I can't," she wailed. "Cy, I simply cannot go out in the street like that." I couldn't help it. I was laughing, shaking my head as I walked over to her, and I put an arm around her shoulders. And then, on impulse and without thought, I kissed her. It was just a quick kiss, and she looked startled. But she smiled, and I got her to put on the coat by telling her its hem would be longer than the skirt, as it was by an inch or so. And that helped. The coat on, she looked down at herself again, and while I think she felt like running to the bedroom again, she made herself stand still. Every woman she'd seen outside, I reminded her, wore a coat just as short, and she nodded grimly, accepting it. I walked to my room to get a felt hat from my closet, and when I came back, Julia stood at the mirror which hung over the little table beside the front door, and she was tying the strings of her bonnet under her chin. This time I didn't even bother trying to hold back. It would have been useless. I laughed for a dozen seconds, unable to stop or speak, and Julia stood looking at me, not angry, but baffled. And each time I'd look at her standing there frowning puzzledly in those high heels and short modern coat, wearing that ancient flat-topped flowered hat on her head, its strings tied in a bow under her chin, the laughter got a fresh start. I didn't mean to be rude or offend Julia, and was relieved that she didn't seem angry. It was just that she'd seemed so modern suddenly that I'd stupidly thought she understood how good she looked. But of course, the new outfit was utterly alien to her. She had no way of judging it. To Julia, her familiar bonnet looked just fine with these strange new clothes. But when I told her the bonnet didn't go with them, the woman she was understood instantly that it must be so, even though she couldn't perceive it, and she yanked loose the bow under her chin and snatched off the bonnet. Plenty of women went bareheaded in the street, I told her, especially with long hair like hers. She looked surprised and doubtful about that, and I said if it bothered her when we got out, we'd stop and buy her a new hat. Then I put my hands on her coat sleeves at the shoulder and stood at arm's length looking her over, letting what I thought and felt show. "Julia, take my word for this. When we go out now, you'll be one of the best-looking women in all New York, and that's the truth." She saw that I meant it, and I watched the pleasure come into her eyes and saw her chin left. Then, wobbling a bit on heels an inch higher and much smaller than she was used to, but managing it pretty well, she walked back into my room. There was a full-length mirror on the closet door, and I knew she was heading for that, and knew she could face going out now, and that it wouldn't take this girl long to be as pleased as she ought to at the way she looked, and I wished I'd kissed her again before she moved away from my hands at her shoulders. Downstairs, I got Julia into a cab right away, letting her get used to being out in full sight of the world a little dose at a time. Then we drove uptown on 3rd Avenue so that she could see the street astonishingly without L or even streetcar tracks. At 42nd Street, we turned west to pass Grand Central Station, and Julia said, and I agreed, that it was far more impressive than the little red brick Grand Central we'd seen here last. Up Madison Avenue, the charming, quiet little street that Julia knew, unrecognizable now, of course, and then to 59th Street along the lower edge of Central Park, and once more she had the relief and pleasure of finding something familiar essentially unchanged.
I hired one of the horse-drawn hacks that wait in a line beside the park on 59th Street. I thought Julia would enjoy it.
And for a while, clip-clop once more, we drove more or less aimlessly along the winding roadways, while Julia marveled at the absence of any other horses, and at the swiftness and relative silence of the automobiles. She liked the cars, thought they were far more handsome and much more interesting than carriages, and I realized she'd rather have taken a cab along Central Park West. And I showed her the Dakota surrounded by other buildings now. Then we drove back to the hack stand. I paid off the driver, and we walked on toward the corner of 59th and 5th. This was the corner at which I'd had my first real look, on a cold January morning, at the world of 1882, staring in fright and fierce excitement at the horse-drawn bus approaching me, then turning to look south at a narrow, quiet, residential Fifth Avenue. I'd been with Kate, but I didn't want to think about that just now. I wanted Julia to see that very same stretch of Fifth Avenue in my world. Approaching the corner, across the street from the Plaza Hotel, I said, "We're walking along beside Central Park, Julia, and that's the corner of 59th and 5th, so you know where you are." I'd timed this carefully, and now I raised my arm, saying, "So, tell me, what street is that?" And I pointed down the length of what may just be the most spectacular 12.5 blocks in the world. She gasped, turned a stunned face to me, then looked back, and the magnitude of the change in what she saw, the assault on the senses of that sudden look at today's astonishing structures, was almost too much. "Fifth Avenue?" she said weakly, and then, astounded, "That is Fifth Avenue." "Yes." For as long as a minute we both stood looking down its length, remembering what it had been. Then Julia glanced at me, managing a smile, and we walked down Fifth, passing the shining immensities, the breathtakingly handsome and the miserably ugly architectural confections along the mile or so that at least half the people in the world have seen in actuality or on film. Those great smooth-faced buildings and walls of glass are alien even to modern eyes, and I'm not sure Julia was able to apprehend them fully. They were so divorced from anything and everything she knew. It was so nearly impossible, I think, to take in and even try to comprehend that when she looked across 51st Street, just ahead, suddenly narrowing her eyes to be sure she really saw it, she felt as I once had, but even more strongly. She burst into tears at sight of St. Patrick's Cathedral standing almost unchanged in this other world. Across the street from the cathedral at Rockefeller Center, which I don't think Julia ever even noticed, there are stone benches, and I led Julia to one. Then we sat while she stared over at St. Pat's. Then she looked up Fifth Avenue, back at St. Patrick's for a reference point. Then she looked down Fifth to the south. Then once again her eyes swung back to the old cathedral for relief. It helped convince her that she was where she was, its familiarity a comfort and reassurance. And presently we walked on. Here and there Julia found familiar old names, women's stores she'd seen last on Broadway. And we'd stop while she stared at the glittering display windows, drinking it in, fascinated by the jewelry, the clothes, the furs, hats and shoes. I said, "The Ladies' Mile, Julia," and she nodded. "I think I like it. I think possibly." She hesitated, then continued, "They're very strange, but I think possibly I'd come to like these things." Once more she looked slowly up and down the length of Fifth Avenue. "Even these buildings," she shook her head. "Who could believe it? Who could ever imagine this?" At 42nd Street we looked at the soot-marked white building of the main public library, and I marveled with Julia at the absence of the great slant-walled reservoir. Then, she needed rest from looking, I took her to a small bar I remembered on 39th Street. At first she refused to go to a saloon, but then she accepted the knowledge that today women did many things they once hadn't done. We had a table off in a corner away from the bar, only one other couple there, whispering in a corner. Julia had a glass of wine, I had whiskey and soda, and Julia relaxed. By tacit agreement we hadn't talked until now about what we'd left behind us. We'd needed relief from it, and had had it, but now again we talked of the fire, of Jake Pickering, of Carmody's strange behavior, and our flight from Inspector Burns. In this room, the sounds of today's New York a part of the very air, the names we spoke sounded odd to me, remote, even faintly comical.
To have actually been frightened of walrus-mustached Inspector Burns, who had never heard of fingerprints, seemed absurd. Had we really been scared or only participating in some sort of harmless make-believe? That was something of the tenor of my thoughts as we quietly talked over our drinks, and the reason I spoke with a little smile. But Julia was serious, not understanding my smile. And of course I understood that for her, we were talking of a world in which Burns, Pickering, Carmody, and the fire in the world building were far more real than this. We said nothing new. We were only obeying a necessity to talk things over. Julia was worried about what her aunt would be thinking now, and hanging unspoken over everything we said was the question of Julia's future. But that needed time to work out, and I said nothing about it because I had nothing to say, though I had a lot to think about. I had other things to show Julia, and after a while we left and found a cab. It was still light, and I took Julia down to the Empire State Building, and we went up to the observation floor. In the elevator during the long express ride past dozens of floors, Julia watched the floor number panel, trying to believe we were really moving up this fast and this high. And her hand, holding mine, squeezed tight in the realization that we were. On the stone-railed open-air platform some 90-odd floors above the earth, she looked out over the hazed city, making herself understand that here, high over 34th Street, the distant greenery far ahead was really Central Park, and that the network of car-filled streets spread out far below us was really the city she'd known intimately, but here no longer did. She looked out at the city, the park, the rivers. Then she looked around at the sky and pointed out a remarkable cloud. She'd never seen one anything like it before. I looked, and in a sense I suppose it really was a cloud. It had become one. High in the sky the air must have been windless, and a jet trail, its sharp edges gone, had puffed itself up into an absolutely straight, thin, mile-long cloud touched by the lowering sun. And then I too saw it not as a jet trail, but a strange, elongated, ruler-straight cloud, and had one more glimpse of the different view Julia had of my world. She was interested when I told her what the cloud really was, and she enjoyed her visit up here, impressed and excited by it. But presently she turned from the railing, sighing a little, and said, "And now it's enough, Cy. This is all I can stand right now. Please take me home." So instead of a restaurant for dinner, I'd meant to show off one of the nicer places, we stopped at my building's delicatessen, and I picked up some chopped steak and frozen vegetables. The vegetables, corn and some broccoli, frozen hard and sealed in transparent plastic, and which I dropped into boiling water in their sacks, fascinated Julia. As we all do, she liked the easiness of preparing them, but of course the taste or tastelessness was something else, though she was polite. We took our coffee into the living room, and, refreshed and revived, Julia said, "I've seen your world now, Cy. I've had a glimpse of it anyway."
Now, tell me what's been happening during all the years, it's so strange to say this, between my time and this. She snuggled back into the Davenport cushions, looking at me as expectantly as a child about to hear a story. I suppose I responded to her smile and expectation of pleasure, because, pausing to think, where do you begin? How do you sum up decades? I found myself hunting for good things to say. Well, smallpox has been almost eliminated. You never see pockmarks now. And cholera, I don't suppose there's been even a case of it for years. Not in the United States, anyway. Julia nodded. And polio, infantile paralysis, it's been just about eliminated, at least in all the big civilized countries. She nodded again. She seemed to have expected this. And heart disease, too? And cancer? Well, no, not yet. But we're replacing hearts. Surgically removing the damaged heart and replacing it with another one from someone who just died. That's miraculous. And they live? Well, not too long, usually. It doesn't really work very well, but it will. And how long do people live? To 100 or more, I'm sure. I read a prediction in the Atlantic Monthly. Actually, Julia, people don't seem to be living much longer, if at all, than in your time. Matter of fact, there are some new things that, are killing us off and shortening our lives that don't exist in your time. Air pollution, for example. But we have air conditioning. What's that? Machines that cool off the air in summer. Everywhere? No, just indoors. I've got one in the bedroom, that thing in the window, if you noticed it. During a hot spell, it'll cool the air to 70 degrees. What a luxury. Yeah, it's pretty nice. And they have them in most offices now, restaurants, movies, hotels. What are movies? You've mentioned them before. I explained that they were like television, only much larger, much clearer, and, every now and then, much better. Then I found myself talking about electric blankets, supermarkets, radar, air travel, automatic washers, dishwashers, and even, Lord forgive me, freeways. Julia finished the last of her coffee, picked up my empty cup and saucer, and took it with hers to the kitchen. She walked back into the living room saying, "But what's been happening, Si? Tell me about that." As I thought about it, in terms of actual events, she began wandering about the room, fingering the drapes, looking at the back of the television set, flicking the overhead light fixture on and off a few times. I was stuck for an answer. It reminded me of letter writing. You can fill several pages describing a weekend, but try bringing an old friend up to date with the events of the last 5 years, and it's not so easy. What had happened in more than a lifetime? Well, there are 50 states now. 50? Yup, I said, as smugly as though I'd created them. All the territories are states now, also Alaska and Hawaii. And they've changed the flag. It has 50 stars now. Julia nodded, interested. She was poking through the magazine rack at the end of the Davenport, and now she pulled out a newspaper. And, let's see. Well, there was an earthquake in San Francisco in 1906, I think. The city was pretty well destroyed, mostly by the fire afterward. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's a lovely city, I've heard. She nodded at the newspaper in her hand. You have a way to print photographs, I see. She put down the paper and walked to my bookshelves. Yes, also in color. There ought to be an old Life magazine around somewhere with some color photos. And my gosh, how could I forget? We're shooting rockets into space. They carry capsules with men in them. A couple of them have traveled to the moon and landed with men in them and returned to Earth. Do you mean that? To the moon with men in them? Yes, it's really true. Again, I heard the ridiculous note in my voice, sounding as though I'd had something to do with it. She looked delighted. Have they been on the moon? Yup, walked around on it. That's fascinating. I hesitated, then said, Yeah, I suppose so, but not as much as I'd have thought when I was a kid reading science fiction. She looked puzzled, and I said, It's hard to explain, Julia, but it doesn't seem to mean anything. After the excitement of the actual trip, it was on television, if you can imagine that, Julia. We could actually see and hear the men on the moon. I almost forgot about it. Right away, too. I seldom thought about it afterward. It was unbelievably courageous of the men, and yet, somehow, the project almost seemed to lack dignity, because it didn't have any real purpose or point. I stopped because she wasn't listening. As I talked, Julia had been looking over my book titles, and presently she'd taken down a novel and began leafing through it. Now, suddenly, she swung around to face me, and her face and neck were scarlet right down to the white collar of her blouse. "Si, things like this," she glanced at the open pages of the book in her hands, horrified, "are said in print?" She clapped the book shut as though the words could crawl off the page. I would never have believed it. She couldn't look at me. I had nothing to say. How explain the changes in thought over more than a lifetime? But I was smiling. The novel she'd looked at was really very mild. There were others on the shelves that might literally have made her faint. Disturbed, agitated, Julia had reached out and plucked another book from the shelves almost at random. She read the title aloud, hardly listening to herself, anxious to bury the subject of the horror she'd come onto. "A Pictorial History of World War I," she said. Then the meaning of the words came to her. A war? World War? What does that mean, Si? She started to open the book, and as her hand moved, I was on my feet and walking quickly toward her. It's always astonishing to realize later how lightning fast the mind can sometimes work, what a lengthy series of thoughts and images it can produce within a fraction of a second. It had been a long time since I'd looked through the book Julia was opening, but during 2 very fast steps to her side, I was remembering dozens of the photographs it contained.
A destroyed town, only rubble and partial walls, and in the foreground a dead horse in a ditch. Refugees on a dirt road, the frightened face of a small girl looking at the camera. An airplane going down in flames. A trench half filled with dead bodies in uniform, their legs wrapped in cloth puttees, the face of one of them decomposed so badly it was mostly skull, though the hair remained. And one photograph I particularly remembered in every detail. On a shelf-like projection shoved into the wall of the trench sat a bare-headed soldier, alive. His feet were ankle-deep in water at the bottom of the trench directly beside a corpse, and he was smoking a cigarette, looking out at the camera hollow-eyed, stupefied, as though he'd never smiled or ever would. These horrors, I had suddenly realized, mustn't be revealed to Julia unless she joined the world that had produced them, and, making myself smile, I took the book from her hand just before she could open its pages. "Oh, yes," I said easily, turning the book to look at the gold letters of the title on the spine, as though to confirm the title. "That happened a long time ago." "A world war?" "They called it that, Julia, because all the world was concerned about it. It was everyone's business, you see, and they soon put a stop to it. I'd almost forgotten it." How much sense that made to her, if any, I don't know. She said, "And what does World War I mean?" "Well," I couldn't think of anything to say but the truth. "That isn't a letter of the alphabet. It's a number, Julia, a Roman numeral." "World War I? There've been more?" "A second one." She was suspicious. "And what was it like?" My mind performed its commonplace miracle again.
Hardly pausing before I replied, I was able to consider the 4 long years of trench warfare of World War I, the battle at Verdun, in which 1 million men had died, unrestricted submarine warfare. Then I thought of World War II and the destruction of cities by the Germans, the killing of women, old people, and babies, of the firebombings of German cities by the Americans, creating actual 100-mile-an-hour hurricanes of fire, incinerating women, old people, and babies. And of a man I have often imagined, a German designer, getting up each morning, having breakfast, going to his office, sitting at his drawing board, neatly rolling back his sleeves, and then very carefully, with detailed India ink drawings and precise manufacturing specifications, designing false showerheads which would presently loose poison gas to kill people by the millions in what were literally factories of death. And I thought of people killed even more efficiently. Instantaneous death for hundreds of thousands in the brilliant flashes of 2 atomic explosions over Japan. What was World War II like? Unbelievably, it was worse than World War I, and no answer or foolish lie came to mind now. She guessed. She knew that wars weren't called world wars for nothing. She looked at the thickness of the pictorial history I had taken from her. Then she looked up at my face and said, "I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to tell you." I put the book back in its place, and we returned to the Davenport. Julia didn't sit back, though. She sat on the edge of the cushion, her hands folded, clenched together, actually in her lap. Staring straight ahead, getting her thoughts in order, she was silent for a few moments. Then she said, "During the day, I've thought about what I wanted to do. And I've thought about staying here, if it were possible to tell Aunt Ada what had happened. During part of the day, when we walked down Fifth Avenue, I thought I'd made up my mind that if we could tell Ada, I would stay." I was sitting beside Julia, and she turned to look at me, managing a little smile. "I never thought I could possibly say this to a man, but I can. Do you love me, Si?" "Yes." "And I you. Almost from the first, though I didn't know it. But Jake guessed it, didn't he, or felt it? Now I know too. What should I do, Si? What do you want me to do? Shall I stay here?" I thought that needed thinking about, then realized it didn't. I suppose Julia believed I was considering my answer as I sat looking at her face, but I wasn't. I was talking to her silently. I said, "No, I won't let you stay here. Julia, we're a people who pollute the very air we breathe, and our rivers. We're destroying the Great Lakes. Erie is already gone, and now we've begun on the oceans. We filled our atmosphere with radioactive fallout that put poison into our children's bones, and we knew it. We've made bombs that can wipe out humanity in minutes, and they are aimed and ready to fire. We ended polio, and then the United States Army bred new strains of germs that can cause fatal, incurable disease. We had a chance to do justice to our Negroes, and when they asked it, we refused. In Asia, we burned people alive. We really did. We allow children to grow up malnourished in the United States. We allow people to make money by using our television channels to persuade our own children to smoke, knowing what it is going to do to them. This is a time when it becomes harder and harder to continue telling yourself that we are still good people. We hate each other, and we're used to it. I stopped. I wasn't going to say any of these things. The burden wasn't hers. I said, "You've been to Harlem." "Yes, of course." "Do you like it?" "Certainly. It's charming. I've always liked the country." "Have you ever walked in Central Park at night?" "Yes." "Alone?" "Yes. It's very peaceful." There were horrors in Julia's time, and I knew it. I knew that the seeds of everything I hated in my own time were already planted and sprouting in hers, but they hadn't yet flowered. In Julia's New York, the streets could still fill with sleighs on a moonlit night of new snow, of strangers calling to each other, of singing and laughing. Life still had meaning and purpose in people's minds. The great emptiness hadn't begun. Now the good times to be alive seemed to be gone. Julia's probably the last of them. I said, "You have to go back," and reached over to take her hands in mine. "Just believe me, Julia, because I love you. You can't stay here." After a few moments, she nodded slowly. "And you, Cy, will you come back too?" The elation at the very thought of it showed in my face because Julia smiled. But I had to say, "I don't know. I have some duties here first." "And you don't know if you could, do you, for the rest of your life?" "I'd have to be very sure." "Yes, you would, for both our sakes." For several moments we looked at each other. Then Julia said, "I'm going back, now, Cy, tonight, or I'll begin pleading with you to come too, and to spend the rest of your life in another time is something you must determine alone." I thought so too, and I nodded. "Can you go back alone?" "I think so. I couldn't have come here, into a future past all imagining. You had to bring me. But I can visualize my own time, feel it, and know it is there, far better than you the first time you tried." Something roared up in my mind that I'd almost forgotten. It seemed so remote from this room and time. "Carmody! You can't go back, Julia. Carmody will—" "No, he won't." She was shaking her head. "Do you remember what I was doing when Inspector Burns came for us? You were downstairs in the parlor, reading, and you were upstairs." "Yes, in Jake's room, Cy. I'd folded his clothes and put them into his trunk, and I was wrapping his boots when I heard you call. This afternoon, for no reason I can understand, I remembered those boots. I'd just picked them up when the doorbell rang, and Cy, I saw the heels. The nails formed a pattern, and the pattern was a 9-pointed star in a circle. Jake survived the fire, not Carmody. That was Jake at Carmody's home, covered with bandages, and filled with hate. I knew it was true, and I knew what had happened. My gosh, Julia, he walked out of that fire, somehow, badly burned, yet a plan already forming in his mind. He walked straight to Carmody's, I'm certain, saw Carmody's widow, and, can you conceive of this? They made a deal. Without Carmody, she could lose the fortune, so he became Carmody. When we saw her at the charity ball, her husband newly dead, she'd already made the arrangement. Has anyone ever wanted money and position more than those two? They really make a pair, don't they? What are you smiling at? Was I? I didn't realize. It's not easy to explain, but I'm smiling because Jake is such a villain. It's the first time I've ever even used the word, but it's what he is, all right. Complete, in everything he does. He's a complete man of his times, and I guess I'm also smiling because in spite of everything, I like him. Good old Jake, disguised as Carmody, down on Wall Street at last. I hope he corners the market, whatever that means. Yes, Julia said, he was cursed. I hope he finds happiness, though I am certain he will not. She didn't know what I'd meant, of course. To her, there was no strangeness or comedy in the word villain. It's what Jake was, that's all. She said,
He can't harm me now. I know who he is, and when he understands that, I'm safe. So will you be if you come back." She stood abruptly and walked quickly to the bedroom to change her clothes. I rode downtown with Julia in a cab. It was dark now. She sat back from the window, and no one but the driver saw her clothes. Half a block from our destination, we got out, well away from the nearest street lamp. I paid off the cab, then Julia and I walked quickly to the immense granite block base of the Manhattan Tower of the Brooklyn Bridge.
In the deepest shadows, I took Julia's hands in mine and stood looking at her. In her long skirt, her coat and bonnet, her muff hanging from her wrist on its loop, she looked right. She looked the way Julia ought to. I said, "I want to come back. I want to spend my life with you, but—" "I know. We repeated what we'd already said, several times. I took Julia in my arms then, and held her for quite a long time. I kissed her, we looked at each other once more, then simultaneously inhaled, mouths opening to speak. We stood staring, breaths held momentarily, then smiled a little sadly. We'd said it all. Julia reached out and laid her fingers on my cheek for a moment, then shook her head quickly. She wouldn't say goodbye. She took my hand, and we walked a few paces out from the great granite wall of the bridge tower, then turned to look at it. Now it was like an enormous stone curtain shutting out the world. She said, "The time I was born into and belong to are there, Cy, far more real to me than the time I glimpsed today. My own world. I can feel it very strongly. It's very real, can't you?" I nodded. I couldn't speak. Julia turned, kissed me very quickly, then let go my hand and walked swiftly forward at a long angle toward the corner of that enormous wall. She reached it, hesitated, looked back as though she were going to speak, but didn't. She took the final steps and was gone then, around the corner of the huge base of the tower, the sound of her steps rapidly receding. Silence. Then I began to walk toward the same corner. I broke into a run, fast as I could move, and was around it far quicker than Julia could have disappeared from sight. But she was gone. "This may look to you like unseemly haste and taste," Colonel Esterhazy said to me. With a move of his hand, he indicated Dr. Danziger's office. He sat behind the desk. Rube and I had come in and taken the two leather-padded metal chairs before it. Like Rube, Esterhazy was wearing cotton army pants and shirt today, without insignia, but as rigidly pressed as though they were made of khaki-painted sheet metal. Rube's were neat enough, but the creases didn't look welded in. I had on my blue suit. Esterhazy was saying, "But I'm here only because we're so terribly cramped for space. This was the one empty office. Someone has to head the project, and Dr. Danziger is gone." He moved a shoulder regretfully. "I wish he were sitting here instead of me." I didn't say anything to that. I'd glanced around the office as we walked in, and it looked about the same, only neither. Danziger's photographs and bookshelf were gone, and so was a carton filled with papers he'd had on the floor, though now there were half a dozen folding chairs stacked against the far-end wall. The desktop was empty except for a pen stand, and I imagined the drawers had been cleared out. Behind the desk now stood a gold-fringed nylon American flag on a standard, and on the wall hung a large framed color photograph of the president. Rube said to Esterhazy, "The debriefing showed all clear, as I phoned you, and believe me, that's a relief." He turned to me, smiling. "Because you were a busy fellow this trip, weren't you? Escaping the fire, what's his name? Inspector Burns. Yeah, and escaping the girl too, I suspect. Julia." I just smiled, and the two of them sat grinning at me for a few moments. I'd spent the morning here at the project, reeling off my list of random facts, dictating a long, full report of everything I'd done on this last trip, as we seem to be calling them now. Everything except that Julia had come back with me. That had nothing to do with the success or failure of my mission, so I just said that in the middle of the night, hiding in the arm of the Statue of Liberty, she'd remembered the nail pattern on Jake's boots. We'd known she was safe then, and at dawn I'd taken her home to 19 Gramercy Park, gotten my money, then hired a hansom up to the Dakota. I said I'd spent yesterday in my apartment sleeping. Rube said, "So if the debriefing shows okay after all those shenanigans, it means that the stream of past events—"
Is what we always insisted it was, Esterhazy cut in. Twig in the river theory, he reminded me brusquely. The stream of past events is a mighty stream indeed, far from easy to deflect casually, as ought to be obvious. It can happen by accident, as we've learned, although the consequences were negligible, in any historical context, that is. But we have no doubt, nor did Dr. Danziger, that it could be affected by design. It was hard to even keep my mind on what he was saying, and when he paused, I nodded and rather vaguely said, "Well, fine. Colonel and Rube, I think I've completed my mission. How practical it is to study past events, considering the risk I've demonstrated of getting involved with them, is something you people will have to judge. But right now, my own affairs are piling up on me. I've got things to work out. And what I'd like now, if you're through with me," I smiled, "is an honorable discharge." Neither of them answered for a moment or so. They looked at me, then at each other. Finally, Esterhazy said, "Well, before we take that up, Cy, there's something I'd like you to know about. You're free to resign. You've done beautifully, done all that could be expected, and more. But I'm certain you'll be interested in what I want you to hear, and then maybe you won't want to resign quite yet." A girl opened the door. I hadn't seen her around the project before. "The others are here, Colonel." "Good. Send them in." Esterhazy stood up behind his desk and looked toward the door with a pleasant smile. Two men walked in, and I recognized them. The first was the young history professor with the big nose and big shock of thinning black hair that made him look, to me anyway, like a television comic. His name was Messenger. The man behind him was Fessenden, the president's representative, around 50, bald, with gray-brown hair combed over the shiny top of his head. They both greeted me, and Professor Messenger walked over to my chair as I stood up to shake my hand. "Welcome home," he said, and held up a sheet of mimeographed typescript stapled in one corner. I saw it was my dictated account of this last trip. "Terrific," he said, rattling the papers. "Absolutely terrific. Even sounding like a TV personality." Fessenden gave me a formal nod, and then, in imitation of Messenger, decided to add a smile and waggle his copy of my account, which was a mistake. Smiling cordiality wasn't really a part of his nature. Rube was bringing over a couple of folding chairs, opening one as he walked. With his foot he shoved his own chair to Fessenden and gave the opened folding chair to Messenger. When we were all seated in a little curve at the front of his desk, Esterhazy sat down, saying, "This is the board now, Cy, except for the senator, who's shepherding a bill through Congress today and can't join us, and Professor Butts, whom you may remember, professor of biology at Chicago. He's an advisory member now, without vote, present only when his specialty requires it. The old board was unwieldy. This is far more practical. Jack, maybe you'd like to brief Cy." Messenger turned to me, smiling easily, pleasantly. I saw Fessenden watching him, and it occurred to me that he envied Messenger. "Well, Mr. Morley, is Cy all right?" "Of course." "Good, and please call me Jack. We've been busy too, Cy, while you were gone, doing the same job you were, investigating Mr. Andrew Carmody, though not at quite such close quarters. I've been in Washington, on leave and with a secretary provided. A very capable one, though," he grinned at Esterhazy, "you might have found one just a shade better looking. We've been cozily alone together in the National Archives, literally down in the basement, rummaging through papers of both Cleveland administrations, the rest of my team and other sections of the archives."
And Carmody really was a Cleveland advisor, one of many, in the years following your visit. Cy began to involve himself in politics beginning in the spring of 1882, when Cleveland was governor of New York. And from occasional notes of Cleveland's, from the minutes of several meetings, and from references in 2 letters of Cleveland's, I've learned that he became something of a friend of his during Cleveland's first term. How that came about, I don't know. There was nothing on that, not surprisingly. His influence then was zero, so far as I've been able to learn. But Carmody, or as we now know he really was, Pickering, fostered the friendship, and it reached its height, such as it was, during Cleveland's second term. The references we found in the archives show clearly that Cleveland sometimes listened to Carmody, as of course the records call him, and as I might as well continue to call him. His influence was never large and never important except in one instance, and the evidence I found on that is conclusive. Cleveland entered office the second time with a war over Cuba building up with spam and being whooped up by several newspaper interests. Cleveland hoped to avoid the war, and a pretty good solution was offered him by a number of people, namely that he offered to buy Cuba from Spain. This much is well known, a matter of clear record. You can find references to it in any complete account of Cleveland's second term. There was precedent for the plan in our purchases of the Louisiana Territory from France and of Alaska from Russia. And there was evidence that Spain would welcome a chance to avoid a war they knew they couldn't hope to win. But here, I discover, is Pickering Carmody's place in history. It was his advice that turned Cleveland against the notion. I don't know what he said. The little I found on it is partly technical and pretty sketchy. But it's certain, no mistake about that. And that's it. His sole role in history of any importance is a negative one, a small one, a footnote he might not care to brag about if he were around to do so. After Cleveland's second term, we don't hear of him again, so far as I was able to learn. He stopped, and I sat nodding for a few moments, thinking about what he'd said. I was interested. I said, well, I'm glad I was able to contribute the new knowledge, unimportant though it is now, that Carmody was actually Pickering. Personally, I'm a little pleased at the thought of old Jake Pickering actually in the White House advising Cleveland. Esterhazy said, we're pleased with your contribution too. Very pleased. We hoped for something like it, and you delivered. It's a contribution far more important than you know. Rube? Rube turned to me, swinging a leg over an arm of his chair so he could sit facing me more comfortably, smiling that good smile that made you glad he was your friend and made you want to be on his side. He said, Cy, you're bright. You can understand that this project has to yield practical results. It's great that it can contribute to scholarly knowledge, but that isn't enough. You can't spend millions, can't take valuable people off other work to add a little footnote to history about someone nobody ever heard of anyway. Your success, and how remarkable a thing that is, I don't think there are words for, has made the next phase of this project possible. That next phase is an advance on the experiment, as careful and cautious as those that preceded it, and it is potentially of enormous benefit. Incalculable benefit, Esterhazy interjected. Rube nodded. Of incalculable benefit to the United States. It has been considered and unanimously passed by this board and then cleared in Washington with the highest authorities. We were on a scramble phone with Washington for nearly an hour this morning. Esterhazy had his forearms lying on the desktop, hands clasped together in what looked like a relaxed position. But now he leaned far forward over the desktop toward me. And when he spoke, I turned to him and saw that his hands were so tightly clenched the fingertips were white. He couldn't keep himself from interrupting Rube. We want you to go back one more time. Then, if that's what you want, your resignation will be instantly accepted and with great thanks by a grateful government, I can promise you. When the time comes, not in our lifetime I think, but eventually, when the time comes that this is no longer secret, you will have a place of distinction and honor in your country's history. Your findings, Cy, have made this next step possible, and now we want you to use those findings. You're to go back and do just one thing. You are to reveal Carmody's secret. You're to expose him as what he really is, namely, a clerk named Pickering, responsible for Carmody's death, responsible for the world-building fire. You won't have proof, of course. He won't be imprisoned, tried, or even charged, but he'll be discredited, as he deserves. Can you do that, Cy? I was slow, baffled. But why? What for? Esterhazy grinned with the pleasure of explaining. Don't you see? This is the logical next step, Cy, a very small and very carefully controlled experiment in slightly altering the course of past events. We've avoided doing that till now, scrupulously avoided it, as well as we possibly could, and rightly so. Until we learned from experience that the accidental risk of altering the course of past events is negligible, and that even when it does happen, the actual effect seems trivial. Now it's time for the next slow advance, a slight and very careful change of events in the past, for the benefit of our own time and country. Think about it. We can prevent Carmody, or Pickering as we know him to be now, from becoming an advisor, minor though he was, to Cleveland. And there is obvious reason to think that this may actually result in a change in the course of our history. If Cuba became a permanent American possession in the 1890s, he grinned, well, I don't have to spell out the benefit of that. The name Castro will remain what it was, unheard of. The man himself remaining whatever he was, a worker in the sugar fields, I suppose, forever unknown.
That's the next step, Si. If it works, a clear, immediate benefit, and, even more important, a guide to even greater ones. My God! His voice dropped in awe. To correct mistakes of the past which have adversely affected the present for us, what an incredible opportunity! We sat in absolute silence then. I was stunned. I was, and I knew it, an ordinary person who long after he was grown retained the childhood assumption that the people who largely control our lives are somehow better informed than, and have judgment superior to, the rest of us, that they are more intelligent. Not until Vietnam did I finally realize that some of the most important decisions of all time can be made by men knowing really no more than, and who are not more intelligent than, most of the rest of us. That it was even possible that my own opinions and judgment could be as good as, and maybe better than, a politician who made a decision of profound consequence. Some of that childhood awe and acceptance of authority remained, and while I was sitting before Esterhazy's desk, the room silent, everyone watching me, waiting, it seemed presumptuous that ordinary Simon Morley should question the judgment of this board, and of the men in Washington who agreed with it. Yet I knew I had to, and was going to. I stumbled, though. I spoke badly and in confusion. I even began with what I suppose was the least important aspect of the entire decision. I said, "Go back and deliberately discredit Jake? Destroy his life? Does anyone have the right to do that?" "The man's long dead, Si," Esterhazy said gently, as though to a simpleton he didn't want to offend. "We're what counts now." "He won't be dead where I'll be seeing him." "Well, yes, but Si, a lot of men make far greater sacrifices than he will."
For the good of the country. But he wouldn't even be consulted about it. Neither are they. They're drafted into the army. Well, maybe they should be asked too. He genuinely didn't understand. What do you mean? Maybe it's wrong to force a man to join an army and kill other people against his own wishes. They just looked at me. What I was saying was really incomprehensible to them, and I realized I'd been arguing the wrong point. I said, "Colonel, Rube, Mr. Fessenden, and Professor Messenger, listen. Would it be right to alter past events? I mean, who knows it's a good thing to do? Who can be sure of it, I mean?" "Why, gosh, we can be sure," Esterhazy said. "Do you deny that it would be one hell of a lot better if Cuba were long since a U.S. possession instead of a communist country 90 miles from our mainland?" I shrugged uneasily. "No, it isn't that I deny it. The point is, it doesn't matter what I think, because I might be wrong. Who can be sure Cuba will ever do us any harm? It's awfully tiny, and hasn't hurt us yet." "They tried, didn't they?" Esterhazy very nearly shouted. Gently, trying to calm things down, Fessenden said, "The missile crisis," as though politely reminding me of something that might have slipped my mind. I said, "Well, yeah, though according to Robert Kennedy, it was the military who tried to make JFK think the danger was greater than perhaps it might have been. But I don't want to bog down into a debate about Cuba. Whatever the truth there, I just don't think anyone has the godlike wisdom to actually rearrange the present by altering the past. It's going too far. My God, look what has already happened. The scientists make fantastic new discoveries, which are immediately taken over by a group, almost a breed of men, who always know what's best for the rest of us. Science learns how to split the atom, and they immediately know that the best thing to do with that new knowledge is blow up Hiroshima." "Don't you think it was?" Esterhazy said coldly. "Or should we have allowed hundreds of thousands of American troops to die on the shores of Japan? I don't know. Who does know? I think the most enormous kinds of decisions are being made by people who don't know either. Only in their own opinions do they know. They know it's right and necessary to poison the atmosphere with radioactivity. They know we should use our scientists' genetic discoveries to breed new and terrible kinds of disease, and that they don't even have to ask the consent of the 99 9/10 of the rest of us. And now that still another scientist, Dr. Danziger, has made this enormous discovery, he sits at home, squeezed out, unfit to decide what should be done with it. But you aren't. Once again, you know that the best thing to do with his discovery is eliminate Castro Cuba. Well, how do you know? Who's given this new little breed of men who've polluted the entire environment and who may actually wipe out the human race? Who gave them the power of God to control the lives and futures of the rest of us? Most of them we never heard of, and we sure as hell didn't elect them. I sat looking from one to the other, then lowered my voice. Even if you're right about Cuba, as you may be, look what it leads to. It leads directly to bigger and bigger changes, with a handful of military minds rewriting the past, present, and future according to their ideas of what's best for the rest of the entire human race. No, sir, gentlemen, I refuse. Esterhazy's nostrils were so rigidly flared in rage that the edges were white. His teeth clenched. He drew a long, sighing breath, a prolonged inhalation through his nostrils, filling his lungs to explode at me. Rube saw it, and before Esterhazy could speak, he said, "Let me," and I heard the ring of command, and understood in astonishment that it was an order from Major Prian to Colonel Esterhazy, and I knew I hadn't begun to understand the real relationships here in the project. Esterhazy forced his lips tight together, obeying. Rube turned to me and spoke in a flat, calm voice, not catering to me one bit, not out to mollify me at all, but simply explaining the facts, take it or leave it. He said, "We'll be sorry if you refuse. You're the best operative we have. Our recruiting has continued without let-up, and it hasn't become one bit easier to find qualified people. But still, they can be found, and they have been. Furthermore, other portions of the project have continued. Yours hasn't been the only one. The man who spent a few seconds in medieval Paris has done it again. 4 days ago, we reached Denver, 1901, for 20 minutes. We failed in North Dakota, failed at Vimy Ridge, failed in Montana. And we've had important trouble with the Winfield, Vermont project. The man there succeeded. He made the transition twice and never returned the second time. We don't know why. There is an obvious guess, but we don't know. Now, what am I driving at? I tell you frankly and honestly that we have serious difficulties and problems. I tell you that you may be the best operative by far that we will ever find. I tell you that we hope very much that you will reconsider. But I also tell you that if you do not—" He stopped and sat looking at me, no smile at all in his eyes. Then he finished the sentence, quietly and flatly. "We'll simply get somebody else. And if the experiment cannot be made in New York City, 1882, with Jacob Pickering, then another will be made at some other place, some other time, and with somebody else. I'm not interested in arguing with you. Just understand this. It is going to be done." Rube sat for several seconds, not moving, staring directly into my eyes. Then he allowed just a ghost of the old smile to appear. He said, "I agree with, not all, and not the most important part, but with a very great deal of what you said and what you think. What you feel does you credit. But, sir, I can only repeat, with every possible precaution, we are nevertheless going to do it. Now, take your time, sit and think, then tell us what you want to do. Whatever it is, it will be accepted instantly, with no further argument or discussion." I sat there for several very long, slow minutes, and I thought more intensely, I suppose, than I'd ever done before. Once Messenger started to speak, but Colonel Esterhazy's hand shot up, and he said, "Hold it." I'd looked up, and Esterhazy sat back in his chair, deliberately relaxing, taking his time, to let me know I had all the time I wanted. Silence again, for a long time. Then presently I looked up at them. I said, "All right, my conscience is clear. I did my best, I did my very utmost to persuade you of what I still feel is right. And if any record is to be made of these proceedings, I'd like the record to show that I did. But now, all right, Rube, there's no answer to what you say. If this is going to be done no matter what I think, feel, or do, then I want to be in on it. I started this, and rather than someone else finishing it, I want to. Because there's one thing I can do better than anyone else, and I ask now that I be allowed to. I'll do what you want, because I know it, or something else like it, is going to be done anyway. But I ask you to let me be as easy as I possibly can on Jake Pickering. I came into his life unasked, and I've done him harm, though I think it was justified. But I don't care to destroy him. Let me do just enough so that he is discredited only in the immediate circle that matters to you. It will accomplish what you want just as much as wrecking the man completely. His future is grim enough. Let's let him keep something, for Christ's sake. If you'll agree to that, I'll do it. But then I resign." Everyone was pleased, Rube and Esterhazy agreeing immediately. We were all standing then, everyone shaking my hand, assuring me I wouldn't be sorry, that they weren't foolhardy, that they'd had to convince some very sober, responsible, and extremely important people in Washington that every safeguard would be taken. They'd be phoning Washington again now. When could I leave? I said I had to have a little time to take care of my own affairs. How about a week? And Rube said a week was fine. I asked about Oscar Rossoff then, and Martin Lastvogel. I liked them, and would have liked to see them. But Esterhazy told me Oscar had left the project. He had his own practice to take care of, and the time he'd agreed to stay was up, unfortunately. It was possible, of course, even probable, but I didn't believe it. The thought rose up in my mind, though I knew I might be wrong, that Oscar had quit in protest against the course the project was taking. Martin was gone too, back to teaching. Standing in the office, all of us chattering away, I'd managed to smile by now, and I made what amounted to a miniature 3-sentence speech, I suppose. I said, "Well, we're all set now. I did my best to change your minds. I think I had to do that. But I have to admit, since you're going on with or without me, I'd one hell of a lot rather have it be with me." And they all grinned, and actually applauded with a quiet token clap or two. I'm not going to say too much about my visit with Kate. It was awkward, for one thing. She was waiting for a delivery and couldn't leave the shop, so we had to talk there for quite a while, occasionally interrupted when a customer would come in. Then I'd have to wander around the shop, waiting for the customer to get the hell out and trying not to show it. I told Kate about the trip, of course, the project word for it, that I'd gotten into the habit of using too. And of course she was fascinated. The delivery arrived during the last of it, and Kate had to check through 4 cartons of carefully wrapped antique glassware, verifying the contents and condition before she signed for it. And then, finally, it wasn't closing time, but late enough, Kate locked up, and we went upstairs. First thing she did upstairs, after starting some coffee, was to go to her bedroom and bring out her red cardboard accordion folder. And while I finished my story, we looked once more at the long blue envelope and the note inside it. When finally I finished talking, Kate read the last sentence aloud. "So, with this wretched souvenir of that event before me, I now end the life which should have ended then." She looked up at me and nodded. The questions she'd wondered about most of her life were answered now. She said, "I've pictured it so often. The shot sounded, and the woman who lived as his wife came running. To the body with Julia tattooed across the chest." She nodded. "Yes. So she washed, dressed, and laid him out alone. No one else was to see that tattoo." I had the blue envelope in my hand, and I gave it a last look, then handed it back to Kate and took the little snapshot she held. Again I stared down at the clear, sharp image of the tombstone under which Mrs. Andrew Carmody had finally laid Jake. No name on it. She'd live with him as her husband, but she wouldn't bury him that way. There on the face of the stone outside Gillis, Montana, were the dots, the time-eroded pits forming a 9-pointed star in a circle. Only now it no longer looked like a tombstone. Rounded at the top, the sides straight, the short little stone looked to me as it had looked to the woman who ordered it made. It was Jake Pickering's boot heel in stone, the final touch to the melodrama of his 19th-century life. Kate put her folder away. She poured our coffee. We sat sipping it, talking, waiting till what had to be said was spoken. And presently I said it, clumsily. "It hasn't worked out for us, has it, Kate?" She said, "No, I don't know why. Do you?" I shook my head. "I thought it was. I was sure of that. But it reached the point when it ought to have." She didn't want to go on about it. And it didn't. Well, it happens, Sin. What else can be said? It's not a matter of fault. It can't be forced. Don't blame yourself. We talked much more, of course. Quite a lot, surprisingly. Even laughing at things that had happened in the past. And when I laughed finally, I think we felt pretty good about each other. And I knew that when some time had passed, our new relationship an old fact, I'd be pleased if I saw Katie again someday. On the walk home, the doubts struck, and everything turned bleak. Was it possible for me to go back and live out my life with Julia? Could I do that, knowing the future?
Could I live in 19th century New York and look at infants in their carriages, knowing what lay ahead for them? It was a vanished world, actually, nearly every soul in it long since dead. Could I ever really join it? During the next week, I let the question lie in the back of my mind, not trying to force an answer. Instead, I finished up several sketches and began this account, working steadily and rapidly in longhand since I had no typewriter, stopping for meals and taking a walk now and then, but not doing much else. In an oblique way, it was helping me think what to do, my mind on what mattered, yet not directly. Occasionally, I thought about Rube Pryan and was amused. If he knew what I was doing, he'd want every page stamped classified, or better yet, burned. Which is what I'd have to do with it unless I joined Julia and took it with me. I have a friend, a writer, and I'm very certain he is the only man ever to look through a great decaying stack of ancient religious pamphlets in the rare book section of the New York Public Library. If I were to join Julia, I could finish this, I thought, and then, whenever it was, 1911, that the library was built, I could place this where I knew he'd come onto it someday. Sitting at my kitchen table working, I smiled, liking the idea. It gave the feeling, at least, of a little further purpose to the doing of it. But the real purpose wasn't achieved. The question in my mind didn't answer itself. Rube phoned each day, and dropped in on me twice during that week. He was careful to phone first, to avoid any appearance of checking up on me, which was just what he was doing, of course. Each time we talked, I took the trouble to let him know I hadn't changed my mind. On the last day, I phoned Dr. Danziger. He was in the book, and he answered on the 5th ring, just as I was thinking of hanging up, my conscience clear. As we spoke, I wished I'd hung up one ring sooner, because, in the mysterious way that this sometimes happens, he'd suddenly turned old, I realized, and I was relieved not to see him. His voice had a quaver now. He was old and beaten, and it struck me with the force of certain knowledge that he was living the very last of his life. I told him what Esterhazy and Rube had told me. He insisted, and I thought he deserved that knowledge if he wanted it. He hadn't known. Nobody had told him. And he was so disturbed, his voice trembling almost to breaking, that I was horribly afraid he might actually cry, but of course he did not. I should have known he wouldn't. He was old, suddenly, and very likely dying, but this wasn't a man to let himself change that much. He was angry. "Stop them!" he cried, his voice tiny in the receiver at my car. "You've got to stop them! Promise it, Si! Say you'll stop them!" And of course I said yes, I certainly would, listening to my own voice, hoping it sounded as though I really meant it. A week after my return, I was back in the Dakota, back in the clothes that seemed almost more natural to me now than those I'd left behind in my apartment. I'd spent last night here and most of this next day, not because I any longer needed them to reach the state of mind necessary to step out into what I thought of now as Julia's time.
It was because I was even more alone here than I'd been in my apartment, and more free to try to think through the most important decision I'd ever make, here in a limbo between two worlds and times. It didn't snow, but it was a drab February sky all day, visibility low, as though it might snow soon. And finally, well after dark this time, I walked out of the apartment, down the stairs, and turned toward the street and the park just ahead. There were cars on the street, their tires sounding wetly on the pavement, and I stood waiting at the curb. Then the traffic light clicked green, and I crossed, walked far into the park, found a bench to myself, and sat down. I waited then, deep in the park, in the silence, and simply allowed the change to happen, almost to accumulate. And when finally I stood up, looking around me at the bare trees visible by the light of the night sky reflected from the snow, the park looked no different, but I knew where I was with absolute certainty. And when, once again, I walked out onto Fifth Avenue, a light delivery wagon rattled slowly by, the horse tired, his neck slumped, a kerosene lantern swaying under the rear axle. On the walk, a woman in a feathered black hat, a fur cape over her shoulders, walked past me, holding her long dark skirt an inch above the wet paving stones. I turned south, down narrow, quiet residential Fifth Avenue, glancing into yellow-lighted windows as I walked, catching glimpses of a bald, bearded man reading the evening paper, the light from a fireplace I couldn't see reflected redly on the window pane. Of a white-aproned, white-capped maid passing through a room. Of a month-old Christmas tree, a woman touching a lighted taper to its candles for the pleasure of the 5-year-old boy beside her. I walked a long way, not thinking but just waiting to see what I felt. Then I stood across the street, beside the iron railings of the park fence, staring over at the tall, lighted windows of 19 Gramercy Park. I stood for some minutes, and once someone passed quickly by a lower front window. I couldn't tell who. I stood till I was cold, my feet numbing, but I didn't go in. After a while, I walked quickly away, and then, north on Broadway from Madison Square, I walked along the Rialto, the theatrical section of New York, when Broadway was Broadway. The street was jammed with newly washed and polished carriages. The sidewalks were alive with people, at least half of them in evening dress, the night filled with the sound of them, and the feel of excitement and imminent pleasure hung in the air. But I wasn't a part of it. I hurried past the lighted theaters, restaurants, and great hotels until I reached the Gilsey House between 29th and 30th. There, at the lobby cigar counter, I bought a cigar, a long, thin cheroot, and tucked it carefully into the breast pocket of my inner coat. Outside, I crossed 30th Street and stopped before a theater that looked and was brand new, Wallack's. "The Money Spinners," said the big block letters of the printed signs beside the entrances. Just ahead of me, a man carrying a silver-headed cane collapsed his opera hat, then held open a lobby door for the girl with him. They walked in, and I followed, stepping into a lobby so magnificent it was overpowering. It was all dark blue and maroon velvet, gilt and silver ornamentation, dark polished wood, and ornate chandeliers. Twin staircases, one at each end of the lobby, curved up to the balconies. I walked over to the ticket window, before which stood a short line, and read the framed price schedule beside it. Parquet Orchestra, or all downstairs, $1.50. Dress Circle, first row, $2. Second and third rows, $1.50. Next 5 rows, $1. Next rows, $75 and $50. I glanced out through the glass door panels then. The woman I was waiting for still wasn't there, and I stood to one side by a wall, listening to the excited hum of the lobby, but apart from it. Minutes passed, maybe 4 or 5. Then I saw her, back bent, feet shuffling. She was white-haired, wearing a buttonless man's overcoat tied at the waist with a rope, her shoes split at the sides, a rag of a scarf tied under her chin. On one arm she carried a small basket 2/3 filled with polished red apples, and she stopped in the middle of the walk and began an endless cackling spiel. "Apples, apples, apples! Get your apples, get 'em now! Apples, apples, Apple Mary's best! Hurry now, hurry! Apple Mary says hurry!" I stood watching. Only one man of the 3 or 4 that I saw hand her a coin actually took an apple, and he didn't come into the theater, but walked on, eating it. The others came in or stood on the walk. Carriages had been steadily dropping off their parties at the curb. Now another stopped, and a family got out, all in evening dress. A bearded father, a ruby stud in his stiff white shirt front, the mother, a pleasantly smiling woman in pink dress and gray cloak, and 2 girls, one in her 20s, the other younger. Each girl carried her cloak folded over an arm, shoulders bare. One wore a gray dress trimmed with red bows, and the younger wore a marvelous velvet gown of untrimmed, unrelieved spring green velvet. When she smiled, as she did now, passing through the door her father held open for the party, she was lovely. In the lobby they met friends, and now they stood talking, laughing, and I wanted to eavesdrop, but couldn't. I stood staring out at Apple Mary chanting on the walk. And in less than a minute, here he came, in evening dress, clean-shaven except for a mustache, moving deftly through the groups on the walk, a slim, very tall, handsome man in his 20s. The lobby doors beside me opened and closed steadily, and as he stopped out on the walk beside Apple Mary, I heard him speak the words I could almost repeat with him. "Here you are, Mary. Good luck for you and good luck for me." And I saw the wink of gold as the coin dropped into her hand. She stared at her palm, then looked up at him. "Bless you, sir, oh, bless you," she said aloud, and then my lips moved silently, almost in unison with hers,
This evening will be blessed for you, mark my words. I glanced quickly to my left. The family party were saying goodbye to their friends, turning slowly toward the staircase as their friends turned toward the main floor doors. And the man I'd watched on the sidewalk was striding toward my door, his hand reaching out for the handle. My own hand was lifting from the breast pocket of my suit coat, the other pushed open the door. I said, "Excuse me, sir," smiling, blocking his way, and I slowly raised the cigar in my hand to my mouth. "But do you have a light?" "Certainly." He brought out a match, lifted one foot to strike it on the dry part of the sole, then raised the sputtering match, shielding it with one hand, to my cigar. Sick at heart, I ducked my head, unable to meet his eyes, and puffed my cigar into light. "Thank you," I said then. From a corner of my eye I could see the far stairway to the balcony, and the girl in the pale green dress was climbing it. "You're welcome." The man just outside the door shook out the match, then stepped past me into the lobby, glancing around it. But there was nothing now to catch his interest. On the staircase there was a last flick of pale green velvet, but I don't think he even noticed it. Taking a ticket from his white vest pocket, he crossed the lobby, on into the theater. As I walked along the dark side street east of Broadway, it was queer to realize that if I were again to, though I knew I would not, walk into the great brick warehouse labeled Beakey's, it would be into an interior of 6 concrete floors filled with stored household goods, nothing else. And that if, through the army, I were to track down a major named Reuben Prian, I might eventually find him, a tough little former football player with a wonderful smile.
He'd be at a desk somewhere, in his neat khaki uniform, planning in absolute good faith and with an utter certainty God knows what terrible mischief, and he wouldn't know me at all. To Dr. Danziger on the phone, I'd repeated as a promise the decision I'd made on the day I confronted Rube Prian and Esterhazy. Now, I'd just kept my promise. And the man, the facial resemblance had been very strong, who would have become Dr. Danziger's father, and the girl in green, who in time would have become his mother, now never would be. But these were thoughts that weren't of my time anymore. Now they were of a far-off future I no longer belonged in. I touched the unfinished manuscript in my overcoat pocket and looked around at the world I was in, at the gaslighted brownstones beside me, at the nighttime winter sky. This, too, was an imperfect world, but I drew a deep breath, sharply chill in my lungs. The air was still clean. The rivers flowed fresh as they had since time began, and the first of the terrible corrupting wars still lay decades ahead. I reached Lexington Avenue, turned south, and the yellow lights of Gramercy Park waiting at the end of the street. I walked on toward number